tad unlucky. Gav Robinson there, he's played a really good shot, but just got tied up with a red near the left middle pocket. Welcome to the stream for anybody that's been tuning in. We've got our first Clash of the World Champions after this in rerun of the World Final from I think 2017. Is Gareth Hibbert against Craig Marsh to follow this at 12 o'clock. At the moment we're seeing a comeback from Gav Robinson, who was 6-2 down against Liam Dunster. He's now got a very difficult chance. I think the black's a little bit tied up. Maybe it goes into the right middle pocket. But if he can pull this off and make it 6-5, it's game on. He's not quite got into it enough there, and he'll be really disappointed with that as well, because he had a decent angle, and he's straight down, almost as if he's kind of got the hump now. Yeah, see, no, I didn't like that, because he could have just potted that and left the white below the left middle pocket and took the yellow long into the top corner pocket. I mean, we're not talking easy stuff now. That wouldn't be an easy thing to do, but I think it was kind of a bit of a rash decision. I understand why he went into or attempted to go into the red and the yellow the shot before. It made sense, but from there, I think he's kind of lost his head a little bit and just had a lash at it, to be honest. I think on another day, maybe if he was ahead in the match and not chasing the match, if he just walked around the table maybe one more time, had a think about it, he might have just played that pot and play position. It's far from straightforward for Liam for here. Plant's quite easy to make, not an issue if he wants to do that. He's just guaranteeing himself position afterwards. That's perfect, absolutely perfect. It's a much better shot than it looks, because if he were to hit cushion first, the red would have then been just to the right of the middle of this bottom left-hand corner pocket, and he may well not been able to pot it. It was crucial that he played that plant and caught it really full ball. He's played it really well. Liam's going to play this just a touch and run inside. Swing round 2 cushions. Perfection. Probably his biggest attribute, to be honest, Liam, is touch. The white ball on a string. Is that to bounce? It's fine. Would have liked the cue ball out another 3 or 4 inches for it to be, to be unmissable. $7-4. one away from victory and a place in the quarterfinals. Big break. Oh, I was going to say nothing down, but last ball rolling. And these look pretty good. The reds look very nice. Nothing needs breaking out, nothing needs disturbing. It's just a case of how he wants to, and what order he wants to take these balls in. But yeah, for me, you know, 90% chance here he's going to take this and go 7-5, and probably in no time at all. One of these players, Gav, he's just hard to shake off. I remember the first time I played him, I didn't really understand what I was playing against. He was like a jack in the box, and you kind of think, oh, there's a mistake coming. And he sort of didn't really. I wouldn't even say he's underrated anymore, because I think everybody knows he's a very good player, but it's taken a while, and I know he's a very, very hard practicer, and he definitely gets what he deserves. His results have started to really, well, he's definitely improved an awful lot in the last 2 or 3 years. His problem here is I think he wants to leave the red to the left of the cue ball as his last ball, but it's just how close he can get to it. So he'll play this with a bit of top and right hand side, and he needs to miss the 3 yellows just above this red and come just below the right middle pocket. Doesn't want to leave himself awkward queuing, doesn't want to leave himself queuing off the cushion. It's about the only thing that can go wrong. He's a bit close to it, but it's fine. Yeah, he's played it well. Played it well, still battling away, Gav Robinson, and this for 7-5. Nicely done. Game on. These sort of situations as well, you think, if I'm Gav, I'm thinking, well, you know, you kind of, it's almost a shot to nothing now. You're 7-4 down. You've got it back to 7-5, but in my mind, I'd be thinking one dry break from Liam, and this can be 7-all in about 5 minutes' time, and then anything can happen at 7-all. So, you know, this match is far from over. Big break for Liam. Liam doing his customary study of the pack. You can see just how precise he is with where he wants to put the white. He's clearly thought about it. Practiced it again and again and again. Thinks that's the right spot. He's hit them him so well. Absolutely crunched him. And worth pointing out, that's he's not doing the cut break, which he often does. He's hit them so well. He's actually been really unlucky there. I mean, he's got first red, top left-hand corner. It's not that difficult at all. But could have been easier. On another day when you hit them that well, they can come out as absolute drop-ins. There's a bit of work to do. He's got no choice but to go reds, because he can't see a yellow. He's got a red on the top cushion. He's got a red that is tied up right next to where the white is. I think it might well go into the left middle if he can leave it as his maybe last red, but chance he'll go into it as well if he can leave himself the right angle. Tough finish. He's played that as well as he can, really. Really didn't want to be queuing off the cushion, so this is perfect, really. It's just how and if he's going to try and dislodge the red that's glued to the yellow by the right middle pocket. See, that's what he's thinking about now. Shall I go into it? Shall I try and leave myself an angle to go into it? Can I just play on it? If I can play on it, should I play on it? All the things that's going through his mind. I'm not going to guess what he's doing because I don't know. Oh, he's missed that. He has missed that. Well. I just wonder, the yellow and the red stuck together by the right middle pocket is now also Gav's problem ball. Can he get over to the right hand side of the table and play the yellow on the right hand side cushion off of the red, thin off of the red, into the middle pocket, and that red then cannons the red and yellow together and promotes his yellow out towards the top right hand corner pocket? I think that's the shot. But he'll have to play the yellow thin off the red into the right middle pocket for it to break into it. But I think that's the way. And I think he can get over there now from the yellow over the left corner. He's not seen it. Didn't fancy it. No, and that could be curtains. I think Liam can just about cut this red into the right middle pocket. He's then going to dislodge his bad red, and I'd be very surprised if he doesn't finish the match from here. I think Gav's really missed a trick there. As you look now, yellow just below the right middle pocket. He could have played that off the red, broke out that red and yellow that are together. I think when he watches it back, I mean, not criticising, I've done it myself so many times. I watch a match back on the stream afterwards and think, why didn't I spot that? It's different when you're out there. It's easy up here. Doesn't want to be snookered on the one in the left corner. So now, all about just leaving yourself straight. Wants to be dead straight on this red into the right middle pocket after he plays the red into the corner. If he's straight or very close to straight, it's game over. Well, he's hit that far too hard. It's not what he wanted, but he's fine. You can see the little raise of the eyebrow. That's the Liam Dunster way of going, oh, I've messed that up. Some people shake their head. It's a twinge of the eyebrow from Liam. That's all you're getting from him. Poker face. So we now got to take this other red into the right middle, top it through, try not to leave himself awkward queuing, and play the other red into the top right hand corner pocket. Doesn't want to leave himself awkward queuing. No, that's perfect. I mean, he's going to have to place his hand fairly carefully in between the black and the white. But it's dead straight. All he's got to do is make the pot. And we'll see Liam Dunster into another quarter-final. Seems like he gets to every quarter-final of every tournament, minimum. Ultra consistent. Yeah, nicely done. Closely fought match. Looked like Liam was going to run away with it at 6-2, but a good comeback from Gavin. Very good comeback to make a match of it, but it's Liam that takes it. 8-5. Books his place into the quarterfinals later on today. And next up, we've got Battle of the former world champions, and they actually played in the world final as well together, which Gareth Hibbert won. But Gareth Hibbert against Craig Marsh. Up next at 12. Enjoy.
Thank you, Kev. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the second day of the IPA Tour here in Bournemouth. The last 16 of the English professional event, featuring the Godfather Gareth Hibbert and Marshy. Craig Marsh, a battle of two former world champions, of course. And Gareth Hibbert, winner of the recent Sporty Stuff TV Champions Cup as well. Both these two have been in good form to get to this stage. I am delighted to be joined in the commentary box this afternoon, by Mark Pickworth. Afternoon, Mark.
Afternoon, Dan. And did you sort of listen to my little presentation there with some of my favourites down there? Obviously not, because you're looking at me a bit sort of lost.
I saw that you thought Rob Donkin was good value.
He is at 20-1, and he's even 2-1 in his match that he's currently playing now. And I just think Rob's got so much quality. He's won one of these tournaments, and at 2-1, I think he's great, to be honest. And but
it's been a while since he's reached the top step of the podium, if you like, isn't it? But he is class.
He is, and he knows how to do it. You know, it might have been a couple of years ago, probably 3 or 4 years ago, but at the end of the day, he knows how to win it. And even in the last event at Gosforth, he got to the quarterfinals, and I'm sure he could have another good run here this weekend.
Gareth Hibbert, so far, has come through 8-5 against Nathan Bridges. And Craig Marsh, 8-5 against Curtis Lee. So, arguably, these two are not a lot to choose between them on current form. But it is still early days in the tournament for these two. Both in the top 16, so both essentially through to the second round by virtue of their ranking. And Marshy, it looks like he's going to make a fast start here. He's got a tricky little positional shot here. This penultimate red. He's got to come across the table. There's not a huge gap to land in on that red. Would you perhaps be trying to nudge into the black?
Well, he's going to have to do some sort of a developing shot but he's missed the red, and that is not what he wanted. He's took his eye off that, but how well has he played that positional shot? That is exactly where he wanted to be. To go through that gap was superb, but he's took the eye off the pot and he's missed it. And Gareth Hibbert is now can take this finish out.
Yeah, he's got a bit of a second place there, as Craig. He's covered the pocket. Gareth could try to develop it. He doesn't necessarily have to use that pocket. I actually think Gareth's hardest ball is probably the yellow over on the left-hand side, just because it's so far away from the rest of his work.
Yeah, it is. But we know how Gareth Hibbert plays. He's very attackable. Both these players are very attacking. And I think the audience are in for a treat of a match. And straight away, he's cleared the pocket. Landed a little bit straight here. Are we going to see a bit of a containing shot here?
It's an easy safety, isn't it, to push the yellow on the bottom rail across the pocket and just leave the cue ball behind.
Yeah, you definitely don't want this yellow in, and it's a good containing shot there from the Godfather.
Arguably a little bit of a risk against a player like Craig, that, because Craig is fully capable of coming off the cushion and potting this red.
He is, but God, how difficult though is it to judge that? I mean, we might see him play this with a better pace because he knows it's easy hit, but there's still yellows on. I mean, can he just tie up a ball or anything? I mean, I don't know. I think he's definitely second favourite.
Not a bad effort, but it's bad news for Craig Marsh.
Yeah, you need a bit of luck there to get away with that, because it don't matter where on the table he was leaving it. He was leaving pretty much a simple yellow.
Yeah, it's good match play pull from Gareth, isn't it? He's still got that one yellow on the left-hand side. Going to try and develop it now. It hasn't worked. Doesn't want to be behind the black. That could not have come out much worse.
No, he couldn't, and I'm not sure why has he played it like that. I mean, he could have played that a couple of different ways. When you saw him queuing up, he was queuing up in the middle of the ball, and then when he sort of delivered the cue, he then put his action on. I'm not sure that's a good way of going about that shot, but that's what he's done. Now he's in trouble. Where he was favourite, he's probably not now. He needs a great pot, and he's missed it. Good white though.
Yeah, he's played it it's a clever shot. He's played it in such a way that he hasn't left Craig a straight pot. He's left the cue ball right over that right-hand side. Craig's looking at playing this red off the cushion first. Just saw him lining it up there, off the yellow and into the bottom left corner. This is a very, very tough shot.
Yeah, but a percentage one. You know, he's going to be moving this yellow, but he wants the pot. Where's the red gone? It's not great again.
That was a 1 in 10 shot even for Craig Marsh, though. That was very difficult.
Could be 120, 1 in 20. It really could. But Gareth's not going to make any mistake here. A little bit scrappy first frame. I've seen a few chances from both. Weren't clear-cut chances, but probably the best chance Craig Marsh has had in that, and he's took his eye off the pot because the positional play was A1. It was absolute brilliant.
Yeah. Either way, it's Gareth Hibbert who gets off to the better start. He leads by 1 frame to 0. It will be the Godfather to break next. How impressed were you with Gareth in the Champions Cup, Mark?
Oh, superbly. Mentally, as a player, I thought he was absolutely brilliant. To be 6-3 down, 5-1 down, 6-3 down against Mark Boyle, and then produced to go 9-6 up was superb, and it just shows the determination of him. And the audience was always in for a treat, weren't they? We were against them 2 players, brilliant to see, and a deserved winner in the end. Felt a little bit for Mark Boyle towards the end because he played some great stuff at the start, and it was definitely a game of 2 halves. Don't look like the best of breaks there from Gareth. Didn't seem to have got into it too much.
He's got a bit of a chance on reds. All the reds, he's got the 2 reds on the right hand side. He's got a chance to open those up early. If he does that, I think all the reds go. It's just how that shot pans out.
Yeah, it does. I mean, the only thing that's probably worrying him is the white ball's going to do some trouble if he's taking reds, unless he can get through to this one. Is there a gap?
No.
He's playing the one in the middle. That's what I thought. He was going through a gap. But no, it's good. But
yeah, it's not good.
Good
though.
news, bad news.
Yeah. Actually, probably couldn't have come out much worse, that shot. He's tied up both reds rather than opening them out.
Yeah, he has. I mean, are we going to... He's looking at a double and he's developing the red out too. It's dangerous. What a nice little flick, but again, it's good news, bad news. He's closed that red up, and that definitely doesn't go past that yellow now, as it did before. And he's also left himself a tricky pot.
Yeah, the problem he now has, really, for me, is that actually the 2 reds just to the left of centre in the table, sort of one on top of the other. They're really difficult ball. They don't really go anywhere now.
Oh, God.
Well,
that's great cueing. It really is. And he's got a chance now.
Yeah, he has.
Really has.
Those 2 reds I was talking about, the lower of the 2 will go up to the top right.
You can say he's been a little bit lucky the way the whites come out, but what a cannon into them 2 balls. He's been superb, and he just continues to keep pulling, and a world-class pot after world-class pot. Just shows the quality of Gareth Hibbert.
There's still work to do, though, Mark. That red in the top half of the table in balk is, yeah.
But is he straight on this? Can he draw this back? Either way, he just wants to draw it back a little bit, leave an angle into the right centre. And now this is going to be the shot that he needs, the prime position. He's got room for error here. He could play this off the 2 cushions, depending on what angle he's got here. I'm expecting 2 cushions.
Just needs to watch the yellow. That's perfect.
About there.
That's perfect. On a postage stamp, Gareth Hibbert. And this has been a clearance of the highest quality. It looks for all the world like it wasn't on at several stages. But if anyone can do it, the Godfather can. That is a great finish from Gareth Hibbert, and he now leads by 2 frames to 0 with that breaking clearance.
I mean, that's definitely the best clearance of the day. I mean, we've seen some great clearances yesterday, but Gareth there is right up there, and some great pots, some great developing shots, because things weren't sort of going for him, but he just kept in there, and he just produced shot after shot. Brilliant.
We have, of course, got the bookmakers involved this weekend.
Yeah, we have. We'll have Brooks and Corals. I mean, we have been sharing links this morning on our Facebook pages, and we'll be doing it through Twitter through this afternoon as well, so be looking out for them, because you do need to be quick getting these odds on, because they do get switched off bang on the hours of when we start play, so keep looking out for them. So the next session will start at 2 p.m, and then we'll have another session at 4 p.m, 6 p.m, 8 p.m, and then 10 p.m. So there's going to be plenty of opportunity to bet in, but keep up to date, and I'll be trying to give a few tips out. I gave a few tips this morning. I'm 2 out of 2 so far. I thought some great value in Simon Ward and Simon Fitzsimmons, and both of them made it through their matches this morning at 10 o'clock. My third tip that I put on was Rob Donkin, and he's currently in play at the moment, 2-1. We'll keep you right up to date with them scores as well.
Rob Donkin's made a flying start, actually, against Jack Whelan. He currently leads 2-0. And Marshy's just had a mare. He's missed that red. He's just slid round the back of it, and he's on absolutely nothing. Yeah,
he's in trouble. And let's just talk about betting again in this match. Craig Marsh, when I last looked, he was 4-7 favourite to win this. And Gareth Hibbert, he was like a 6-4 shot. And he wasn't earlier on, but for some reason that odds just changed. But we all know how well Marshy can play. Even though he's 2-0 down in this match, he is more than capable of reeling off 4 or 5 frames in 20 minutes. But he's going to need to up his game a little bit. His positional play there was definitely not up there, and now Gareth Hibbert's back to the table, and he's got another chance. But still got a tricky yellow at the bottom half of the table, which he's looking at now. Is he trying to look to see if it passes in the... Is it going to be his last ball? And then he can pass it into the left centre. It's a tough one if you're going to be leaving it at the end. He'd like to probably develop. But even the top half of the table still got some work to do. And his navigation skills need to be superb. He's trying to develop now. Has he come out okay? Yes and no. I don't think it has. But has he got enough angle to clip that in? But he's definitely got a pot. He's still at the table, so he's in control. There's a white ball. He's okay. So now this is going to be tricky. I'm not sure how he's going to get down from the top half of the table down to the bottom half. He's going to have to come up with something spectacular. I'm not sure that is it. Well, if he gets his clearance here, Dan, this is going to be the positional shot of this match.
That's a bold call this early on, but yeah, I'm inclined to agree with you. If he can find his way around this.
He's playing off the red.
Nope. That's not the one.
No, that would have took some beating and probably would have been shot the championship if he'd have got onto that final yellow, but it hasn't. And Craig Marsh needs to take this chance. He needs to get back into this match, and this is the opportunity he wants. Good little cannon there, just developed that red. As you can see there, definitely drops into that right centre, but still a red above that yellow is causing a bit of a problem. But somebody of Craig's Marsh's skills, he can definitely get onto this one.
You feel like he needs to as well, because he hasn't really hit the ground running in this match yet.
No, but he can drop on this now, and this is where he needs to be. But he needs this to settle into this. A couple of things haven't gone his way in the first 2 frames, but I'm expecting him now to take this finish out.
Well, it looks a perfect angle, this, for him to just run through. Oh, he's under... Oh, that's... Ooh, he may have got away with it, but I suspect that was a kick. That looked like an awful reaction on the cue ball.
Well, if it was a kick, he's not having the white ball cleaned. So I'm not sure what's happened there, but he's getting down to him. He's lucky he's still got a pot on that, really, and he'll take it. It's still an opportunity.
I don't know whether he was disgusted with himself or not. You're right. If it was a kick, I'd have expected him to have the cue ball cleaned.
But he has so much room for error there. I think he just tried to leave it absolutely perfect, and he did have a little bit of room. Again, not in prime position, but this is a ball I expect the Buddha to definitely get.
Nicely done by Craig Marsh. He gets himself a foothold in this match. He now trails by 2 frames to 1. He made very hard work of it, Mark.
Yeah, he did, and but he'll be happy to get 1 on the scoreboard now, and he just needs to settle in this match. I mean, he was still early doors. We've only had the 3 frames. I know he beats himself up. You'll see a lot of sort of emotion from Craig. He really shows it out there on the table when things not always not go his way, but the way he sort of commits to the shot sometimes. But yeah, we're going to see loads of emotion. I mean, both of the players can show a bit of an emotion at times without disappointed that they've played a shot. But look at that face of Craig Marsh. He's a man on a mission. Oh.
Wow. Gareth Hibbert's certainly given that everything.
I know, but how...
Not great, is it?
Not great at all. It really looked. But how much power did he get on that?
Yeah, it's something I've noticed with the stream table over the last, 5-6 matches is I feel like the breaks haven't necessarily been coming out as well as we would expect normally. Sometimes the table just doesn't like it.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think I was talking to Arfan last night in comms, and he mentioned about this table just seems to break differently. And it's been a bit mean this weekend so far, and I'm sure it probably continue to be.
Clever opening shot from Gaz. Oh, and Marshy would have liked that red to have run on a little bit more. I think he's left that as an option. And actually, if Gareth Hibbert can take that out and hold himself on another red, these are a good chance now.
Yeah, but that black needs to come out as well, because he's obviously going to take the reds.
Just wonder if the black does go long to the top right, because if it does, he might not have to move it.
It looks tight. This looks a very controlled cannon. Is it going to come out?
And now he needs to move it.
Yeah, he does, and he's not going to be able to move it yet, because he looks like he's straight on this one in the bottom right-hand corner. So he's going to have to come up with another plan.
What can Gareth Hibbert find from here? Well, it's a containing safety. He's just going to take the pocket. Hasn't left Craig a huge amount to go at. He does have a yellow he can clip into the bottom left, but Craig's going to try and get a telling safety.
Yeah, still not got control, Craig, here. Gareth's still the favourite for this one.
If that is a total snooker, I think if I were Gareth, I'd be tempted to move that red and black now, because Gareth would still have a big amount of control in the frame. Oh, he's missed it. Wow, that is poor by Gareth Hibbert standards. There's no dancing around that one. That's a bad shot.
Yeah, it was. I'm not sure he had the angle to get up near the red and the black like you mentioned, but he definitely should have hit them two reds together in the middle of the table. And that's a poor effort there from Gareth. He'll be disappointed with that. Not that we're seeing a lot of emotion from him yet, but if he keeps continuing any bad shots, and he had a little bit of a nod of the head there just as we was taking that camera shot off.
Well, Craig wanted to clear that pocket and open up the black and yellow in one shot. Hasn't quite worked out that way.
No, he's having a little smile to himself as well.
Yeah. Missing that cannon has meant he hasn't actually left himself great anywhere.
But we know these great players, these frames can just open up just with one great shot, and they're all very capable of doing it. He'll be looking at doing it because he's very attacking. There won't be no safety shots here, I don't think. I'll have to eat my words if there is. It's just not the way Marshy plays. Quite sensibly used his extension. He feels that this is probably the key shot. I'm going to be eating my words, I really am. And he just feels that it weren't the right opportunity.
I think that's fair. I don't think he's left Gareth anything really aggressive from here. He's straight and hampered on the red to the top right. He could drop that in the centre, but I can't see any advantage.
Yeah, it was a clever shot that from Craig, just to leave him a bit hampered. It really was.
And actually, Gareth's left Craig an opportunity now because he's left the thin cut on this yellow to the centre.
Looks very thin though, that does.
Well, it is. Those balls are going to be flying around, but I think he's got to take it on. I can't see anything else. How's it come out? Okay.
Is it?
Yeah, I think he's on the... Oh.
Well, he's on the two centres. And he's
missed the pot.
He has missed the pot,
He's
yeah.
missed the pot.
I saw him miss the pot straight away. Obviously, you didn't. And
I was so convinced that he'd get that.
It was a mighty fine clip. It was just below centre of the table as well. It was a tough pot. And the way that these are fell for Gareth now, I don't see... Well, this is over.
Time for me to go back to bed, I think, Mark.
You've been in bed all morning. But, yeah.
That's the problem.
Should have gone up earlier. Yeah, just hit the lower jaw of that middle pocket. It didn't really threaten the bag, to be honest. Gareth's still not in prime position. Oh, he got a little nudge. Has he been okay? I think he has.
I think he's got away with that. He's very close, actually.
Yeah, he's fine. Still got another little tricky positional shot here. One that just needs that delicate little stun shot. Or has he got the angle to go past his yellow? He has. And it was a very simple one indeed. I just thought he was coming into the yellow, but he hasn't. And this sort of match now seems to be getting away from Craig. Just error after error. He needs to cut them out.
Yeah, it's a race to 8. It's 3-1. It's it's not curtains for Craig yet by any stretch, but I agree with you. He needs to sort himself out and get going. He is breaking next. If he gets a good opportunity from this break, then perhaps we could expect to see him kick on a little bit.
Yeah, he really does.
I always feel like Craig's the sort of player who gets stronger throughout the day. If he can make it through his first match of the day, you feel like he's going to go on and get stronger and stronger as the day goes on.
Yeah, absolutely. He is a momentum player. He just needs to get the first match out of the way, and he can go on to win it. He's more than capable. It's
easy to say, just get the first match out of the way, though, isn't it, when it's Gareth Hibbert you're facing up against.
Yeah, they do. I'll just talk about some latest scores, just while he's breaking off. Rob Donkin 4-1 up against Jack Whelan now. Mark Farnsworth 3-2 up against Ryan Clark. Ronan McCarthy 2-1 up against John McAllister. So the matches are in progress now, and you can see them just at the top of the screen when the camera opens up. But we'll keep you up to date with them.
Rob Donkin absolutely flying. We have, of course, had a change of schedule this weekend. We are focusing on the professional event. Normally, we would be looking at the Open event on the Saturday.
Yeah, it is, and we've changed that because we just signed a 10-year deal with something to do with betting, and we'll be announcing that in the coming weeks. And this is a trial really for next year, and we're going to be trialling pretty much all the way through our Isle of Man events as well. It's really important that our professional event's going to be our main event of the weekend now, and that's how we're going to be doing things from now on. I think the way it's worked so far, we're very sort of scheduled with each times of each matches. Every 2 hours seems to be working at the moment. I mean, we might have to adjust that going forward, but at the moment it's working. So if you want to, you can follow us on Facebook, the IPA page, or follow us on Twitter. We have accounts on all of them, and we give loads of information there of any latest news, anything that's happening this weekend. Join us, see what's going off, with plenty of activity on our Facebook and Twitter pages, and interviews and pre-match sort of ones. There's loads of stuff going off at the moment.
Or, of course, if you are local to Bournemouth, then come and join us, literally.
Yeah, we've had quite a few sort of walk-ins just coming in. There's even a group of lads that have come down from Dorset, and they've come down here for the weekend just to watch the pool. They're not even in the tournament because they love the pool so much. They follow us all over, and it's good to see them, and hopefully we'll see them again soon. But they're here all weekend. They don't mind the bar either. They love the beer.
What are you saying, Mark?
Well, pool and beer go together. They really do. Where there's a pool table, there's a bar.
Where there's a pool table, at the moment, there's Gareth Hibbert clearing up. Superb work once again. He races into a 4-1 lead. This is excellent stuff from Gareth. Punishing Craig's mistakes as well. It is starting to look a long way back now, isn't it, for Marshy?
Yeah, it is, but I had this conversation yesterday. A race to 8, 4-1. Is this miles away? I don't think so. Craig Marsh can get back into this. He'll be fine. Yeah, if you do hear some rustling in the background, it's my co-commentator. He's got some breakfast at it's nearly 4:15.
There's no need for it, Mark. There's no need.
And he's got his breakfast.
Well,
this is what I'm working with. So I do apologise now to our audience. Not sure what he's chomping on, but I'm sure he might describe it very soon. But anyway, back to the pool. That's more important than
no one wants
Dan's
to hear
breakfast.
Me, yeah, no one wants to hear me describing my breakfast.
Absolutely not. And we are back to the pool.
We are back to a dry break.
Yeah, that's not what the doctor ordered there for Gareth, but it's definitely what Craig Marsh wanted. Because if Gareth would have cleared up there 5-1 ahead, there probably was no coming back. But it's not an easy chance here for Craig.
It's the opener, isn't it? What do you go for? You want yellows. Can he see the yellows to the right centre? Either of them?
We're in that good news, bad news situation again. And that yellow going there, that black. It's not great news. Especially when he's got still other things to challenge, and we've still got other challenges to face as well.
He certainly does, but that is definitely the biggest of them. That is a very, very difficult ball to get onto. If you risk moving it, then you risk potting the black, of course.
Yeah, you do, and where he's left that, I'm not sure what he's actually thinking at the moment. His arms are in the air. I know his time is ticking down. We're down to 6 seconds. He needs to take his shot. Now what he's going to do. I don't think he's got the right angle on this either. He's digging a hole, if you ask me. What can he produce here?
Oh, he's hit that so well. That is desperately unlucky.
Can he get through to the one in the bottom right? I think
so.
I think even the jaw's in the way. I don't think he can.
No, that's not a gap. This is... the problem is he doesn't want to move that yellow now in a way, but he's got to.
He just needs to hit this yellow here if he can just... Yeah. Sort of got a little bit of control, but another opportunity. He's gone begging, but it was a difficult one. Started off with a tough opening pot really, and never sort of got in positional form there.
Thing is, Gareth has spotted the route out of this situation straight away. He's going to play this red down the right hand rail off the yellow and clear the pocket. Perfect. And now they are sitters pretty much for Gareth Hibbert.
Yeah, especially when Gareth had a lot of the momentum in this match. This should be a pretty easy clearance, and he's going to take the one downstairs first and come up and then take the top half of the table out. Yeah, I think this clearance here, this is going to hurt Craig.
Well, that's such a nicely controlled shot as well from Gareth.
Yeah, the positional play there is absolutely superb. Obviously didn't have the right angle on that one in the top right hand corner. He had to play with a little bit of run inside. So this pot's a little bit more difficult than he wanted.
Yeah, it's just a bit of a blind pocket now, isn't it? It's just a fraction more difficult than it needed to be.
Yeah,
Losing the cue ball a bit.
He's got an option to take it into the bottom right as well. So just depending on what he fancies.
Easy. At least that's how he makes it look. Gareth Hibbert takes a 5-1 lead over Craig Marsh. Craig's just gone to sort himself out, I think, get his head into gear, because He's had a couple of things go wrong for him. You have to say it hasn't entirely been his fault. Craig can consider himself a little unlucky with a couple of those shots.
Yeah, he has, because he's produced some great pots. He's just not had the run that he needed with it, and we've seen some great pots from Gareth Hibbert as well, and he's took out some great clearances. But yeah, things just not going Craig Marsh's way at the moment, and I think he's just going to give his head a little bit of a wobble. Is he out of this match yet? Yes and no. We know he's more than capable of getting back into it. But 5-1, Gareth looks really settled and playing some brilliant stuff. So quickly go through some results and that, just while we're waiting for this next frame to get underway. Rob Donkin 4-2 ahead now. Farnsworth and Clark 3-all, and then Ronan McCarthy and John McAllister is still 3-2.
Can see all of those three matches in the top portion of your screen. Rob Donkin on the left, you can see.
It is.
And then Clark v Farnsworth in the middle.
That's right, and then John McAllister and Ronan McCarthy on the far right. But we'll keep you right up to date on the 12 o'clock session of the professional event. We will see the winner of this at 10 o'clock tonight. But we've still got plenty more matches this afternoon, and we're going to be bringing them right with you every 2 hours.
No way is that dry. When it's not your day, it's not your day. This is silly. How's he not potted a ball off this break? That's probably the best I've seen them split in this match.
Yeah, it is.
He's had a bit of a result.
Has he left anything?
Can he get through to the... I think he can get through to the yellow to the top left.
He's looking tight. I don't think it's a... I think it's very tight. Just playing a bit of swerve. But just like that, the frame opens up.
That's even worse. That's worse for Craig, though, isn't it? Because Craig's hit a really good break. It's dry. He's gone, oh, it's dry. And then he's looked at where it's finished and he's gone, oh, maybe I haven't left anything. Maybe I've had a bit of a result. Nope. He's left the perfect gap for Gareth to get through to the yellow.
Yeah, and about another yellow. And these are just opening up for him, and it is one-way traffic.
So you mentioned earlier, Mark, that the final of this will be on at 10 p.m. tonight. We've got essentially a full schedule today, haven't we? So we're going with, what, a quarter-final next up at 2 o'clock?
It will be a quarter-final. We haven't decided who yet, but we'll let you know. And as soon as I know, I'll be letting you know. Well, at the moment, Gareth Hibbert is on a mission. It's 6-1.
6-1. Yeah, we've got a quarter-final up next for you at 2. As you say, we haven't decided on that one yet. There will be another quarter-final on the stream at 4. Then both semis at 6 and 8, and the final at 10. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, so right, so we are missing a 4 o'clock session. Yeah, that's right, we've got a rest from after the 2 o'clock session till 6. So our last match this afternoon will be at 2 o'clock. We'll be watching that, and then we rest from 4, and then we've got the 2 semi-finals at 6 and 8, and then the final at 10 o'clock tonight.
Gotcha.
So plenty of pool. I think the rest in the middle, Dan, will just give us a bit of a break just to get ready for tonight's session. But that looks a good break there, doesn't it?
It certainly does.
Oh,
I don't know how that the yellow to the top centre here, I don't quite know how that didn't go in. But it's easier to see from that angle.
Yeah, he's absolutely crunched. I mean, how many balls are left in the bottom half of the table? Not many. They turn the table round.
It is interesting. We spoke earlier about the table not breaking all that well. All of a sudden, pretty much ever since we've said that, they've both been hitting them really nicely.
We said it. You said it.
Yes,
That's
since
what it was.
we said it.
Still getting me involved.
Collective responsibility, Mark.
Oh. I'm going to take the blame for it then. Yeah, obviously I am.
Nothing collective about this performance from Gareth Hibbert so far, though. It's been very selfish. It's just in between angles here, isn't he, Gareth? He's not nicely on the red on the baulk line. He's not particularly nicely on the red in the middle of the table either.
No, he isn't. And he's obviously rerouting it. And he thinks this red goes into the top right.
Oh, that's a great shot.
And just like that, he's back in prime position.
Yeah, that's the one. He took on the difficult shot, and it's paid its dividends.
And you've got to feel for Craig Marsh. He has been sat in that chair a little while in this match. And Gareth Hibbert is just going about his work. He's looking like he's going to be 7-1 ahead.
Yeah, I think you can count on... I was going to say count on one hand. I think you can count on one finger the amount of mistakes Gareth Hibbert's made in this match. For Craig, Craig's made a couple. Whether that means he's deserving of a 7-1 deficit, I'm not sure. But that's exactly where he is. Craig Marsh trails Gareth Hibbert by 7 frames to 1. He now needs to win all of the next 8. 7, rather.
And I'm not sure is the last time we've seen that 7-1 ahead. Can he win 8-7? I can't even remember a match. I really can't.
It must have happened, but yeah, it's got to be vanishingly rare.
Oh yeah, definitely. Every eclipse, I should say. It really is. That's the best way of describing it. Yeah, I'll probably say Craig's probably been a little bit disappointed with his performance. But yeah, he didn't want to beat himself up too much. Some things just haven't gone his way. But you never know. He needs a ball, though, to stay in this match.
Oh, surely not.
And I think that just tells
That's
the
just
actual
silly.
story.
Yeah, that is just silly. It's another big break. It's another dry break. It's... every red's got a pocket.
Yeah, they have.
It's not a straightforward clearance. I'm not looking at that table and going, yeah, these are dollies, but Gareth Hibbert in this form, saying that, can he get through to the red at the top of the table? Yeah, he can.
Yeah, he can. He's going away from his work a little bit, but he's back. Is he going to be able to... needs to slow down. Yeah, not perfect.
No, I think he could only see a very thin edge of the first red that he played, and actually he almost overcut it. So he's still got another good shot to get himself in prime position.
Yeah, it might take him a couple of shots to get back in prime position, to be honest. Again, a little bit short.
Mm-hmm.
So this is going to be the shot for me. Must get position, but he's missed the pot.
Wow.
He is human. And that's his first missed pot for a while. It really is.
Well, he's thrown Craig Marsh a lifeline. It's not an easy one. But it's, even though it's 7-1, it's not the sort of thing you want to be doing, is it? You know, do you think that's a little bit of carelessness from Gareth, being 7-1 up?
Yeah, it is. But he's just never in prime position. You know, I'm a big believer of a match of two halves, but can we see a match of two halves here? 7-1 is a huge lead for somebody of Gareth's quality.
Craig's been a little unlucky there. That yellow was just gone into pretty much the worst possible position. I think he might have to play a plant now. It wasn't too bad.
Yeah, he's still got a pot on, but work to do. I mean, if that yellow passes into that red into the right centre, might make things a little bit easier. But we'll find out with a shot. And it obviously didn't. Positional shot.
It's going to be his last yellow, isn't it? The one between those two reds in the bottom half of the table. How easy is that to get on? It must be easier than I think, because he landed pretty much dead straight on this one to the centre. Oh, yeah, he can just drop it in.
Yeah, he's made it look very easy. And that's what he's capable of. (7-2).
Comeback's on.
Comeback is on, but what he needs to do, he can have all. We can keep saying he's got the comebacks on, but he's going to need a lot of dry breaks from Gareth, and Craig needs to be clearing them up.
Yeah, and Gareth does look like a man who's just found his break as well, so that was a worrying sign for Craig. But you never know, that missed pot from Gareth in the previous frame might just affect him. It's amazing how little things like that can spiral if things start to go against you.
Yeah, they can. And let's just see how much power he puts into this break, Gareth. We've seen quite a bit from him already. But one thing he wants for sure, he wants to keep the white ball on the table. He just wants a chance to close this match out.
Oh, wow. Well, perhaps the tide is turning. Gareth Hibbert screws the cue ball straight into the centre pocket from the break.
Yeah, and this is just down to the amount of power he's getting on it. He's just took his eye off where the cue ball was going. And one thing I said at the start there, he needs to keep the white on the table, and Craig is going to be clearing these up in no time.
Yep.
This will be the quickest clearance of the weekend. Just needs to give it a little bit of respect.
Oh, he hasn't.
And he hasn't.
Oh, my word. That is a terrible shot.
And I don't know, it seems quite defeatist, doesn't it? The way he's going about this clearance. Going in the top bag.
Oh, that's magnificent. That is magnificent.
He goes from
What a shot
villain
that
to
is.
hero, and what a shot that is. Brilliant shot. Still needs to be careful, he needs to get on this black. Goes in the middle. So, what was looking like another mistake from Craig Marsh has ended up in him clearing up. This black then, to make it 7-3, and his break next. He's on the comeback. There it is, 7-3.
That was silly. What a great shot that red was. Oh, we can have another look at it, I think. This is a wonderful pot. Queuing off the rail as well. Heart of the pocket. That is superb from Craig Marsh.
Yeah, and the way he played the positional play off that yellow to get up into the area so he can get himself at them reds was also superb. Brilliant shot. Marsh needs a ball off the break though. I can't remember the last time he got one. It was a long while ago.
It certainly was, yeah. Hasn't had a single break and finish in this match, and a lot of that is down to the fact that you won't have had an opportunity to.
Needs a ball. Has he got one? Is he getting one?
No.
He has. I'm not sure. I mean, I think he would have liked. Well, reds and yellows are both got difficult areas.
6-1, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
If he can take one of those two yellows, this is a thin snick, isn't it? My word.
He's tried to develop something, and things are changing.
Yeah, that's not worked out too bad.
First 4, 5, 6 frames, that would have gone wrong for him. Has he got an angle on this in the middle to try and get this red out? Or is he going to leave himself a double?
Yeah, he needs to do something with that red on the ball line, that's for sure. Oh, this queuing. Oh, well, he looks a little frustrated, but actually, he's on this. He potted a more difficult red in the first shot.
Yeah, it has.
And he'd be unlucky, wherever the cue ball goes, as long as it doesn't go in, he'd be unlucky not to be on something, really. Those 2 reds over the bottom right corner. Wow, that's a long way away.
Yeah, just straightened up, I think. I think the pace just straightened it up off the cushion. So, as I was mentioning, I've just been informed our next match on is our first quarter-final. It's going to be between Liam Dunster and Simon Ward, our #1 player, against Simon Ward, who seems to be in a bit of form at the moment. He knocked out Tom Cousins earlier on this morning, and that is going to be a great match-up. But this match ain't over yet. What's he done here? He's given away 2 shots, has he? What's happened?
What has happened to Gareth Hibbert? That's unbelievable. Don't get me wrong, this was a tough shot, but how's he done that? He's just underhit it.
Wow. I mean, Gareth Hibbert didn't look like he's even looked like producing errors of that. And an in-off, and now he's underhit that. What's going off out there? One thing about Marshy, he's hard to shake off. Gareth Hibbert wants this match over soon, because he's on the comeback. 3 in a row. This red and black to make it 3 in a row, and he's going to leave himself a little bit hampered. Yes and no.
Just over the side of it made it a lot easier.
He makes everything look easy. His nonchalant cue action is absolutely superb at the moment when he's in this sort of fine form. We didn't see some fine form with him. I did mention about the game of 2 halves. Could it be?
I mean...
Wow, I didn't expect it to be, but we are seeing it at the moment.
So far, it couldn't be more of a game of 2 halves, because Gareth Hibbert, well, he was playing pretty much perfect pool. Missed that red, which would have realistically seen him win the match 8-1.
Yep.
And since then, I mean, Gareth hasn't really played a good shot, actually.
He hasn't.
Since that moment.
And you talk about good shots, he needs a good shot here. He's got to keep the white on the table. One thing he's got to do is keep the white on the table. Going in off on the last frame, how much is that going to play a part in his mindset?
This is the problem for Craig, though, coming back from 7-1, is Gareth only needs one of the... Even if he hits this badly and he gets a lucky break.
He's still kept with the power. The white strap. Oh, God, it was close.
Well, Gareth Hibbert, this is your opportunity. It's not an easy one. Certainly not to start with. But these reds all go.
Yeah, they do, but he'd love that white ball to be off that cushion a little bit more, so he can get a bit more control on it.
So do these yellows, actually. You could take a long yellow to start off with. For a player as experienced as Gareth, and, you know, with his snooker ability as well, that's not as long a pot as it looks from our angle, if you know what I mean.
No, but it'd be easier queuing, I suppose, but this is the easier pot. He's worked that out well, hasn't he?
That's a dream, isn't it? What a great shot.
But he's actually played that.
Yeah.
He's measured that up to position, and wow.
Yeah, that is a phenomenal positional shot.
Yeah, because even the pot along that top cushion, it wasn't easy. But to get the cannon as well perfectly, to nudge that red over the middle bag, was even more superb. So he's going to have to want a good positional shot. The last red to the black. He's going to be the key one in this frame. Well, we've seen one key one, he's going to need another one. Just leave himself a bit of an angle. Oh, what's he done here? Is he okay?
As long as he's not... do you think he's screwing straight back into the middle? Because, yeah, if he is, that's a real problem.
Yeah, I mean, he can pinch the bag, but can he pinch it lower side? He wants to, but I'm not sure the angle. He's got down pretty quickly, so he probably can. Oh, he's going around 2 cushions.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Another great positional shot from the godfather, Gareth Hibbert. And this black now to see this match out and book his place into the quarterfinals. There we have. And what a great match that's been, Dan.
It's been a superb match, and Gareth Hibbert has pulled out a couple of absolute world-class shots in that last frame to fall over the line, really, it has to be said. He went to pot a little bit from 7-1 to 7-4, but held his nerve and came out with a barnstorming clearance to win 8-4.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a mini comeback there from Craig Marsh. It was good to see him hit a little bit of form, but 8-4, and he's now going to be winning.
Gareth Hibbert taking a well-deserved swig of his drink, whilst Craig Marsh finds his way back to his room, I'm sure. He will be getting ready for the Open competition, though, later on. We will be joining that on the stream on Sunday, tomorrow. Really was a brilliant start by Gareth. He raced into that 7-1 lead. He was just pegged back. Let's hear from the man himself about the story of that match. Here is Gareth Hibbert with Kev Barton.
Delighted to be joined by the winner of the last 16 match there, Gareth Hibbert. Gareth, that looked pretty comfortable.
Yeah, there's a couple of scrappy frames at the start of the match. I think we both could have won those. Both threw away a couple of chances, then had a few dishes, a couple of nice easy chances in the middle of the match, got a big lead, and a couple of little concentration errors towards the end because sort of Craig had sort of half given up really. So I just threw a couple of winning chances away, but yeah, I got there in the end.
Obviously, when you play Craig, there's a lot of history of matches between you two. Obviously, that memorable World Championship final 2016. Your thoughts how that come back when you're playing Craig?
Not really, Kev. To be honest, no. We played probably another 7 or 8 matches since then, so it seems a long time ago that. So yeah, just all the top players play each other so often. You just they sort of merge into one really.
We saw you in action at the last event, the UK Open, and you looked like you were in some pretty hot form. I mean, that match against Clint is probably one of the all-time greatest matches, and then obviously it didn't happen for you that weekend. Do you think you're in the form to win the title?
Hopefully, mate. Yeah, it's just keeping it going match after match, isn't it? That's the difficult thing about these tour weekends, the game after game, and it's a concentration game as much as anything. It's you've got to keep your head on for like probably 7-8 hours on the trot.
So do you think with the more scheduled approach, more structured approach to the pro event, is that helping you get that focus back for each match? So instead of it being, roll on, roll off, it's, there's a bit of time now before your quarter, you can relax. And
I'm hoping so, yeah. It's important to get that little bit of rest when you're getting on a bit and eat the right stuff at the right time and not drink the wrong stuff at the wrong time.
Well, you're saying getting on a bit, Gareth, but you're still playing, as good as probably 20 years ago. What do you put that form down to? I mean, it's really impressive what you're doing.
Yeah, in lockdown I did play a bit. I was off work for the first sort of 3 or 4 months in lockdown, and I played in a little lockdown tournament and did well in that. And then I had a break from it, and just since then I've tried a few different things with breaks and queuing and different things. It all seems to work at the moment, touch wood.
Well played, Gareth. You're in the quarterfinals. Hopefully we'll see you later on.
Cheers, thanks, Gav.
So well played, Gareth Hibbert. He takes his place in the quarterfinals, and on cue, I'm delighted to be joined by Mr. Picker's Picks. You called that one?
Yeah, I did. I mean, I thought it would be a bit closer. I saw a bit of a mini comeback there from Craig Marsh. It was good to see, but we saw some great stuff from Gareth very early on. But we also saw a little bit in that comeback, some good stuff from Craig, and it was a great match. And I think Gareth was just pleased to get over the line there, because we just seen a couple of errors towards the end, and I'm not sure what was going through his mind, but he just held himself together, and he's in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, Craig got nothing going early on in that match, and 7-1 is a tall order for anyone.
Yeah, it is. I mean, we saw Craig. He produced some great shots, but just nothing was going right for him. After he's produced shot after shot, them little touches, they just went against him, and I think it took its toll on the end towards the end of that match.
Yeah, I think Craig was a bit frazzled, wasn't he? You know, the break, he just couldn't get anything going, couldn't get any momentum in the match whatsoever.
Yeah, and 7-1 against an opponent like Gareth Hibbert is definitely not the position you want to be in. But, you know, Gareth, he played great. I really did. And I did think he'd win it today, and we all want Marshy to win. He's one of the fans' favourite. He's one of the IPA's favourites. But I'm sure he'll be back. He'll come back. He'll get back into the winner's circle soon.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Too good a player not to. And Gareth Hibbert, he looks in that form that he was in the last event, the UK Open. And he seems to be carrying that on into this event, and he's going to be a danger at the end of this tournament.
Yeah, he certainly is. And one thing I was very impressed with him was his break. The amount of power he's getting behind the break. We talk about how, you know, we're blessed by the big breakers in the IPA, but with Gareth, he's sort of one of them that sort of goes under the radar about not having a big break. But what we're seeing from him from this weekend, that he is producing that big break, and that could be a major factor of whether he can win this tournament.
So on the outer tables, we've currently got 3 world champions, Jack Whelan, Mark Farnsworth and John McAllister. Now, I did have a quick look at some of the scores, and all 3 are in trouble. So it just shows that you just cannot call any of these matches.
No, absolutely not. I mean, I was looking at some of the scores recently. I've not looked at them that recently, but I know Ronan McCarthy was 3-2 ahead against John McAllister. I think Mark Farnsworth, he was 3-2 up, but it went to 3, or I'm not sure what situation that's in. But I think one of the shocks at the moment, we say shocks, it was one of my tips earlier on this morning, Rob Donkin against Jack Whelan. He's in trouble, and Rob Donkin, he can go on to win that match, and he could find himself in another quarter-final.
Yeah, and let's not forget Rob Donkin is a winner of an IPA event, so he knows what it's like, and he'll definitely want to add to that event that he won a few years ago now. But he's one of those players that goes a little bit under the radar, but a danger for anyone.
Yeah, he was. And when I saw the odds this morning on our betting partners, Ladbrokes and Coles, he was 2-1 to beat Jack Whelan, which I thought was a great sort of. And that was one of my tips this morning. I had 3 tips this morning: Simon Ward, Simon Fitzsimmons, and Rob Donkin. I've got 2 of them through already with Simon Fitzsimmons and Simon Ward. And Simon Ward's going to be next on this stream table at 2 o'clock against Liam Dunster. That's going to be a terrific match. But Rob Donkin, he's more than capable of winning this event, and I'm looking forward to see how that pans out in that match.
Yeah, we'll be keeping our eyes on those scores on the outer tables. And as you say, coming up next, world number 1, pro number 1, Liam Dunster, second favourite for the event behind Mark Farnsworth, up against a resurgent Simon Ward.
Yeah, Simon Ward, he's took out top cat Tom Cousins. You know, we saw Tom against Jordan Shepherd in that epic clash at 8-7. But Simon Ward, he's one of the best shot makers in the world, and he can produce it on the big stage, even on the outer tables. He produces some good stuff, and if momentum goes with him, he's more than capable of winning this. Everyone's more than capable of winning this event. I'm not sure who could win it, to be honest, but another great outside bet for me is Simon Ward.
Absolutely. So, as we say, that is coming up at 2 o'clock. Liam Dunster against Simon Ward, the first of the quarter-final matches here in the English professional event. So, we'll see you back here at 2 o'clock.
table 18 metres, please, Matthew Chatfield, National Bird. Matthew Chatfield, National Bird to the legs. John Lawson and Louise to the one. John Lawson and Louise to the one. On table 15, John Mills and Coles. John Mills and Coles, table 15, please. 2, please. James Johnson and Nick Burt. James Johnson and Burt, table 3. On table 2, Howard Heath and Daniel Randall. Howard Heath and Daniel Randall, table 2, please. 39. professional event. On table 17, Rob Jonkin, Ryan Clark. On table 18, Dean Shields, Simon Fitzsimmons. And on the streaming table 19, Liam Dunster, Simon Ward. In the amateur event, on table 5, Andy Crosdale, Metin Thomas. Andy Crosdale, Metin Thomas, number 5. On table 6, Wade Morley and Eddie Roberts. Wade Morley, Eddie Roberts, table 6. On table 7, Ian Whitehorn, Chris Southall. Ian Whitehorn, Chris Southall, table 7. On table 10, Andrew Whitfield and Jordan Evans. Andrew Whitfield, Jordan Evans, table 10. And on table 13, Josh Patel and Christy Dumitrescu. Table 13, Josh Patel and Christy Dumitrescu.
And good afternoon and welcome back to the arena here in Bournemouth, and joined again by Mark Pickworth. Well, Mark, we've all just caught our breath after some fantastic matches, and we've got another one coming up now. Simon Ward, Liam Dunster. What's your thoughts on this one?
Oh wow, the world number one against Simon Ward, who's already caused an upset, if you want to call it an upset, but we know how well Simon Ward plays. You know, he's got to a world final where he lost to that epic clash against Ben Davis in 2018. He's more than capable of beating Liam here on this table today. But Liam, we've seen some great stuff already, you know, early doors from him at 10 o'clock this morning. I think you can't look further past than Liam, because he's so methodical. He plays the game completely to the right pace, and he puts so much practice and effort in on his break, and he's just great to watch. But Simon, the best shot maker in the world probably, or one of the, you know, in the company that he's in, is he the best? He's got to be in the top 2 or 3 definitely, and I'm looking forward to this match.
Yeah, it's certainly a clash of styles, isn't it? You know, you've got Liam, who's, you know, renowned as a very methodical but, you know, a very effective player, and you know, Simon, you know, as you said, shot maker extraordinaire. You know, can conjure up anything out of nothing.
Yeah, it really can. Is this going to be down to the break? Probably not. It's going to be down to about how much sort of Simon gets a bit of run, because sometimes he has a bit of a loose white, but the shot making ability is unbelievable. But the way that Liam Dunster plays his routines and his patterns is absolutely incredible, and this is going to be a joy to watch.
It certainly is. And just a word about some of the matches that have been taking place on the outer tables. We talk about shocks. I'm not sure if they're shocks anymore, but just tell us about some of the results that have just happened in the last few minutes.
well, in the last few minutes, I mean, we saw Rob Donkin. He was one of my tips early on. I thought was a great outside bet. He beat Jack Whelan, one of the 2015 world champion, 8 frames to 5. And we've just seen the 2019 world champion, Mark Farnsworth. He's just been eliminated by Ryan Clark by 8 frames to 5 as well. And John McAllister, the current world champion, has just dodged a bullet against Ronan McCarthy. Ronan McCarthy had a chance in that last frame, and he's just got through 8-7. And with fantastic matches on the outer tables as well.
It certainly was. We were all glued to that one, and as you say, Ronan did have a chance in that one, so he'll be bitterly disappointed he didn't convert that chance and take his place in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, he will be. He'll be kicking himself, but that's what pressure does. And it's 7-7 against John McAllister. It just created that extra pressure, and it's just something he wasn't up to at that sort of stage. But I'm sure we'll see him throughout this weekend. I'm sure we'll see him on this table, especially in the open event, which start later on today at 8 o'clock, when the professionals come into the event, because there's loads going off here. There really is.
Yeah, so as you say, we've got Simon Ward, Liam Dunster coming up now, and then right after that we've got another quarter-final match, which will feature John McAllister, the current world champion, against Gareth Hibbert, a former world champion. So that is one definitely not to miss. So without further ado, let's hand you over to the commentary box and Dan Fairway.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, good afternoon again, everybody, for this IPA English Professional quarter-final between Liam Dunster and Simon Ward. I am joined in the commentary box by Dan Davey, who's just got back from his lunch, just hurried back to get to the commentary box.
That was a stroll.
Did you enjoy your downtime? Was it nice to get away from the venue for a bit?
It was. I've never seen a queue for a car park so big, though.
No?
Oh, it's crazy. Queuing for a car park. I don't like queuing at the best of times.
That's not very English of you.
No.
So, Dunster v Ward, bit of a clash of styles. How do you see this one going?
Well, I watched bits of Simon earlier against Tom Cousins, and he was very, very good. Very good. I think Liam, we kind of know what we're going to get with Liam. He's so consistent. He's probably... Well, I know he's ranked number 1 at the moment, is he? Still?
I believe he's still the tour number 1, yes.
He's just hanging on to number 1 status, but he's...
hanging on, presumably, because you've got the players like Mark Farnsworth, for example, who has been so strong lately.
Agreed, and I think, he's just a pillar of consistency. You know what you're going to get with him every time. Simon seems to kind of... Not literally, but he's more of a last 32 or wins it kind of player.
Yeah.
He goes on a run, and he gets better and better as the tournament goes on. So,
well, we're into the quarterfinals. It's the boomerang to break. The boomerang, of course, because he loves a comeback to Simon Ward.
He does, yeah. Yeah, he's renowned for it. The amount of times you'll see him 4-5 kneel down, and he kind of tends to always at least run someone close. It's not a nickname that he's got for no reason. Never gives up. Great temperament.
Time out. Extension code. Extension. Okay.
Well, he's going to get started on these reds. I have to say, the break has come out really lovely, actually. There's a nice big split. The way that the yellows have clustered made them not really viable, so reds it is.
Yeah, reds it is, and you see the red just above the right middle pocket. I mean, it definitely does go into the middle pocket, but be a bit of an acute angle. Is he gonna try and... I think he's just going to top it through now and just play it into the corner, I believe.
He's got my favourite of the onboard sportswear shirts, Simon Ward. I love his boomerang sort of pattern.
Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
It is a good shirt.
It's my favourite of the shirts, I think.
I actually heard one of the lady players earlier saying how they liked his shirt as well.
Oh.
Yeah.
So. All the ladies like Simon Ward, I think. I don't think it's just his shirt.
Yeah. We'll go with that. Oh, it's just about made it.
tell you what, that's a great shot, because actually he found himself quite a long way out of position there.
He did. He overran by just the extra inch or two. And when you're so close to the object ball, it can really get you into a bit of trouble. But
is it a fraction too straight on this one to the centre? I think he's going to have to pinch the pocket a little bit here.
no, I think he will. He'll play it into the left-hand side of the pocket. But yeah, it just doesn't want to be straight, and now he can drift below the black. Red into the bottom right corner, probably the black into the left middle. A good start. Big match player, Simon Ward.
Yes.
I feel like he thrives on being the centre of attention, as in having a crowd to play in front of. I think he really likes it. Although personality-wise, he's quite reserved and keeps himself to a certain extent. Good, really good sense of humour, but he's not a outspoken kind of guy. But he really sort of rises to it when he's centre of attention. I really do fancy him to maybe win this match, actually.
Do you think that's why, you said it earlier, he tends to be like a last 32 or a tournament winner? Do you think if he can sort of get himself up and get through those first couple of rounds, the further he gets in the tournament, the more he enjoys it because he's such a pressure player?
Yeah, the more dangerous he becomes, and the more, the feeling of being in a quarter or a semi-final, once you've made it through the early stages, it kind of then feels like a new tournament.
So if you're, when you're in the tournament, if you're going to play Simon Ward, you want to play him first round?
You want to play him last 32, first round, second round.
Yeah.
You don't want to play him
anywhere after the last 8, really.
No. I mean, you don't want to play him at all.
Well, no, exactly. Like, at no point, ideally, but...
But definitely, yeah. Whereas someone like Liam, he's going to play the same against you in a final as he did in the last 64.
Liam Dunster to break. Trailing 1 frame to 0. Time running.
Well, Simon Ward got us underway with a break dish. Can Liam Dunster respond?
See Liam with a front ball break. Not adopting the cut break. Oh, he's hit those really well. Really well.
Well, we had this exact conversation, actually, at the previous event, on one of Liam Dunster's matches. It was against Mark Farnsworth, and he went a long way behind before he started using the front ball break. And then the front ball break absolutely started working for him. And
it did.
I remember you said, why don't you do that all the time?
I know. I know.
Maybe he's taken your. Maybe he watched it. Maybe he's taken your advice, Dan.
I know he watches them back. I know he does, because he's pointed out a couple of things I've said about him in the past in a jokey way.
Yeah. Well, hi Liam.
Yeah.
Nice to have you with us.
Hello Liam. Enjoying your bumblebee top.
Well, the bumblebee versus the boomerang. I like that.
There we go.
Yeah.
Tricky table.
Yeah, it's tough.
Reds or yellows, these top 3 balls are a problem, whichever one he takes. He's playing the plant, red onto yellow. Is he trying to pop both?
Yeah, keep his options open. I think he is.
He was trying to pop both. Keep his options open. You're bang on.
It's a great shot. And actually, he's got an opportunity for me here to break out the yellows. He could pop the yellow into the right centre and go up into that area.
Is he looking at the yellow into the left centre? Has he got half a pocket for that?
That's tight, isn't it?
It looks like he's looking at it. I'd say that doesn't go, but...
The thing is, if he does play that, he can't play with any pace.
10 seconds.
He is playing it, I'm sure. Yeah, lovely.
Oh.
Lovely shot.
Oh, that's magnificent from Liam Dunster.
It's a great shot. That's a pool player's shot.
Yeah.
It's a clever, well thought out shot.
That camera angle was certainly deceiving, because it really did not look like that had a pocket.
No, and he obviously didn't have a full pocket.
10 seconds.
Needs to carry on. He's just about okay.
Yeah, he probably a little bit unfortunate to finish that straight on that previous yellow.
Yeah. It's a fairly natural angle though to cut this in the corner and drift between the gap of the red and the yellow near the right middle.
10 seconds.
Doesn't want to flick it on the way past. Just missed that.
Not quite out of the woods.
No, not at all. No, because the yellow, I'm sure, definitely doesn't go into the left middle, the one that's in the centre of the table. So it's, does he drop this into the right middle, play the one into the corner and leave himself an angle to come across? Or is he playing some sort of
10
cannon?
seconds.
No. I thought he could have cannoned the red that he's just drifted past, but it's a bit risky. You don't need to. It's one of them. Liam's a player that if he doesn't have to play unnecessary cannons, he won't. Other players might have played that cannon to make life easier, but he's just going to back himself to knock in a tough one down the cushion.
This is a big shot now, though.
Tricky.
This is a very tough shot.
It is.
10 seconds.
Absolutely nailed it. At pace as well.
Wonderful.
Great shot. Should check in to see if he needs to go up and down the table again or if he can just hold it.
I think he's got enough margin that he probably could do.
Yeah. Yeah, and he has.
Yeah, he had such a huge area that he could land in there. It was the obvious shot for me. Rather than risking overrunning it and leaving it very, very thin.
Yeah, he probably could have just dropped it in and still left himself a cut, but why risk it if the positional shots are an easy one too? So one apiece. Break and finish each. Perfect start.
I know it's early doors, but is that a little bit... would that annoy Simon a little bit? You know, he's got off to the perfect start and then pegged back immediately without the chance to sort of put his foot on Liam's throat and get that advantage.
No, not really. He's too experienced to think like that. I mean, obviously you want to win every frame. He'll probably just be happy that he's settled and that he broke and cleared at his first visit.
Yeah.
Frame 3. Simon Water break.
You want to try and keep as clear a mind as you can.
Scores tied at 1 frame all. Time running.
I think that's the amateur player in me. If I break dish the first frame, I'm like, yeah, this is good.
Yeah.
When your opponent comes back to you.
I know, but it's easier said than done, you know, because there's all sorts of thoughts go through your mind whilst you're playing. He's crunched them again.
He hasn't made a ball, has he?
Nothing down. I don't know how. He couldn't have hit them any better.
No, it's certainly a sweet contact, but it's not a huge. It's not an explosion off the pack, is it? They haven't gone everywhere.
It's somewhere in between, isn't it?
Yeah.
Somewhere in between a wow break and a very good break. It was a good break. He's hit them well.
Yeah.
But I know what you mean.
There's only 3 balls in the top half of the table. They've split well, but they haven't.
Yeah.
You haven't seen that real explosion out of the middle of the pack where they just fly.
No. And you know, I think sometimes it almost comes from you hitting them too hard that you don't get that.
Do you think?
Yeah, when you seem to time them well and you're not actually hitting them that hard, you almost seem to get a better explosion. It's weird. It's a risky one here from... That's a good shot. It's a really good shot.
It is. He's made that look easy, and it really wasn't. That cushion first is tough.
It's a very good... Because he wasn't left a lot. I mean, first thought was, is he going to play yellow onto red? And he's just gone cushion first with a bit of stun as well and pace, which changes the point of the cushion you need to hit. Very good shot.
Still got a problem red here.
Seconds.
The red closest to the bottom left corner. It would go to the bottom right, but that's not a lot of area to land in. That is a great shot to try and open it up.
Yeah, and he's
Has
probably
it helped him?
been a bit unfortunate, if anything.
Yeah, he purposely played it off his own red to move that awkward one that I was talking about. I don't think he's put it in a much better spot. He goes to the right centre now. And if at any point he could land his...
10 seconds.
If he could land the cue ball sort of in between that circle, including the 2 yellows, the 2 reds and the black, if he could land the cue ball in that gap for those last 3 balls, then he'll get them. But that's a tough shot.
Well, I think he's played a peach here, because I think he's played that slightly more difficult pot top left. But if he's got an angle to just top this through, he can play the red that was tied up into this right middle. It's really going to open things up.
10 seconds.
It's just when topping this through, he needs to leave himself the right angle. That's perfect, because he can just almost stop the white dead now, and then he's on the one into the right middle. The way he's gone about these, again, such a pool player's clearance.
It's a real exhibition of pattern play, isn't it?
Yeah, it's a thinker's clearance.
Yeah.
You know, he's really, he gets it. He really understands all possible solutions to get himself out of trouble. It's great to watch. I think some people think great to watch is just quick, you know, a sheppy, and that's great in its own way.
Yeah, it's different. It's not as clinical, is it, though?
No. If you were to teach somebody how to play pool and show them a video of someone, you'd show them someone like Liam Dunster.
Yeah. Dunster, Farnsworth.
Yeah.
You know, the players that always take the right ball, that always take the right pattern.
Yeah, he got a tricky shot. He knows when to take his risk. He knows when to play a tricky plant, when to play a tricky billiard shot, when not to, and to just leave himself a tough shot down the cushion. Percentage play. The master of it.
Yeah, it's perfect. He's done all of his hard work in those first two shots. He's played the shot off the cushion first, and then he's played the cannon. And what looked like a tricky table within two shots. I mean, he had to do a lot more work in this one, granted, but he played those difficult shots, those risky shots early.
Yeah, and it's weighing up. Should you play them early? Is it necessary? Should you leave yourself a double on a ball?
Yeah.
But yeah, top class exhibition of Paul. Great finish. 2-1 Liam Dunster.
2-1 Liam Dunster. Simon Ward has had 2 visits to the table, 2 breaks. One he cleared, one was dry.
Yeah, we're yet to see a mistake in the match. 3 first visit clearances. Not really that surprising when you've got this level of player. They're in the quarterfinals. They're in the groove.
Simon's just having a chat with Ben Davis there. Now, I know for a fact Ben Davis doesn't want to be here because he's just lost, but his car is boxed in the car park and he's trying to find someone to move it. Just had a chat with him just before this match started, so he's obviously decided to go and watch his mate instead, which is nice of him.
Yeah, he looks happy, doesn't he?
Doesn't he just?
I mean, he's not even looking at the table. There, look at him. Just, yeah, I want to be anywhere but here. Just,
I wish someone had moved their car.
Frame 4.
is that the guy? Is that the guy with the car? Oh,
Two frames to 1.
No, that's the
Time
ref.
running.
yeah, he's frustrated. He's thinking about the black he missed to go 4-all. Did he lose 8-2 to Simon Fitzsimmons, who was on absolute fire, wasn't he?
Yeah, unbelievable.
Breaking massive. Dangerous player.
Well, is it Liam's turn? It is.
It's Liam's turn to go dry, and well, first glance, I think yellows are the ball. Probably don't need to make a cannon.
Just that last ball rolling, does that still pass? The one that's just to the,
I mean,
just below the black spot?
Yeah, I think it'll go into the left middle if he needs to, but yeah, perfect. It's a good shot. If anything, it's come a little bit awkward there.
Yeah, the 2 yellows now sort of together in the bottom half of the table. They've actually started to cover each other now, haven't they?
Yeah, blocking each other. Yeah, he's looking out, playing a cannon because he can just about clip the yellow in. But he's played the cannon at the right time because he knows he's almost guaranteed to be on this ball that he's on now. Afterwards, if it doesn't go well, that's a good shot.
Oh.
Very good.
Now that's perfect.
Yeah, it's a great shot.
Yeah.
I suppose next question is, where's the black going to go? Does it go bottom right corner? Does it go bottom left corner?
I think it goes bottom left.
Just maybe half a pocket, not a full pocket.
Yeah,
I think
if you get right behind it, I think it's fine. If you had to play that from distance, not so sure.
No, so I think he hasn't got much choice but to.
I think it will actually go bottom left as well. Bottom left and bottom right.
Yeah, so he's either going to go up table for the 2 after this, or he's going to do the 3 down table first before going up table. but the one he's right next to now, he could have used that as his second last yellow to connect to this one that he's about to play. Play the black in the middle, maybe. I think he's going to take the 2 down table. And then he's got, so I think, the black into not quite a full pocket into this bottom left. No.
No, well, he's worked out his record. Like you say, he's decided that the best ball to get on the black is that yellow that he's left in the bottom of the table.
Below it, yeah. Brilliant shot. Very clever. Take the yellow top left. Bring the white back close-ish to where it is now. Little bit further right. He's got quite a big window then to.
Yeah, it's almost a literal window, isn't it, between the black and the red. Just got to make sure that the cue ball can get through that gap nicely, and then there's no problems.
Yeah, and I think these last 2 frames in particular have been quite an exhibition of thinking the frame through and really understanding the intricacies of going about a clearance. He's thinking on his feet there. He's almost sort of changed his mind halfway through the clearance. He's noticed something. He's going, actually, no, I can just do it this way. And that happens all the time. You'll go through, you think, well, looks like I've got to go 3 at the bottom of the table, 2 at the top, and all of a sudden you'll think, no, I can do this. And you just change. Just a little bit worried about screwing back too close to the red, to the right of the yellow. So he's actually played it with a bit more authority and just cannoned it. Perfect pull.
Perfect pull indeed from Liam Dunster and Simon Ward. We went break dish. We've now gone reverse dish. We've had 4 breaks and 4 clearances from them.
Yeah, an exhibition of pull, top level.
Feels like it's going all the way down.
You see Ben now, he's turning even further away from the table.
It's turning a little bit redder as well.
Yeah, he is, yeah. He's almost camouflaged with his top.
Maybe it's Liam's car blocking him in.
Yeah. That could, yeah. Yes, he's back turned to Liam.
Yeah, that'd do it, wouldn't it?
Team Simon. He's laughing. Oh, he's really happy. Good friends.
They are very good friends.
Good friends, practice partners. Played a world final, didn't they? When Ben Davies won his world championships. It was a final set decider.
The second best game of pool
Ever.
of all time, in my opinion.
Amazing game. Commentated on it. It was an absolute pleasure.
Only betted by the Farnsworth Cousins World Final for me.
Yeah, which was... Yeah.
The same final frame decider.
I think the final set was 4-2, was it? In the Farnsworth Cousins game, I think, yeah.
You would know better than me because you commentated on that one as well, and I didn't.
I didn't actually, no.
Did you not?
No. But the Ward Davis one I did, and Simon's hit a great break there and held the white really well, but nothing down. Seems to be just the theme here is just one problem area per frame, but
it's got to be yellows, hasn't it? Because yellows have so much control, but it's
the
the bottom left. Do those 2 yellows cover each other?
Don't know, but he's going to have plenty of opportunity to sort it out. So I think plant first up, red onto yellow, top right corner.
Yeah, because although that yellow would give you control, as soon as you let the opportunity of this plant go, that's a difficult ball to get back to.
He's gone straight into it.
Oh, this is beautiful.
That's an amazing shot.
Oh.
However, if he can't pot this, you know what's going to happen, didn't you?
Yeah.
He's going to push this yellow into the knuckle. The white's going to come off this left-hand side cushion and wedge right behind that yellow. I think he can pot this.
If he does that, he needs to make absolutely sure it does wedge to the yellow, though, because if not, he's going to leave Simon something to go at.
Yeah, and he's hampered Kieran as well. Doesn't know how to get there.
He's got the spider out.
He hasn't, has he?
I think he has. There was definitely a spider of some sort that entered. Yeah, he has.
Time running.
This is the lesser spotted spider, isn't it? This is very unusual.
Yeah. So he obviously thinks he can pot it. Yeah. And all of a sudden, this looks like a very simple finish.
Yeah.
To be 5 finishes from the break.
Have you ever been part of or commentated on a perfect perfect match? I know they're very rare, but they do happen.
Played Tom Cousins about 2 months ago in the semi-finals of a tournament in Swindon, and the first 8 were off the break.
Wow.
Yeah, 3 each off of our breaks, 2 each, 1 each off of dry break. Commentating on was John McAllister and Greg Batten.
Oh yeah, the one ball final, if you like, the one missed ball in the whole.
The only missed ball in the final was at 6-all.
The Scottish Open 2017, something like that.
Yeah, and Greg missed the black at 6-all, slightly from distance. It was missable, but it was still a 7 or 8 out of 10 kind of thing.
Yeah.
Under the pressure, more like a 5 out of 10, I suppose. That was the perfect match actually, because I remember it so well. There were, I think, 10 of the 12 frames were off the break, and the other 2 were a safety shot was played correctly as played, and the opponent then found a way to clear up with a great skill shot.
Yeah.
And then it was only the deciding frame where either one of them made a mistake. It was ridiculous. You can get it on our YouTube page. It was the final of one of the tours 2 or 3 years ago.
It was the Scottish. Was it? I think it was Aberdeen.
Yeah, I think it was actually.
I was sat in my room watching it on my laptop because.
Enjoying the commentary, probably.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to watch it with commentary. That's the thing.
Yeah.
Also, because I just ordered about 40 quid's worth of Aberdeen's finest takeaway, but.
Right.
Liam Dunster takes a 3-2 lead. We've had 5 finishes from the break in 5 frames.
Perfect. Pool still continues.
Yeah, this is an exhibition.
How's Ben getting on? Still hasn't moved.
I can see his car out the window, and neither's his car. That's not going anywhere. So.
Yeah, it's boring him now.
Frame 6. Liam Dunster to break.
Is he going to turn and watch Liam break, do you think?
Time running.
So Liam, what have we had? 3 dry breaks in a row now.
We have, yeah.
Liam wants to break the trend.
Sticking with the front ball.
He's been hitting them really well.
Actually hasn't caught that one as well. He's sort
No.
of come off the front of it. He slid off it a bit.
He did, yeah. The white didn't track. Ideally, you want the white to track back up the table in a straight line. So he hasn't caught them as flush as he would have wanted, but
Sort of caught that almost 3/4 ball rather than flush.
yeah, he still hit them well.
Yeah.
But not made a ball. And I think Simon. I mean, I would back Simon to get reds or yellows here.
Yeah, same.
He's going reds.
I understand reds. Reds are easier. They don't have that. You've got that yellow on the top rail, bottom rail rather.
Yeah, it's the connectors. So you always kind of work backwards from the black, and the easiest you can see the two balls that he's going to get on. He'll leave one of these into the middle at the top of the table as his 3rd last red, and then he's going to play red into the bottom right corner, 2nd last red, simple stun shot. Red in the left corner, last red, simple. So he's got that. He's actually sort of run out of position. Is he just about
I think
okay still?
He's on the centre, yeah.
Yeah, so he needs to be on a line between where the white and the red are that he's right next to, and the red and the corner pocket into this bottom right corner pocket. And it's game over.
10 seconds. Extension.
I mean, he's just thinking a bit. He just run out. These were almost too easy.
Yeah.
So he's kind of taken it not for granted. Well, so he has taken it for granted a little bit, and these are the most frustrating frames. If you do mess these up, you are fuming with yourself because he's taken out trickier clearances than this in his previous 2 frames in his sleep. Yeah, and so just must come far enough up the table with this after the.
Yeah, I think now he wants to just be in a position where the next red, the one that's on the baulk line, he wants to be straight on that so that
Yeah.
he can just stun it in.
Yeah, whether he plays it into the left corner pocket or the right corner pocket, he just needs to be straight in it so he can stun it in. Has he gone far enough?
No.
Oh, he's going to be so angry with himself.
Yeah.
So angry with him. So you see his facial expression, he is fuming.
Because actually, if he was further down the table, he'd still be okay.
He would, yeah.
If he was cutting this the other way, it wouldn't be as bad. This way, there's a huge amount of risk on it. He might have to play into the yellow now with the cue ball to hold it.
That's an amazing shot. It's a great shot. Is it just come a little bit far? That yellow to just... So if he stuns this now, he wants to be as straight on the red so he can top it through. He might just have to leave himself slightly low on the red and take the white up between the two yellows above the black spot.
Yeah.
So he can cut the black in, but he's recovered it well. I think as long as he's on that, he's just came round, had an anxious look, make sure he didn't take it too far.
I think he can stun this and he'll be okay. I think if he stops...
Choices, he can
stops the
top it
cue
through
ball.
as well. Stunned it's fine. So these feel good though. When you mess them up and you
You still get them.
yeah, because he has made a royal balls up there.
Yeah.
But he's dug himself out with a couple of really good shots.
4 reverse dishes in a row.
Yeah, perfect pull.
After the 2 break dishes, it is 3 apiece. We've had 6 consecutive finishes from the break. This is some game.
Yeah, and Ben's loving it. He's really enjoying it now. He's getting right into it.
Of course, we do have 2 of the other quarterfinals going on behind you. You can see in the top 2 tables and towards the right of your screen. And we do have another quarter-final rolling on straight after this one, so don't go anywhere when this match finishes. That will be John McAllister versus Gareth Hibbert immediately after the conclusion of this match. There's Simon Fitzsimmons. He is currently trailing Dean Shields by 5 frames to nil in his quarter-final.
3 frames to all.
And Rob Donkin trails Ryan Clark by 2 frames to 1, but it looks like Dean Shields is a man on a mission, 5-0 up against Fitzsimmons.
Wow. Simon again hits a really good break. Again, nothing down, 5 in a row.
This is unbelievable.
They're not breaking badly, are they?
No, they're not
They're
at all.
not. 5 dry breaks in a row. You could tap the pack 5 times and you wouldn't have 5 dry breaks in a row. I mean,
No.
they're hitting them well.
This one, it's not as easy a starter for Liam as he's had previously. This is tough.
No,
10
you'll
seconds. Extend
you'll
your
enjoy when you've broken dry. You don't mind leaving these.
No.
But
But then
like
it's
Liam
one of those,
last
isn't
frame.
it? You find one good shot. If he can play it'd be very risky. But if he can play a plant here, red onto yellow, pot one of the yellows over the left corner.
Yeah, or even yellow onto yellow. I mean, he's got. There isn't really a safety on, is there? Red onto yellow, it looks like.
10 seconds.
On our first mistake of the match.
And it's weird because the entire table's just swung on that shot because it looked like yellows were by far the better colour before he played that shot. Now it's reds.
Yeah. I mean, they're more 50-50 now. I mean, you got a red on the cushion, I suppose, a couple of reds on the cushion, but
10
it's a
seconds.
messy table.
Yeah, I think the worst of the reds is the one on the left-hand side, but it's a plant. Sorry, it's a relatively straightforward double.
Yeah. Interesting to see what Simon... He's looking at the red onto yellow, I think. Red onto yellow. Cannon the other yellow out.
But the red's still going to cover the other 2 yellows.
But the yellow above the one he's going to plant, he can play it off to open the pocket.
Yep, fair. They missed
But
it.
he hasn't hit it. Oh, like buses.
Well, yeah. We've finally seen, I mean, 2 very difficult shots, but 2 missed shots.
And that's as much emotion as you're ever going to see from Simon Ward.
Ten seconds.
He's quite a stone-faced character, isn't he?
Simon, yeah. Yeah, these two don't like to give much away.
Apart from the first shot after the break at the moment.
Yeah, a given.
So it's turned again. Now it's yellows that are the preferred colour, and Liam has taken the first of those. That bottom left corner is still a tricky area, isn't it? There's still work to be done, and he's missed one, and he's going to bring out one of Simon's Ward balls really nicely for a potential skill shot as well.
He'll have enough angle now, yeah. I think you've got to try your luck a little bit here.
To smash into the pack.
Yeah, play this red. Yeah, you can see where he's looking. It is rough.
If he can get through that gap, then he really is a magician. But
yeah,
it is there.
Worst case, if the top doesn't kick in, that's not good enough. Not good enough. But it was the right shot to play. Always going to be an element of risk to it.
What can Simon do here? Because Liam's got the opposite two corners, if you like, covered by yellow. There's not really anywhere to hide the cue ball anymore. Is Simon going to have to be aggressive here? Is he going to have to try and pull out a finish?
He doesn't have to, no. No, so the red that he's just below the white now, if he really wanted to be negative, he could push it into that. He could push it into that cluster and tie it up even more. I'm not quite sure what he's planning here. He's playing the double, is he, or I don't know.
If he can cut the double, then he can screw the cue ball into that problem area again.
Yeah, so he's playing this up into the corner pocket. If it doesn't go in, not a big deal. Yeah, now he is perfect. I mean, if he clears these up for him, it's a hell of a finish.
But if anyone can, it's Simon Ward.
Simon Ward can. If anyone can, the boomerang can.
Ben's interested now.
Ben's even turned round.
10 seconds.
Great shot. Oh, it's just unlucky again.
He's going to have one more chance at it, isn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he could screw into it from the one down the rail, could he? Is he going to have to leave himself an angle on the next one?
Yeah, it's going to...
He could potentially screw back across because it might come off the yellow.
No, not quite, I don't think. So, can he get into this enough? I think just about. In an ideal world, yeah, you can see he wants to flick the yellow first and then the red to give himself best chance to be on the red afterwards. That's his margin of error. If he gets into it too much, he can hit the red first. Oh, the only thing that could have gone wrong was that. But one for a deft touch. If you can just nudge into this red now and leave the white glued to the yellow, which he's done, what's Liam got here?
Wasn't such a deft touch that either. It was
almost like a, I don't want to play this shot, let's get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Can Liam find safety? That's the question. It's
Well,
easy enough, but it's cutting off the escape routes for Simon, isn't it?
Yeah, so if he can get the white over on the left-hand side of the table, he should cover the pattern angle for the red, but he needs to get right over on the left-hand side of the table. Now, he can flick off the yellow he's closest to, bottom cushion, right-hand side cushion, and go back up towards the top left-hand corner of the table.
Okay. Right, I'm just giving 10 seconds from time running. Okay, but that's on me. Okay. Right. Time running.
It's all about the pace. Perfect. Absolutely superb.
That is brilliant from Liam Dunster. What a safety shot.
It's a great shot, yeah. And I mean...
Because playing off that yellow, playing off the yellow he played off, he was always pushing that away, so that then couldn't block. So that's why he had to get so far over to the left.
That's right.
Simon Ward's going to have to dig one out here.
Cushion first.
Oh, that's so
quite.
close.
Not quite got there.
One free shot, one visit.
I think we could have our first turning point in the match. Well, they've both had a chance each. Chance or two each.
Simon's a lot more difficult, mind. Simon had a lot of work to do. He was unlucky to be. He played that final developing shot well. It just didn't come out for him.
Yeah. It was a bit. He trusted to luck, and it's one of those. If he plays it 10 times, he's probably going to come out nice 5 times and not nice 5 times. Liam's just made a small error there because with his first shot, he was clearing the pocket, getting rid of Simon's red. He's coming over to bump out that yellow just below the right middle pocket, and he's missed the cannon, so that now becomes a potential stumbling block for Liam.
10 seconds.
Taking his time a little bit. I think he's decided to leave this yellow, which is now his problem ball, which he tried to bump out when he had his free visit. I think he's just going to leave that till last now, take his medicine, back himself to get a tricky shot. Can't seem to get it.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you'd absolutely fancy Liam to get that yellow as long as he finishes nicely on it. That's the key.
Yeah, he just wants to get as close to it as possible without going near that right middle pocket.
10 seconds.
These are the kind of shots, I don't want to put the commentators cursing him, but these are the kind of shots that he plays so well. Touch shots. It's so important that he gets close to this. If he gets right behind it, the pot is actually, for someone of his class, sort of unmissable. But you don't want to be leaving yourself near the baulk line.
That's not perfect, is it? He's underhit that a little bit.
By about a foot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you think he caught it a little bit thicker than he wanted? Because obviously with those balls over the pocket, it's not just about pace, it's about how thick you catch them as well.
Yep, exactly that. Underhit it a little bit, maybe potted it a little bit thicker than he wanted to.
10 seconds.
He's left it tricky. Big shot this for Liam Dunster.
This is tough.
Absolutely nailed.
Cool.
Why do we bother?
Cool as a cucumber.
In goes the black. Liam Dunster leads by 4 frames to 3. We have had our first frame that wasn't a finish from the break.
And it was a thriller.
It was. And it could prove to be decisive. Now, these two, obviously this match is nowhere nearing its conclusion. But whoever wins this will go on to face the winner of Dean Shields and Simon Fitzsimmons. And if you're a betting man, you wouldn't bet against Dean Shields at the moment because he is 6-0 up.
Wow.
You can see that match on the right-hand side there of your screen, and I've just seen Dean going off. So maybe a way back for the bouncer, but it certainly is a long way back.
Due a good run, Dean Shields. Class player.
Frame 8. Liam Dunster to break, leading 4 frames to 3. Time running.
So we've had a lot of dry breaks so far in this match. Can Liam Dunster buck the trend?
5 in a row dry breaks. Surely not a 6th.
I think it is, you know.
You couldn't write it.
And if that red next to the left centre goes, then these reds are...
Pretty easy.
Yeah, they're nice.
Yeah, are we...
There's work, but they're easily gettable. There's no cannons to play necessarily.
I don't think so. I think the red into the bottom right corner pocket has pretty much got a full pocket by the looks of it.
The red in the middle of the red closest to the black spot is a little bit awkward, but once you clear the red to the right of it,
exactly,
it's not as bad.
Exactly that, yeah. You can see him take the 2 top of the table now before coming down to clear these 4. And it's just about the order he's going to take him in, but this should be 4 each.
10 seconds.
Normal service resumed, dry break, then a clearance.
Yeah, I haven't quite, but I've got my pen sort of close to my hand, ready to write reverse dish again.
If you had a pencil, you could do it really, couldn't you? You could pencil this in. Not quite pen.
I'll get a pencil next time, Dan.
Yeah, all right.
Just for you, mate.
No worries. It's all about being organised. Well, what's he done there?
He's had a right result. Hand of apology.
Yeah. Right result. You see Ben's, Ben's, he's almost fully turned round now.
Yep.
As it's getting closer to the...
He's almost made it. You can see his chair just...
he's almost watching. Do you think if it goes to a decider, he'll fully turn round?
He might stand up.
He's never... No.
10 seconds.
He's not standing up. So perfect. This red obviously does go left middle. Looks like he'll probably just leave that till last.
Yeah, I think he's got to now, hasn't he?
Surely to God he's going to make a ball off the break sooner or later.
Surely someone is.
Surely someone is, yeah. You cannot try and break. Tap the pack without foul breaking and try and break dry 6 frames in a row. You can't do it.
Yep. Especially not on these tables, these cloths.
No.
Right.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe they're trying to hit him too hard.
Maybe.
Picked up the pace a little bit.
Really
the
hit
boomerang.
that. Really hit that with authority into these centre pockets, and sometimes that can be risky.
Yeah.
Right.
Testing the bounce out.
Either way, I could have written it down earlier, but I definitely can now. Simon Ward with a reverse dish. We are back to 4-all, back to parity. Let's have a look at the last 16. This is how we've got to this stage so far. We are at the quarter-final stage now. You can see there Liam Dunster and Simon Ward both came over 8-5 victors over Gav Robinson and Tom Cousins, respectively. And this is how it's going in the quarter-finals. Liam Dunster, of course, that is 4-all now. We're watching that one. Simon Fitzsimmons has got himself on the board against Dean Shield, but is it too little too late? Rob Donkin, 2-all with Ryan Clark. And John McAllister versus Gareth Hibbert hasn't kicked off yet, because that will be our next match, running immediately after this one on the stream.
Time running.
Simon Ward, can he make a ball off the break?
You see, he's persisting with breaking over this side of the table. Sometimes people change it up if they're not making a ball.
That's got to make one.
Okay, he's got a ball. There we go. Couldn't carry on, could it?
That had to make one. It was huge. And if it weren't for that little cluster in the bottom of the table, what an opportunity this would be.
Yeah, does he? I think yellows have got 2 problem areas, whereas reds maybe only have 1.
But there's no starter on reds. Not an easy one.
Do you play the risky red into the middle? Because you're naturally going to cannon out the other one. I think he's going for it.
Well, this is almost frame ball with the first visit, first shot.
Ballsy stuff.
Beautiful.
He's made it. It now goes. Is he on the one in the middle? Oh, a little grimace. Can he just about see it?
He's having a very long, hard look at that.
It's a long way down as well. 6'3", 6'4", the boomerang.
He feels like he's on it.
Yep.
10 seconds.
And he was. And a
Another.
nice little flick on the red.
Yeah, could have been a lot less kind, that nudge. Because he's also got a decent angle now to play this. If he was dead straight here, it would be a little bit of an issue for him. Not much, but a little bit.
He's going to want to get on that red on the right-hand side soon, isn't he? You don't want to leave that till last to go back up the table.
No, see, exactly. So he's thinking about what he's going to be leaving to get onto his last red. See Arf and Dad there? Close to the trophy, as he was twice.
Oh, that's brutal, Dad.
It's a compliment. Who gets to 2 finals in a weekend?
2 finals in one weekend, of course.
An amazing achievement. Not last tour before, wasn't it? Tour 1.
Yeah. Of course, all these players have still got a chance to get close to the Open trophy, even the ones that we've watched that have been knocked out. We've still got the Open to come tonight and tomorrow.
We have.
Tomorrow all day on the stream.
That is not quite perfect.
It's not bad.
It's not bad. Now, cut it into the right middle pocket. Fine, but the white's going up towards these two yellows, bottom left corner. You want to stay away from that if you can. You'd stun it a little bit if you wanted, but the left-hand middle pocket's in exactly the point where you'd want to stun in and out of the cushion.
10 seconds.
You could play it long and screw up and down table. You want to stay away from these two, or he's riding his luck a little bit, isn't he?
I think he is, but I think that was clever. I think he played it at such a pace that he'd have been unlucky not to move.
Exactly,
If
yeah.
he hits one full, it's unlucky not to move it out of the way. If he slides off the other one, he'd be
Yeah.
unlucky not to get round it.
Yeah, I agree. And sometimes, and this is far from in, but sometimes, yeah, you just think, well, okay, I can't play this in a risk-free way. Oh, he's missed it. Oh, wow.
I am genuinely stunned. You were right, it was a difficult shot, and I think he was a little bit worried about the in-off.
Yeah,
I think I think the cue ball was always going close, and maybe he didn't feel like he could play it as confidently as he'd like.
No, but it's still a 9 out of 10. Ben's loving it. Ben thinks it's really funny. He's just laughing there. Nasty. They're supposed to be friends.
No need for it, is there?
No, you don't need friends like that.
Who
do you?
needs friends when you've got... Who needs enemies, rather?
Yeah. I'd have got that, he said. I can lip read, he's saying I'd have got that.
You're rubbish. No, sorry, who was that? That was
Sheppy.
Sheppy, yeah.
Must be a Welsh thing. Just like to rub salt into the wound. So, the perfect start, the perfect first 6 frames.
Yep.
And a couple of errors since, a couple of big turning points since.
And this was a big one for Simon Ward for me. This was because this would have been, he made a ball off the break. This would have been a break dish.
Yeah.
So this would have been the first time you'd had 2 frames in a row for a little while.
Yeah. It just feels a little bit like Jordan Shepherd and Tom Cousins yesterday.
You've got a crowd
Albeit-
in watching this.
10 seconds.
You have, albeit a better standard, but it feels a bit like that yesterday, where it's just got deciding frame written all over it.
Yeah, definitely a better standard though. That was
Yeah, it was a strange
different,
one,
wasn't it?
Yeah. Liam looking fully focused, as always.
Again, this is similar to that. He had a yellow sort of on the opposite side and opposite half of the table where the black is now in the last. He wants to be nicely on that on the black. It's not a gimme.
No, and if the middle pocket wasn't there, it's not a problem, because you might play, off 1 or 2 cushions and you'd use the line of the middle pocket kind of thing as your margin of error. But you want to get basically as close to that left middle pocket as you can. So you see what I mean? If that yellow pocket, left middle pocket, didn't exist, you'd almost play this with top and right hand side into that, on that line kind of thing. It just needs to be careful of it. Might just play it off 1 cushion.
10 seconds.
Perfect.
Yeah, to perfection.
In it goes. Liam Dunster takes the lead once again. Simon Ward hasn't led since the very first frame of the match, and that was his chance. But that missed black to the middle proved costly, could prove very costly in the context of the match, because Liam's breaking next, and if he does make a ball, then we could actually see a 2-frame lead opened up for the first time.
You know what, as well, I'd have my house now on Liam making a ball off the break.
Because Simon's made a mistake.
Yeah, I don't know what it is. I don't know whether it's just a bit of tension in the arm or... Don't know if it's just a bit of tension in the arm that's released or something when you just nick a frame kind of thing. But I fancy him to make a ball off the break now.
Dunster to break, leading 5 frames to 4.
Just think
Time running.
Yeah, there's something otherworldly about the break in this game sometimes. You're right. I'd put my house on making a ball there.
So we've got 2 houses on this now.
That's a big bet.
He's made a ball.
Foul.
That count. He did actually make a ball,
He
legitimately.
did.
So, but he also made the cue ball. So Simon Ward,
One free
well,
shot, one visit.
it didn't work quite as we expected, Dan.
No, and quite a big error as well from Liam, because that went straight into that corner pocket. It wasn't kicked in off. It wasn't unlucky. It was a poor break from Liam. Maybe this has got deciding frame written all over it after all. It's the red bottom left of the table that's bothering Simon when he wants to go reds.
He's got a developing shot here, though. If he wants to go red because of the black, doesn't he? Because the black's going to be very difficult if he goes yellows.
Yeah, the black's also tied up if he goes yellows, yeah. So, yeah, that's good.
Great
That's a good shot.
So he's potted a yellow there, but he's actually going reds.
Yeah, so free shot. His first visit, he can do what he wants with, apart from pot the black. And
Would make it a much easier game.
It would. And I know it's just mapping out how he's going to take
10
these out.
seconds.
I think the red that's on the breaking spot, I think only goes into the right corner pocket. So he's got a decision to make as to how he's going to get on that. Or can he play it now? Is he going to? He's having a look. So if it does go, it's tight.
There's no way that goes, surely.
Well, he must have thought it could have gone because he.
I think he'd like to be further over to the right so that he could play the red into the right centre and sort of screw the cue ball across. I'm sure that doesn't go.
Well, if it does, so it does.
Wow.
But he definitely hasn't got a full pocket.
He's going to have to really slide that off the knuckle. That is very tight.
And obviously, you don't want to be playing these at pace. And he hasn't got that much of an angle to get himself back up table. So to the point where he's not even going for it now.
I don't think it goes, Dan.
No, so
He's got a nice angle now on the one above the black.
yeah, so he can go one above the black, drift up to like the centre of the table, take the one bottom right, and then stun across table. And I'll leave the one bottom left until last. So far from out the woods just yet. It's all about speed control here. You don't want to leave yourself queuing right off that side cushion. But play this with a bit of bottom, bit of left-hand side, back up table. Nicely done. Don't go too far. He's okay. I think
okay.
he's just got to use the side cushion, but he's got to come all the way back across the table now to at least the centre of the table.
Yeah. If he was probably an inch straighter, he'd be able to hold.
Yeah, it'd be frame over. So just anything but under
Slow
hit.
down.
Needs
Ooh.
to slow down. That's a shot from somebody that was worried.
You said
about
anything but under hit, but
Yeah.
he's massively over hit.
No, he's played it like a person who was scared of under hitting it.
Yeah. Can he cut this in still? He's very thin. Does it go to the other corner?
Wow.
I don't think it does.
10 seconds.
He thinks it does.
Where's he playing it? He was playing it cushion first.
Wow.
Wow.
Well, he's given Liam Dunster some work to do, but Liam Dunster's got plenty of opportunity in which to do it.
That's the perfect start from this pair, and there's 2 mistakes in 2 frames from Simon Ward, where on another day he'd now be 6-4 up. And
Sat in his
it's,
seat 2 frames from victory.
yeah, and we're now looking like it being a 2-frame lead for Liam Dunster. This is where these matches are won and lost. The nitty-gritty championship rounds, so to speak.
Table 12, Dan Wiley, Chris Bullock. Dan Wiley, Chris Bullock, table 12. Table 5, Shane Jamil and Adam Griffiths. Shane Jamil and
Well, Liam's gone safe. It's a good safety shot.
Time out.
I understand it. I do. But I think that giving Simon Ward an opportunity to get out of this, if he makes a good contact somehow, good chance of potting it.
Time running.
He has, but I mean, the yellow to the right of the black is probably. So you'd want to be playing the white into the side cushion with side spin as it is. I mean,
Wow.
Yeah,
it was so tough.
it was.
It was so tough. The yellow and the black were in the middle of, were in the way if you're playing a much easier
Time running.
one cushion escape. And it's now looking like 6-4 Liam Dunster.
I was going to say Ben Davis has disappeared, but he has from your screens. He hasn't from our eye line.
10 seconds.
But his car still hasn't moved. It's a good shot.
Yeah, doesn't want that to carry on running because then he's.
Yeah, it's awkward actually. It's gone a hair too far, isn't it?
Oh, you might just be okay.
He could play another safety. He's put that red in such an awkward place now that actually Simon would be massively odds against.
See now, because he's played that safety shot as opposed to some people might have potted Simon's red there.
Yeah, but because he's put it safe, he's got a bit of insurance now. He can take on this difficult shot knowing he's probably not going to leave anything.
Yeah, imagine playing this along the cushion knowing that if you miss it, you're leaving the black hanging. It's a much more difficult shot psychologically.
Yeah, good match play from Liam.
Ten seconds.
Well, certainly didn't want to be queuing off the cushion for this. Wanted the cue ball to be a 3-4 inches away from it. This is missable. I don't expect him to.
Time out.
No, I don't. But you're right. It's a bit of an error.
It's a slack one from
Yeah.
Liam. It's a lapse of concentration.
10 seconds.
Happens to everyone. Nicely recovered.
Nicely done. You still expect him to get it. It's just a 9 out of 10 as opposed to a 10 out of 10, you know?
Yeah. Liam Dunster opens up a 2-frame lead for the first time in this match that anyone has had that. He now leads by Simon Ward by 6 frames to 4, and the Boomerang is going to have to start living up to his nickname if he wants to meet Dean Shields in the quarter-final, because Dean has beaten Simon Fitzsimmons by 8 frames to 2.
Comprehensive.
Isn't it just? In the other semi-final, that one's a little bit slower than all of our other matches. Rob Donkin trails Ryan Clark by 2 frames to 3. You can just see Rob racking up in the background there, so I don't know whether another frame has just finished or whether that is the current score still. I had a bit of a knock with Rob on Thursday night before we really got going.
Simon Ward to break.
And
Trailing 6
he
frames
said he's
to 4.
hardly played, he's just
Time
moved
running.
house. So of course he's playing well.
Yeah. I was speaking to him last night after he beat me, and we were talking about, well, he actually it's bad when you lose to somebody and they say, you haven't been playing much, have you?
Yeah.
So he knows me well enough, though, to, it was funny. And I haven't been. But he's also moved house, so he hasn't been playing much either. But he did what I did a couple of tours ago and came the night before so that he could have a good couple of hours on the match tables.
Yeah.
Because
Extension call.
you can play on your club tables all you like, but 9 times out of 10 they're not going to be as quick, as responsive, as the cushions as springy as these tournament conditioned tables. And it's kind of like, playing at your local pitch and putt when you're preparing for Augusta at golf. You can do all the practice you want, but if the conditions at a tournament are so much different to your local club, which they are for most people, you're not wasting your time by practicing, but you are almost better off just turning up the night before to the tour and putting a few hours in that night on the tournament table. And then he got up in the morning as well, and he played in the morning before breakfast on these tables. Played very well against me.
Do you think in some ways that this change in format, running the professional before the professionals enter the Open, is going to be a bit more of an advantage for the pros when they get to the Open? Because normally the pros play their first match, and that's their first match of the weekend on these tables against an amateur. Whereas now the pros will be warmed up when they face those amateurs. So you might find less shocks happening as a result of that.
100%. Couldn't agree more. Yeah, definitely. I remember my first year on the tour where I had to qualify to be a professional, and you would play 2 or 3 matches before you then play a seed, and every time there was a good 3 or 4 times that season where you could just see those 1 or 2 frames difference where you feel good and warmed up and used to the tables. Is their first match. It makes a huge difference. It really does, because logistically there isn't time or space for another 10, 20 practice tables backstage.
Yeah.
It really does make a difference, because you can play in the nicest pool club in the world, but that for it to have tables that run as nice and true as these is unlikely.
10 seconds.
A huge part of this match now. If this cannon comes off well for Liam, we could be looking at 7-4. Oh, that's come out pretty well.
It's not bad. Yeah, it's not bad at all, actually. He can take the red he's closest to up to the top right and screw back.
Yeah, I don't know if he can just screw past the red, or whether he needs to play it with top and right hand side to go into the side cushion before bringing the white back towards the centre of the table.
I think he could probably, if he dug down it a bit, but it does make the pot more difficult.
He'll know better because he's right behind the shot. So it looks like he's playing it with right hand side. Yeah, he's almost played it into the knuckle there, on deliberately as well.
Yeah, that is a
very good shot.
Classy shot from Liam Dunster.
Yeah, and Liam Dunster doing what Liam Dunster does best.
Well,
mopping up. This for 7-4.
Frame.
I said at the end of the last frame that Simon Ward was going to have to live up to his nickname if he was going to get through to the semi-finals. That is definitely the case now. He needs to win all of the next 4 frames. He needs to keep Liam Dunster off the table, basically, if he's going to win this match.
Yeah, but look, earlier in the match, Liam had, 3 dry breaks in a row. Simon only needs Liam to have 2 dry breaks in a row for Simon to have a realistic chance of winning this match. But it is backs against the wall. And he'll be ruining those 2 missed opportunities to go 5-4 up the black he missed, and then in the next frame had a good chance to go 5-all. He messed that up as well. He started the match so well. Top form. There's a couple of crucial mistakes in the middle of the match. And he's being punished. He's got a great temperament. If anyone can do this on the big stage against Liam Dunster, it is Simon.
Frame 12, Liam Dunster to break, leading 7 frames to 4. Time running.
So he's gone over to the cut break.
What a bizarre time to do that.
Well, he hasn't had much success off of his break, has he, so far?
He has now. Yep, fair play. It's worked for him.
Well, if he wins this match, I wonder what break he'll be using in his semi-final.
Well, we will find out because we will be watching that.
We will. I'll have a pound he uses that break because it's not worked for him today. Although he's been connecting well, it's not been working. He's not been making balls off the break. And I think the final nail in the coffin for Liam was when he went directly and off in the last break that he had.
It's not as open a split, is it? But it is open. You've got. It's just a little bit congested in this bottom half of the table.
Yeah, it's a tricky finish.
Yeah.
I kind of think it's either an easy finish, a tough one, or a tricky one. And I think this falls. What's funny about that?
I don't know. It's just a weird ranking system. Is that like green, amber, and red?
Exactly what it is.
Yeah.
That's exactly what it is. At the moment, he's amber. He can go if he wants to.
Yeah.
No, it's no, that's not the rule, is it? I don't know.
I think flashing amber. If it's flashing amber, you can go. Yeah. If it's clear.
His top's flashing amber.
That's true.
Seconds.
But yeah, a tricky finish. You know, not really tough, but one he's got no choice but to go for. Just needs a couple of very.
That's not ideal, is it?
No.
You want it to be a lot straighter on this.
Yeah, he doesn't want to be queuing off the cushion. He just needs a couple of very delicate positional shots to get him through this frame. Doesn't need to play any cannons. I mean, he may have to now.
10 seconds.
I think in an ideal world, he'll play this into the left corner and just run into the yellow, that one, but without flicking the red first. But I think that's all right, you know.
Yeah, I think he's okay. I think that yellow will still go. It will certainly still go
into the middle.
Bottom right. Will it go to the middle?
Yeah,
it will.
Go into the middle. He's a little bit of fortune there, but he's still played it in a controlled way. Just needs to get above. Wants to be in between these two yellows now. Oh no, so he's playing it into the
centre first.
Well, I thought he might have played the other red, the other yellow first, and then left the yellow into the centre as his last ball.
Yeah, because he's queuing this off the cushion now as well, so he might have to dig at this to hold it, because if he tops through, he could snooker himself.
Yeah, and it's just obvious. I think maybe he was playing this other yellow into the left corner, maybe. So as it is, he's just going to have to play a slightly more difficult positional shot.
Yeah, but if he can bring the cue ball back anywhere near where it is now.
Yeah, just between the two reds. You know, someone of Liam's class, all right, he's playing a slightly more difficult positional shot, but he's going to back himself to get it. And so am I.
10 seconds.
I think he doesn't want hamper queuing. And he's sort of taken out the equation to not leave himself a straight black, which I like. You'd rather be on this than a slightly straighter black but hampered queuing. So I like what he's done there.
Now he knows he can get his hand on the table.
Yeah.
Absolutely nothing in his way.
All you want is a shot to win the match, and that's what he's got.
10 seconds.
And that's what he's made. Liam Dunster takes the victory. He beats Simon Ward by 8 frames to 4. It was a nearly perfect start. We got to 4-all with just one or two missed pots. But since then, Liam Dunster took everything in his path. Simon Ward is, well, I was going to say on his way home, but of course he's not, because he's still got the Open to go.
He has indeed, but somewhat vintage performance from Liam there. You know, very good from both players at the start, very good. And as a couple of mistakes crept in, I mean, Liam still played a really good match there. What, one mistake maybe?
Yeah.
Simon, a couple more mistakes crept in from Simon, and Liam was just clinical.
Well, Liam certainly was clinical. I'm sure he will tell us all about that performance as he talks to IPA chairman Kevin Barton.
And welcome down to the arena, where I'm joined by our first semi-finalist, pro number 1, Liam Dunster. Liam, that was a pretty impressive performance. You must be pleased with how you're striking the ball at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I just hope I'll break a little bit better. I think we both struggled with the breaks there. I think it went, 3 each, and there was one breaking dish for us both, and then 2 reverse dishes from us both. So I think we were struggling with the break a bit, and then it sort of continued for the rest of the match. But I'm just happy that I don't think I made any mistakes apart from I think it was the plant in the 7th frame. Other than that, don't think I missed.
Yeah, when you're in the balls, you're looking pretty impressive and justifying your number 1 tag.
Yeah, I'm definitely pleased the way I'm playing now. Just hope I keep it up.
You've certainly been in some good form in the early events, but not quite got over the line. Do you think you're coming into that form now that can take you all the way?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, form's temporary and all that. So I just, like I say, I just hope I keep playing like that and my form doesn't dip.
And good to be playing in the arena in front of the audience. Getting back to doing what you do best.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, it's been a long time off for us all. It's definitely good to be back. Yeah.
Okay, well played, Liam, and good luck for the rest of the tournament. So the pro number 1, Liam Dunster, takes his place in the semi-final. Who will he meet? Well, all will be revealed throughout the next few hours. Delighted to be joined again by our resident expert, Mark Pickworth. Mark, what do you make of Liam's performance there?
Yeah, it was pretty solid. Didn't see the he started making mistakes after, the great start from both players that May have just had, and we started to see a couple of mistakes creep in. He needs to cut them out if he wants to win this tournament, but we just saw a solid finish as well. So, 8-4 against somebody of quality of Simon Ward is a pretty impressive performance.
And looking back, the turning point in that match, I think, was the black that Simon missed at 4-all into the centre pocket, which 9 times out of 10 is going to pop.
Yeah, he certainly is. I'm sure he'll be kicking himself about that. But he's put in a great performance this weekend. It's something that he needs to be sort of proud of, and I'm sure we're going to see him back in the winner's circle sooner or later, especially after the performance we've seen from him this weekend.
And on the outer tables, we've seen some of the other quarterfinals that are still taking place. And just a word about Dean Shields. He was pretty impressive against Simon Fitzsimmons.
Yeah, so Dean Shields is going to be playing Liam Dunster in the next semi-final, which is up at 6 o'clock tonight. And he's just made really light work of Simon Fitzsimmons, who's shown some great form this weekend, some form that's been missing from him in the last sort of year and a half. But yeah, Dean Shields, take your hat off to him. He's in the semi-final. He's here to win this event this weekend as well.
And just a word about the other quarter-final that's still taking place. Ryan Clark, victory over Mark Farnsworth, the form player at the moment, against Rob Donkin, who dispatched Jack Whelan in the previous round.
Yeah, and it's very close over there. I've just seen that Ryan Clark has just gone 5-3 ahead now. And that's still nip and tuck that match. I'm not sure which way it's going to go, but the way Ryan's playing at the moment, I wouldn't be surprised if he gets in the semi-final, and he'll be playing, if he does make the semi-final, he'll be playing the winner of this next match.
Talking of which, that leads us on nicely to the next match, the fourth quarter-final. What a match. John McAllister, current world champion, against Gareth Hibbert, 2016 world champion. What have we got in store now?
Well, it's going to be, for one, mouth-watering, and it's one that I'm really looking forward to watching. They're very similar styles. I love John's cue action. He's sort of machine cue action. He's Rolls-Royce, if you want to talk about it like that. But Gareth, we saw him play Marsh earlier on. That break of his is huge. And that would be very interesting to see if that break can continue working for Gareth. It's going to be a close one, this one.
How were the bookies seeing this one?
Well, it's pretty even, to be honest. Looking at some of the odds that's been coming out quite recently, but very even. I think John's just edging favourite just recently, and I'm sure that's going to change once again throughout this weekend.
And John is, I guess, a little fortunate to be in the quarterfinals. Ronan McCarthy had a fantastic chance to beat him in their deciding frame match. What sort of John's thoughts going to be coming into this? Is he going to be a bit more relaxed now? That he's got through?
Yeah, possibly. I spoke to him just in the corridors in the hotel, and I just said, "Oh, you've dodged the bullet there." And he was a little bit disappointed that he didn't win the match earlier on, but he's still in this quarter-final. And for me, I still think he's probably the outright favourite now to win this, even though he's not going to be the favourite, because Liam Dunster, number one seed, he's in this, he's going to be the outright favourite. But my favourite to win this now is John McAllister. He plays well in this arena, on this table, and I'm sure we're going to see it. But he's got a tough match against Gareth Hibbert.
So do you think we're going to have the dream final, the world champ against the number one?
Well, this is what happens at the IPA, but there's still a few matches to be playing. But yeah, I wouldn't write against it, definitely not. Liam Dunster against John McAllister tonight would be the final for me.
Okay, well, coming right up now in the next minute or two is John McAllister against Gareth Hibbert. Don't go anywhere. Let's get over to Dan Davey in the commentary box.
Wrong Dan, Kev, but thanks. It's Dan Fairway instead, I'm afraid. You're stuck with me for this one. And, yeah, while they get everything ready for the next stream match in the arena, I'll just talk you through some of the other action we've had this weekend. So obviously on the stream we have concentrated very much on the professional matches, but we have, as always, 4 separate tournaments going on across the weekend. We have the professional, the open, the amateur and the ladies. So the amateur stage was played yesterday down to the quarterfinals, and the quarterfinals will be starting soon at 4 o'clock. So we've got the Moroccan Usama Maskini versus Jared Cronje, Carl Clark versus Andy Crosdale, Stephen Ellis versus Michael Tomlinson, and Charlie Begley against Morgan McInnes. That is your quarterfinal lineup in the amateurs. The open group stages are underway, and we wait to see who finds it through to the last 1-8, which will be starting later on tonight. And the ladies' matches have just got underway this afternoon as well. So we'll be waiting to see who gets through the group stages in that competition. And I am delighted to be joined in the commentary box for this match by Kev Barton. Good afternoon, Kev. What a day it's been.
Afternoon, Dan. Afternoon, everyone. What a day. And just following on from yesterday, really, just continuing where we left off. Match after match, tremendous action, close finishes, thrills, spills, you name it. We've had the lot, and we're only at the quarter-final stage. What have we got left for tonight? I'm not sure. Not sure how much more we can take. But, you know, what a match we've got coming up now. Current world champ, John McAllister, absolutely dodged a bullet in his last match against Ronan McCarthy, which I think Ronan's going to be really kicking himself up that he didn't close that match out. But anyway, that's what happens. This is pool. This is the pressure. John's through.
Any predictions for this one? I have to say I'm leaning towards Gareth because I think he's played so well today.
Yeah, I did see a bit of John McAllister's match with Ronan on one of the outer tables. He did make a few mistakes, but it's another match. It's another table. It's under the lights where they want to be in the big arena. So I think we're just going to see another absolute classic IPA one here. If it's not 8-7, it's going to be 8-6 because there's absolutely nothing between these two guys. As you say, Gareth Hibbert, he is in some sensational form. And John McAllister is the world champ. I mean, call this one at your peril.
Well, it will be John McAllister to get us underway. He won the lag, so he will be breaking first up. I watched a couple of John's matches in Newcastle, Kevin, and I actually felt like his break had deserted him a little bit. I remember during the Champions Cup he had a bit of a bad back, and I don't know whether his break has ever fully recovered from that. So it'll be interesting for me to see, personally at least, I haven't seen him play this weekend yet, how well he's breaking first off. The man in the middle for this one is Ben Taylor Fuente. And he's not... That's a great break. He's not actually hit those with extreme power, but he's timed that so well. That is an extraordinary break. It felt like he took quite a bit off the pace than you would necessarily expect, rather. But just look at the split. Look at the way those reds have come out.
Yeah, he certainly has got one of the best breaks in the game.
Yeah, that's a worrying sign for Gareth, isn't it? If you're breaking like that.
Yeah, it's a phenomenal weapon to have in this game. when you've got a break like that you can control as well.
I mean, we saw in our previous match, I think it was 6, maybe 7 dry breaks in a row shared by Liam Dunster and Simon Ward, and neither of them could quite seem to work it out. And I haven't actually seen anyone successfully work out the break for any considerable length of time on this table so far this weekend. So if John has, he will of course be playing every match now. Were he to win this, he'd be playing his semi and potentially the final on this table. So if he's worked out how to break on this table, he might have just gone heavy favourite to win the tournament.
Yeah, well, our expert Mark Pickworth, he thinks John is the favourite, despite not being the favourite with the bookmakers. But what a potential final lineup we've got. I mean, whoever gets through, it's going to be pretty delicious. But if it is Liam Dunster, John McAllister, that is one that you must not miss. The world champ and the world number 1 locking horns. Will that be the dream final? There's a few others that are going to have something to say about that, including Gareth Hibbert, Dean Shields, who's already through to the semi-finals, and also Rob Donkin and Ryan Clark, who are locking horns on one of the outer tables.
Yeah, latest score in that one, Rob was 5-3 down. He's pulled it back to 5 apiece. That one looks like it's going the distance.
He is in some form, is Rob Donkin. Made short work of one of the form players, Jack Whelan, in one of the earlier rounds.
I'm going to take a little bit of credit for that because I warmed him up on Thursday night. We had a bit of a practice. And to be fair, I have to say, having practiced with him on the Thursday, I wasn't necessarily backing him to do that well. He hadn't quite found his rhythm when he first started playing, but he certainly seems to have found it now. That match is happening in the background. It's the middle of the 3 tables you can see. It's Ryan Clark at the table at the moment.
So first blood to the current world champ, John McAllister, after that sensational opening break. What can Gareth Hibbert, the 2016 world champion, what can he respond with?
I wonder whether Gareth will have watched that break with interest and whether he might take a little bit off, because for me, John McAllister hit that a lot softer than I've seen anyone else hit the break on this table today, and it really works for him. And I just wonder whether Gareth might have paid attention to that.
You'll have certainly taken notice.
Nope. That's a hammer blow. And it's dry.
And that is how bonkers this game is sometimes. I mean, he's absolutely clouted these with everything he's got. Look at the split. Balls everywhere, flying around. But nothing finding the back of the pocket.
It's not nice, though. It's not a nice table. It's a big split, and they look really nicely spread out, but there's problems on both colours. Lots of balls have gone towards the cushions.
Yeah, it's. I think he's going to. Well, I think yellows. He's obviously got one tricky one at the top end of the table if he does go for yellows. But you know the way these guys play these days, it's not a problem. Yeah, he'll just look to try and either play on it or try and move it.
He's got an opportunity to play on it now. He's left himself a nice angle on the other yellow that's in the top half of the table, where he could just run the cue ball through and down. You can see he's pointing his cue there exactly where he wants the cue ball. If he gets anywhere close to that, it's a chance. And then the yellows really would be opened up nicely. Time to hit that a bit.
Yeah, just a little bit of deceleration on that shot. Didn't quite get through it as he wanted.
He can still get this, and he'd still likely have position afterwards, but this is a very tough pot now. I don't think he can come back for it. I don't think he'll have a better chance to get on it.
No, he's taking the bull by the horns. He doesn't want to cannon into the black either, so he needs to make sure he misses that contact.
What a shot that is. Or if that's come out as a plant, then he can perhaps consider himself a bit fortunate. I think he can certainly make it.
Yeah, that's going to be no problem for John McAllister to make that plant. You see it's just lined up to the left-hand knuckle, but he can just easily make this. Just exactly what McAllister would want. Get the early chances, establish a lead, keep his opponent in his chair. So far, so good. Wow, he's overhit that one. Where's the white ball?
That is a huge misjudgment.
Yeah, and I think that was sort of just typical of his match with Ronan. He was playing well, but just the odd loose shot, loose positional shot. Timing just not quite there. He's got a very long backstroke as John. And there's just a few little chinks in the armour at the moment, but he can still pull the situation back here. Well, he's not got through the white ball at all there. He's quit on that shot. His timing is not on at the moment.
He's still just about okay. He can cut this. I think he's he's pointing where he wants the cue ball, but let's be fair, he's going to be trusting to luck a little bit.
You might be able to snip this and then try and cannon on that red nearest the left centre. I think it's going to go somewhere near that.
That's perfect. It's a lovely shot. It wasn't quite as thin as I thought it was. And yeah, he's controlled it really nicely. And by hook or by crook, it doesn't matter. He's taken a 2-frame lead. John McAllister punishes Gareth Hibbert's dry break. And he will break next. Gareth hasn't really got his hand on the table yet.
Yeah, I guess that was impressive in the end there from the world champ. And we can see there the quarter-final where we're at. As we saw earlier, Liam Dunster, he's taking his place. He will play the very impressive Dean Shields, who made very light work of equally impressive Simon Fitzsimmons. He's had a good run this weekend. And then the other match that's still ongoing on the outer table, Rob Donkin, Ryan Clark. Nothing much between them.
You can see it in the top of your screen. Rob is at the table at the moment.
Frame 3. John McAllister the break, leading 2-0.
Looking to bring the scores
Time
back
running.
level. As John looks to continue his domination of this match so far. Can he hit another break as good as the last one?
The answer is yes.
Yeah. Yeah, isn't it just? Those reds.
Big backswing there. You see how far he takes the cue back.
He's certainly giving himself every chance here. This is a great opportunity again.
10 seconds.
Straight away into prime position. So this is now an excellent chance.
Yeah, it's a classy first shot that. John knows that he needs to clear those 3 reds near the black. It'll make his life so much easier later on in the finish.
10 seconds.
He's unhappy with that though. He wanted to catch that red full. Caught it half ball, and now he's it just makes it that much more difficult to get onto that red.
Yeah, he's whilst he's playing well, his timing's just not quite at its optimum at the moment.
10 seconds.
It's just a little bit off with the technology. But he's still getting there. And That's all that matters at the end of the day.
The thing is, when the balls are coming out as nicely as they are for John, he can get away with this. He hasn't had a really fiddly finish to go at yet. If this was a trickier table, you'd worry, but because they're there, he can afford to be a bit slack with his position.
10 seconds.
Yeah, absolutely. But still at the table, still in prime position. Just got to work out now his final positional shot to get onto the black. Where he wants to take, which pocket he wants to take it in. He's not got many options. I think it does go in the left centre.
10 seconds.
I don't think he'll be overly enamoured with that shot. The white a little bit close to the cushion, but still okay. He's going to have a little tricky black to close out the frame. Probably use the yellow as a stopper.
Yeah, this is
tough.
That yellow's looming a little bit large.
Yep, using his experience there, saved his extension.
I don't know if he's got a full pocket for this.
I think there's plenty there for him.
Cool as you like. John McAllister, a 3-0 lead. 3 finishes in a row from the break. 2 from his and 1 from Gareth's. And it's becoming more and more important for Gareth Hibbert to get his break working. He's only had 1 so far, but perhaps he does need to take a leaf out of John's book and take a fraction off it.
Well, it's worked well for him in the last match. You know, I don't think he should probably deviate too much. You know, we all know how fickle the break can be sometimes, and yeah, I think you just stick to what you know, what works for you, and what will be will be. It's not that he's breaking badly.
Gareth Hibbert to break.
First break, he didn't get a ball, but he can soon turn that around. As you say, Dan, it needs to start now. Where's the white?
Oh, Gareth.
Foul.
Wow, it was dry as well.
1 free shot.
Not that matters. This is starting to get critical for Gareth Hibbert, because this is just another brilliant chance for John McAllister.
Extension call.
Yeah, he can take his pick of colours. It's just how he wants to deal with this little bottom right hand corner where the black is. He may pot this yellow down the rail, pot it off the red, just to free up the black, and then go for yellows. It just depends how he sees it.
Yeah, if not, the reds are easy enough. He can go for reds as well, but the only problem with the reds is the 2 next to the black. If you take those as a plant, the red that you're actually hitting might nestle on the black. That could go wrong. So I'd be tempted to take the shot you said, the yellow up the rail, clear the pocket.
10 seconds.
That's what he's going to do, but he's going to do it with his second shot. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think he just wanted to get the white closer so he can just stun the white ball without too much pace. Just to move that red away. Won't be hitting this with too much. Probably screw the white back about 3 inch. Yeah, but where's the red?
Oh, has that gone wrong? Does that black still pass? And the other red has gone touching ball on the yellow as well. That couldn't have gone much worse, actually.
10 seconds.
The white ball's in the little bit of no man's land there, not really on anything brilliantly. I don't think the yellow that stuck to the red goes in the bottom left.
10 seconds.
So he's going to have to develop that and develop the black.
Does the yellow go? What? Is he trying to play the right hand of the yellows off the black, off the cushion off the black?
Cushion off black, yep.
It's likely to get cover if it doesn't go in, I suppose.
10 seconds.
Yeah, these are always very tricky because you're aiming at an unnatural angle.
Oh, what a shot that is, John McAllister. How's your luck? Not amazing. Surely you can't have meant to play that off the red. That's phenomenal if he did. That's.
Yep. Wasn't quite sure he could play off the red from our angle.
What's next? Is it a double? Or is it a thin cut? It's a double. It's not there. Gareth Hibbert can get his hand to the table for the first time. But if he's not, if John McAllister's welded into that yellow and he's not on that red to the left of the cue ball, John hasn't left him much. Oh, he's on it.
So first real chance for the Godfather. Can he make it count?
Ten seconds.
Judge the cannon nicely. He's got into that one a little bit too much. Still okay. So he's going to leave the one down the rail on the left-hand side as his last ball. Doesn't want to be straight.
Oh, that's.
I think he's okay. Can run this through. A touch of left. Just drop this in, not have to worry about position, with that black just sitting over the bottom right hand pocket. Oh
wow, that's a long way away.
My word, I think that is the worst pot I've ever seen Gareth Hibbert make. What happened there?
Your guess is as good as mine, Kev, because that was. Well, he's missed the jaws. Pretty much. I mean,
well, I'm
so far.
I'm absolutely speechless.
Now, John's going aggressive. Can he go aggressive here? Is he going to play the yellow off the red? If he does that, can he get nicely on the yellow on the rail? I'd be tempted by a safety shot here. I know it's not John's game, but you're not going to leave much for Gareth.
Well, it's the way these guys play the game now. If they get a chance, they want to keep going.
Seconds.
But these are very tricky little shots.
See, yeah. He didn't ever have the right angle for that shot for me.
Yeah, the double kiss spoiled his plans there. And that could be a reprieve for Gareth Hibbert. After that incredible miss, he may still get another chance.
I've got a feeling John's going to pot this.
Well, I think it'll be close. We've seen him do this many times.
Oh, what an effort.
Yeah, I knew it'd be close. His knowledge of angles is... There's not many better.
What an effort.
Extension call.
It's left Gareth a bit of a tester. This isn't a gimme.
No, especially after the last shot he just missed, his confidence is going to have taken a little bit of a knock. But this is a chance he didn't expect, and it's there. Gareth Hibbert will be feeling a whole lot better about the world now. Where's the white travelling? It's travelling a little bit towards the corner bucket, but in it goes. Not the most convincing frame of ball I've ever seen, but he's got the frame. But look at this. I mean, that is... Well, what is it? I'm not quite sure what it is.
It's just so uncharacteristic. You know, he got nicely on it. You just expect to see it hit the back of the pocket. You might, if he was unlucky or he missed it by a little bit, see it rattle and hang. You certainly didn't expect to see it spit back out like that.
No, that was very strange. Well, they're just showing that they are human. You can see there on the bottom, Rob Donkin, Ryan Clark, 6-all.
It's been 6-all for a while. That must be a
frame 5.
Tight frame happening.
John McAllister to break, leading 3 frames to 1.
The outer table.
Time running.
John McAllister to get frame 5 underway.
Isn't it always the way? You miss an opportunity and then it comes back to bite you. It's a dry break for John McAllister, and it's a chance for Gareth to get himself right back in this match.
Yeah, nothing
10 seconds.
overly easy. Obviously he's got an easy opening yellow, but black's on the side cushion. Not sure of that yellow, the top left hand corner near the red. Might have to get behind that and play it into this top right hand pocket. But it's a chance, and that's all you can ask for, particularly on your opponent's break. And one as good as John McAllister's. That wiped its feet.
Nicely played to get on this yellow, though. It's just the black, isn't it? It's in almost the worst possible position on the table. There's no real way to move it.
No, I'm not sure he's going to get a chance to move it, but the fact that he's glued to the rail actually makes the shot down the rail a little easier. I think that positional one's just got away from him.
Yeah, there was a look to the heavens there. I think he's stuck to that red, and if he's stuck to that red in the worst possible way, he's on nothing.
So the only shot I can see is a back double. Can he get this one into the left hand?
Call.
He may be on the one to the left centre.
The problem he's got is if he pots that, where his next yellow will be. So yeah, he's looking at the back double. No, that's wide.
Well, John McAllister is getting an unexpected visit to the table, courtesy of that. Such a slight misjudgment from Gareth, really. Do you think that's unlucky, the way he finished on that red, to be on neither of those two yellows?
I think it was a little bit unlucky, to be fair, but
Extension call.
you know, that's the pool gods for you. They're not forgiving. So John's got this red along the rail into the bottom left. I'm just wondering if he's tempted to try and move the black. It is risky because he's not guaranteed to be on a red afterwards, but
Sort of worth a go, isn't it?
yeah.
As long as you don't catch it dead full, you're likely to have a shot afterwards.
Yeah, or he might just be happy where the black is, you know, and leave it till, you know, play it down the rail. Yeah, the way he's playing this is playing bottom left-hand side. he's going to take his medicine with the black.
If those 3 yellows stay where they are, there's going to be an enormous amount of pressure on that black. That's going to be a huge pressure shot.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of pressure on this next
10
shot as
seconds.
well from John. He's going to have to pump this in quite hard.
Just about good enough. Still not ideal.
Yeah, it's definitely not ideal.
He can cut that back in. I wonder if he could cut that back in and move the black.
Well, he may have left that angle. It's not far off that.
10
No,
seconds.
it's just tickling up.
Oh, well played.
Total snooker.
That is well played. You'd expect Gareth to get out of this. But it's a tough ask to get out and keep it safe. So it's more likely a get out and pop is his only real option.
Yeah, it is. He's just going to just sizing up the angle. Try
10
and clip this in the left centre. What a shot this would be.
Oh, has he potted it long?
Corner, but he's covered the bag.
And now, if John does want to play this, if John does want to go for the finish from here, he has got to move that black.
Well, again, yeah, I think he's probably going to leave it for a back double.
Yeah, it's true. The only thing I don't like, when a ball's right on the cushion like that,
10
a
seconds.
double is so much more difficult. You've got so much more chance of a double kiss.
That's a great opening red. Particularly when the yellow's hanging over the corner pocket. Lots of pressure. So just a reminder, we've got the first semi-final coming up at 6 o'clock. That will be between Liam Dunster and Dean Shields. And the second semi-final at 8 o'clock, which will be the winner of this match against the winner of Rob Donkin and Ryan Clark. Then the final tonight, 10 o'clock, to see who takes the title of the English Professional Champion. So I hope you stay with us, enjoy the action as we watch the story unfold.
Ten seconds.
A little bit of displeasure on John McAllister's face there. I don't think that was necessarily the angle he wanted to leave. He should be okay though.
Yeah, no, I think he's fine. He's just going to dribble this white up a couple of inches and leave the back double. I think he's okay. There's not going to be a double kiss.
No, when they're on the rail like that, they need to be a bit thinner.
10 seconds.
You need to be a little bit thinner on them. He's okay. Nailed it. Great shot.
Great
Right.
double there from the world champ. 4-1 ahead. He moves into a commanding lead. What can Gareth Hibbert respond with?
Well, it's going to be Gareth to break next up. And he does need a response now. He's getting to that stage where you certainly don't want to go 4 behind.
Yeah, 4-1 is still okay. As you say, 5-1, 6-2, you know, it's going to be very difficult to come back. But let's not write him off just yet. We've seen plenty of comebacks.
Frame 6.
And the player of Gareth
Gareth Hibbert
Hibbert's
to break. Trailing 4 frames
class
to 1.
and skill.
Time running.
He's not going to be phased at the moment. He's He's just going to be focusing on this break, give it everything he can. That's a good old crunch there. There was Reds queuing up to go into that top right-hand corner pocket. There was 3 of them in a race to get there. Let's just watch this break. Lots of movement. So those 3 Reds there in a little group. Nudged one in. That keeps him at the table. And
Honestly, I'm backing to get either colour here.
yeah, he really could go for any colour.
It's just that the red nearest the black spot, where does that go? Does he have to take that? Does he have to clear the pocket, you know, clear the one in front of the bottom right first and then come back for that later?
Yeah, absolutely. He's going to take this one now. He may try to play position
10 seconds.
on the red nearest it. I think he's got the angle. Yeah, he just wants the gap. Oh, that's well played. That is well played.
He has found the gap beautifully. That will open up a natural pocket for the black as well, to the same one as this, the bottom right. And then he can just go up the table and finish his work.
Yeah, if he'd have left that red till the end, it would have made it difficult for him to get on the black.
Yeah.
So quite skillfully, he played on it straight away. Cleared the ball, and as you say, cleared the black into that same pocket in probably 3 shots' time. He's just slightly overrun his positional shot here, so he's. I'm not sure if he's got to play the plant or the red can go past the red that's near the corner pocket. Just needs to be careful that he keeps himself with shots to play.
Yeah, that's not great. I think he's okay because he can probably play the cue ball into the yellow and flick it out the way.
No, he's play position down.
Going to play it on it?
Yeah. Oh, that's awful.
I think, yeah. I get it, but I think I preferred the other way because I think you had a better chance of getting to the black. This is tough now.
Yeah, I don't think it was one of his best positional shots. The white is going to hit the yellow after the red. It's just the position is just about there. But this is a thin snicker. He's not wasting any time. Straight down.
Great shot.
In it goes. Great response there from Gareth Hibbert. Break and dish. And he's right back in this match. 4-2.
Yep, 4-2. John with a dry break last time. Be looking to put that one behind him. And look at that score. Rob Donkin 7, Ryan Clark 7. You can see in the middle of the 3 tables at the top of your screen, Ryan Clark is at the table in the deciding frame in that match. And the winner of that will go on to play the winner of this match between John McAllister and Gareth Hibbert. Looks like Ryan's got a chance. Is Rob Donkin going to get back to the table? We will keep you updated. There is Ryan. He looks focused, that's for sure.
Frame 7. John McAllister to break, leading 4 frames to 2. Time running.
Back to the action in our feature match. Here is John McAllister to break. He's dry again, is it? No. No, red's just found its way in.
But not very exciting. That split, and John's face said it all there. Pick the bones out of that lot.
The cue ball going tight to the rail is bad news. The cluster on the left-hand side is worse news. It's kind of got to be reds, hasn't it?
Extension call.
Well, there's nothing very appealing there to me. I won't be surprised if he... well, he's either going to play safe or pot this red in the bottom right corner. But the problem with that is the red at the top left that's surrounded by those 2 yellows is isolated. So I don't think there's much enthusiasm for potting anything. I think he'll just probably take his medicine and just stay in the
10
frame,
seconds.
not push the boat out. Just completely lock that red up. So because of that, I think personally I'd be looking to try and pot a yellow. I mean, Gareth may just consider the double here.
Yeah.
So it's not an attempt to go for game, but just to establish position in the frame. But no, keeping it tight.
Do you think he's now left an option for John to do that, to take the yellow and try and get some control?
Well, he might be tempted. I don't think he's not really giving much interest to that yellow that he could clip in the right centre, so I think he's just laying up. Yeah, keeping it tight.
We could be here for a while, Kev.
Yeah, this could be the longest round of the tournament, and we've just seen on the outer table Ryan Clark. We had a little camera shot there. Ryan Clark has beaten Rob Donkin 8 frames to 7 in a thriller.
Time running.
Well done, Ryan Clark. He's been a while since he's had a good run, and he's now in the semi-finals, and he will be playing the winner of this match, and that will come to you at 8 o'clock tonight on the dot.
That will presumably be after the 6 o'clock match between Liam Dunster and Dean Shields.
Yep.
10 seconds.
So all the matches are given very specific times, and they won't deviate from those times, and that's because that allows the bookmakers then to price up. So if you're looking to have a little flutter, Corals and Ladbrokes are offering all the prices, match betting and outrights. So they'll be updating all their odds on the conclusion of these quarterfinals, and that's why we've got some gaps between the matches, to enable them to get the prices up, so you can just have a little flutter, have a little bit of interest. Always remember to gamble responsibly.
These two still just feeling their way around this frame. This is essentially waiting for a mistake, isn't it? This is.
Yep, I'm surprised that one of these is not potting a ball. There we go. First move in the frame.
So can John pot this yellow now and maybe try and lay a nasty little snooker for Gareth?
I don't think he's potting anything.
Oh no! He's trying to lay the snooker that I was talking about. Though. That's a brilliant shot.
What a shot there!
Total snooker.
What a shot!
I sort of expected him to pot the yellow and then do that. Pretty much exactly what he's done there with the next shot. That's such a good shot.
Yeah, no value in potting the yellows. Just keep the ball on the table. Help him later on in the frame.
10 seconds.
Gareth just got to make sure this doesn't slide off and hit that yellow. No, he's judged it well. Doesn't want to go in off the red. Excellent pace. But it does give John a sniff if he wants to push the boat out a bit here. He can snip this yellow in the bottom left corner. Trusting to a little bit of luck, but it's almost a free go in effect, because Gareth's red's tied up.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he makes the pot, he'll still have control over the frame. He's not going to go for it.
No, just a little development shot there. Clever shot. That gives him a yellow there that he can pot and then disturb his yellow that's tied up with the red. Whereas Gareth hasn't got that option at the moment. He's not got a ball up in that area. So a little bit of cat and mouse now as they jostle for position of superiority in this frame. This is where it gets a bit like chess, just manoeuvring the pawns around before they go in for just checkmate.
10 seconds.
Question is, who's going to get there? Would love that cue ball to travel a couple more inches. It hasn't. just wonder if Gareth can actually, if he can get through to that red, can he just nudge the red over the middle but leave John welded on the yellow?
Well, if he can move that red, that's a bad shot by John McAllister.
Yeah, because if Gareth can leave him pretty much touching ball where he can't see either of the other two yellows in the top of the table clearly, well, decided it was too delicate. He turned it down, and I understand why, but he could have gone big favourite in the frame then.
Who's going to blink first in this frame?
10 seconds.
Oh, this is a nice shot. That is a very, very nice shot indeed. And not only did he get the snooker, developed his yellow, and now these yellows are looking very nice for the clearance. So if Gareth doesn't pot this red over the pocket, John will be going for frame in this one. But it's a good shot. He's going to pot the red. Can he get tight behind that red?
This is such a touch shot. If you can just thin off this and lay a snooker, oh, it's pretty good.
Yeah, it's not quite, it's not touching, so there will be a gap there.
Yeah, but if he's cut off the potting angle, it's not the end of the world.
Yeah, I think he can pot that because it's not touching.
Yeah.
Whether he wants to pot it is another thing.
Could be an angle to go into though. Decided against it. Didn't have to pot it, so he hasn't. But he's left Gareth a long shot. Possibly a chance to take a pocket. That's good. It's a good shot from Gareth.
Yeah, again, these players are not just thinking about covering the pocket, they're thinking about where they're leaving the white as well, so that they leave it very difficult for their opponent to respond. And you know, where Gareth has left that white ball, John's basically he's just got nothing that's going to be any good to him.
10 seconds.
Okay, it's crunch time now in this frame. I think Gareth is going to have to try and conjure up something. He needs to dislodge that red. It's glued to that yellow.
I mean, could he just dislodge it and basically say to John, well, have a go then? Because he does have the control over that left pocket.
Extension call.
I don't think he'll... that's a high-risk strategy, Dan. It might work against the likes of me.
The thing, I just can't see how... I can't see an easy way for him to dislodge that red.
Well, no, there's nothing easy. There's nothing easy at all.
Oh, that's a great effort.
Wow. Tremendous attempt. He was asking a lot, but...
does he have a chance now if he plays a plant?
No, it's too thin. What can he conjure up? Can he sneak this in, or is he just going to try and put the red in front of the yellow? I don't think that does him any favours.
Well, John still doesn't really have much of an option to dislodge that yellow in the bottom left.
No, and he's got nothing at the moment that he can really develop his yellow that's in the bottom left.
10 seconds.
What's he seen?
I have no idea.
Can he pot this one into the bottom right corner and take the white over to the left-hand side and make the plant? That's a tough ask from where the white's ended up.
Ten seconds.
he's going for it.
Oh, what a shot, John McAllister. There's still work to be done, but that is superb.
Yeah, that's so good. Let's have another look at that one. I think the yellow just glances off the red. Yeah, it did. Great shot nonetheless.
10 seconds.
What can he conjure up for this yellow that's tied up? Oh, that's so good. So he's left a perfect angle to put this yellow into the bottom right hand corner, and then he's going to screw the white across into that little cluster and hopefully free up his tricky yellow.
Still no guarantees though, Kev. This is do or die to a certain extent.
Yeah, this is ultra aggressive pull. This is phenomenal. It's the way these guys play. Just like that.
What a shot. Oh, John McAllister. A dagger through the heart of Gareth Hibbert. Seeing that shot come out nicely.
This is dreamy pull that we're seeing here.
10 seconds.
Probably going to spin this round, a couple of cushions. Maybe 3 if it reaches. But yeah, that is perfect. Just plot this yellow in. Just a little touch of left-hand side, just to send the white just to the middle of the table, bottom end, the black into the centre. Absolutely perfect. And what a finish, what a class finish from the world champ.
Frame.
Well, John McAllister re-establishes a 3-frame lead. It's 5-2 for the last spot in the IPA English Professional semi-finals. We really are getting down to the business end now. It's been a couple of fantastic days, Paul, Kev.
Yep. The players are, giving everyone a treat. It's just great entertainment, and when you see finishes like that, the vision to play those shots, having the vision and then being able to execute it, that is top draw. There's not many players in the world that would have seen that and been able to play it as fantastically there as John did, and I guess that's what sets him apart from most other players.
Frame 8. Gareth Hibbert to break.
And why he is the current world champion.
To 2.
Well, Gareth Hibbert's previous break was a break and finish. He'd love another one now.
That's a good old crunch there from Gareth. He's absolutely smashed those to pieces.
I think he'd love that red to have stopped or dropped. That red covering the, well, it'll be the bottom left pocket from this camera angle. Just made it a bit trickier. Before that,
extension call.
Saying that, he still had a yellow tricky on the right hand side, so, and the black's not great.
Yeah, but these are the sort of finishes that these players come to the party, and that sets them apart from 99% of other players. There's nothing easy there in terms of a finish. Obviously, there's some easy pots, but lots of work to do on either colour. But the thought processes that these guys are using now is
10 seconds.
the most advanced at any point in time in the game's history. Such has been the evolution, of the game and the players to these rules.
Well, that's not perfect from Gareth. It's a good opening pot, solid enough. I'm sure he'd like to have brought the cue ball a fair bit further over the table, certainly a good few inches. This is a thin snick if he's going to take it. Wants to take the pocket at least. And I think that's all he was trying to do, the way he's ended up playing that. What can John McAllister conjure up from here?
Yeah, none of these guys are taking a backward step. It is just all-out attack, front foot stuff. Great to watch, great entertainment.
Extension call.
John McAllister is one of the best in the world at skill shots. If he does decide to go for the finish here, he may be eyeing one up. At least one, possibly two.
Just be container, put the red up to the yellow up towards the red. Just try and tie that up a little bit. It's a little bit of a risky strategy, but he didn't have much else on, so it's the right shot.
No, he only really had one pot on, and it was horrible. Up to the top right.
10 seconds.
Gareth has got to be careful, because as you said, Dan, John is probably the best player in the world at the skill shot, the combination shot, whatever you want to call it. He's going to be thinking now, how do I take this finish out? That is, you know, he's not thinking safety now. This is putting the foot on the accelerator time.
I think that the yellow that he's just moved on to Gareth's red, that would still double fairly comfortably. Well, I think that was a safety. I think he's just taking the pocket, just made Gareth's life a little bit more difficult.
Yeah,
gives him
definitely
more options later on.
Yeah, I thought he might consider the finish there, but no, just biding his time a little bit more longer.
It is a very clever shot because he's only really left Gareth able to see the red over the pocket, I think. Gareth may have to come cushion first if he wants to hit either of those two.
He's under some shot clock pressure.
Ten seconds.
Now, can Gareth hit that red without potting it? If he can, John's going to have to move that yellow out of the way.
Yeah, John was a little bit short with his safety shot. Didn't want to leave Gareth that option. He's not going to move it, so he's going to...
Cushion first.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Yeah, you can see what he's lining up there.
That is very aggressive.
The problem he's still got the red near the black, which is only got option is a double.
This is a great shot.
And so he's potted the red. I think it's going to knock it in.
It's not really opened it, has it?
I don't think he wanted to pot it.
No.
Otherwise he'd have hit it harder. He just wanted to try and kill John's yellow. And now I think he's forced into trying to conjure in something up now.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the more balls, the less reds there are on the table, the less places for Gareth Hibbert to hide.
Black. I thought he might try and move that.
Oh, hello.
To black. Okay, oh, and he's left. Well, he's left John now. The pot into the left centre and to play the combination shot, and then all the yellows are there for the taking. This could be a crucial part of this match.
Ten seconds.
No, doesn't like it. It's too thin.
Wants to find it sooner rather than later, though. It's not impossible if you get right behind that to play the conventional skill shot and pop both of those in one, but you've got to really hit it hard and screw it back. You wouldn't want to play that one.
Yeah, I was surprised at that. I thought
10 seconds.
he had a good angle on it, but must have just been a little bit too thin.
Now this is better. This is a perfect angle. Yellow in the centre of the table. Just bring the cue ball onto the yellow over the top left and knock the red in.
Ten seconds.
And at worst, he should have a shot on the yellow into the right centre.
Oh, wow. What? I'm so stunned he played it at that pace. Thought he just drifted it.
Yeah, he's played it to come cushion first, but just misjudged it. Just almost just stunned it too much.
He's starting to run out of options, Kevin.
The next match up number 9, Chris Wiles and Matt Davis. Chris Wiles, Matt Davis.
10 seconds.
He's starting to run out of time as well. So we're going to have another little safety battle. That's not a great shot from John either. Put that yellow in no man's land, really. Just wonder if Gareth can get his red in front of the yellow there. He's looking at it. If it comes off the jaw, maybe. Well, he's got it out.
Well, options for John. Does he want to go for the easy snooker? Or is he going to be a bit more creative?
Total snooker.
Just leaving that yellow near the centre bag, so that hoping he gets an opportunity to pot that at some point, and then play the combination shot that we've been referencing.
Ten seconds.
So big shot here for Gareth. Is it gone enough? Well,
Thin snick. Certainly thinner than he expected, I suspect.
yeah.
But he'll take it. To a certain extent, that shot was just about not giving a foul. You give a foul, you lose the frame. If you don't, John's still got to work for it.
Yeah, but his heart was in his mouth when he saw it was going to clip the right-hand side of the red. Must have thought it was going to go in off. But fortunately, the kiss was thin enough. So he wants to get this white up towards the centre pocket.
That's not the one.
Didn't want that kiss on the red.
He can't play the skilly now, surely. That's far too thin.
Well, is he looking at a back double? Is the back double the shot?
I think it has to be.
That will allow him to play the combination shot.
Oh, no way. Missed the double and got in off. What a horror show for John McAllister.
1 free shot, 1 visit, time running.
Now, the in-off's a bit unlucky, but yeah, you had to fancy him to make the double, didn't you?
Well, they're never easy. These guys are human. It was the right shot, definitely. Just didn't execute it. Just about okay. A little bit thinner than he would have preferred. This one into the right corner. Should be okay.
Oh no. Oh,
foul.
Whoa, what is happening?
Well,
I thought he missed
1
the pot.
free shot,
yeah,
1 visit,
I think
time
that was not one of his best. Yeah, white straight in. Just hit it too thick. Too much side.
Is John going to move that yellow at the bottom of the table?
10 seconds.
Like it.
I think he might just drop this yellow to the bottom right-hand corner. Yep. Is it that a bit hard?
That's not a good shot at all.
It's in that way too hard. So his thinking is, if he can leave that down this bottom end, then it makes the position easier to get onto his last yellow. He needs that to bounce.
Just about right. He's going to have to play this with a bit more pace than he'd like.
He could be tempted to take this yellow into the top left if the angle's just not there.
Yeah.
He's got a couple of options. He thinks it's okay.
It's a great shot.
That's nice.
It's a big pressure shot as well, because look where the cue ball lands. If you miss that, they're gone. As it is, John McAllister.
Just screw to the top side of the black.
He's going to take a 6-2 lead. And Gareth Hibbert is definitely going to rue that one.
Well, this frame has swung 3 or 4 different ways, but it's John McAllister who takes the 8th frame. He marches into a 6-2 lead, and Gareth Hibbert can sit there and just think about what might have been.
Well, those last couple of frames has to have been the slowest frames for the entire weekend, both of them. That's, yeah.
Yeah, that was a crazy frame. They'll look back on that frame and they'll be scratching their heads, definitely.
Right, let's have a look at the last 8. This is, of course, the last of our quarterfinals. So Liam Dunster beat Simon Ward 8-4 for the chance to take on Dean Shields later on, who beat Simon Fitzsimmons 8-2. As we saw earlier, Rob Donkin heartbreakingly losing in a final frame decider to Ryan Clark, who makes the semi-finals and will play the winner of this match. And at the moment, looks like it's going to be John.
Frame 9.
Yep, can't see any other result than a John McAllister victory in this one, but let's not just discount Gareth yet. He's a class player, and if he can somehow just find his form just seems to have gone, his timing and a few really crazy shots, crazy errors. If he can just somehow get rid of them, maybe take this clearance out from John's dry break. Just hasn't seemed fully settled, I don't think, in this match, to be honest. It's been a sort of very un-Gareth Hibbert-like performance so far.
It's a strange break from John now. I commented after the very first break of the match that I felt like he'd taken a bit of power off, and he got a beautiful split, potted a couple of balls, the easiest break finish he'll ever have. Since then, he started to hit the ball harder, and he started to go dry, and I'm not quite sure why he's done that.
I mean, he's still getting plenty of power into it, but he's had a few dry ones.
10 seconds. Extension call.
But this is a huge frame. You know, if Gareth can win this, 6-3 still in it. 7-2, he's gonna have to produce the comeback of all comebacks. You know, the odds would be heavily against him doing that. So this, for me, is the absolute must-win frame for him.
It's not a bad chance. He's obviously looking to leave the red on the right-hand side for last, because that affords a nice position on the black to the bottom left. It's just about how he gets around these 4.
Say that with a lot of conviction.
I have to say, he's looked a slightly different player ever since he missed that one down the rail a few frames back.
Yeah, that's definitely one that's going to dent the confidence. But yeah, it just doesn't seem to have fully settled in this match, which is really strange for someone who's playing so well, and you know, with his experience.
For someone who was so impressive earlier against Craig Marsh as well, he's underhit that.
That's way shot. He might. Whoa, that centre pocket's going to be looking pretty big in his eye line when he plays this.
Yeah, He needs to get through that gap.
He's got to get through the gap, float the white. If he can just float it above the centre pocket, that's what he wants to do. But he's not got much room for manoeuvre.
Oh, it's close. It's really close. It hasn't dropped.
Yeah, and if he'd have potted one, he'd have potted the other.
Yeah. It's a good second place, though.
So he was just trying to pinch a little bit under pocket. And that all stemmed from that poor positional shot.
Extension call.
We spoke about John McAllister's love of the skill shot earlier. I'm fairly sure I've just watched him line that up. Yeah, I think if he can finish directly behind the furthest right of those 4 yellows around the black spot, at some point, I'm pretty sure we'll see him take that on.
Yeah, I think it'll be after this shot. I think he'll be spinning this yellow round a couple of cushions, spinning the white round for a couple of cushions to try to land straight on, as you say, down the right. Those 2 yellows that are just above the black, the right hand one of them. He wants to be directly behind it so he can
10 seconds.
Play the skill shot. So loading up with left hand side. There comes the white.
That's not straight enough. I don't think the left one will go, so he could take this on, but it's more difficult now. But no, he hasn't quite judged the line correctly there.
10
He's still going to play it. He's still going to play it. No, he's not. He's changed his mind and he's under shot clock pressure.
Safety shot it is.
Wow.
Well, this...
Total snooker.
You wouldn't back against Gareth Hibbert making this plant, would you?
That was a strange shot selection there. I know he was under time pressure, but I think I'd have been just going for a pot rather than just giving Gareth an easy escape. And, you know, if he could make this plant, he might just be able to pinch this frame. It looks good. It looks very good.
It's stunning. That is a stunning shot from Gareth Hibbert. The escape from the snooker, the plant and the pot.
And he just screwed the white back.
Oh no.
From one extreme to another. He's had to try to pinch the pocket, and I think he's just underhit it because he was just scared of missing the pot. He needs to clip this, back clip it.
Oh, off the yellow?
Off the yellow?
No. And I'm afraid that could well be match over for Gareth Hibbert. I know it's going to be 7-2, but 7-2 against the world champion, you can't fancy your chances from there.
Yeah, Gareth Hibbert must be just scratching his head thinking, what has happened in this match? You know, he's playing so well in his earlier matches.
That's not the best shot either. I don't think he's got the gap through to the one over the centre, so he's going to have to take a longer one. Not too bad, but...
Yep, certainly harder than it should have been.
There you go. Back in position.
Yeah, it's just about okay. Well, he may have to just change his plan. I think he's left himself a little bit too much angle on this yellow into the bottom left. I don't think he can hold the white where he wants it. Soon find out.
10 seconds.
Maybe you can. Yeah, cued it well. Could just get enough bottom on the white ball to hold it. Screw this white off the side cushion. And a bit of normal service is resumed.
Eventually, yeah. It's it was a pretty fast flowing start to this match, and it's just kind of got really bogged down these last 2 or 3 frames.
Yeah, just uncharacteristic mistakes from
frame.
From both players, really. You know, I'm not sure what we can put that down to. Could be the pressure.
A little bit of fatigue, maybe. I mean, we're quite early in the weekend to a certain extent, but when you've got this far in the tournament, you've played a lot of pool.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, I think I mentioned it before, that John made a couple of errors, unusual errors for him in his match against Ronan. So he's sort of just been consistent, really, because he's made a few errors in this one. So he's sort of played the way he's been playing, whereas Gareth was, it was a fantastic performance, and all of a sudden he's played now, and some inexplicable shots, and I'm not sure what you put that down to apart from pressure.
No.
Frame 10.
And Gareth, of course, has
Gareth
had the more experience,
trailing 7 frames to 2.
more recent experience on
Time
this
running.
table as well. He played his last match on this table, so if anyone was going to fail to settle, you kind of would have expected it to be John, not Gareth.
It's a white.
Foul.
And that just about sums it up, I think, for Gareth.
Yeah.
Just about sums it
1
up.
free shot. 1 visit. Time running.
I like this first shot he's looking at. I think he's looking at playing the yellow onto the red that's on the top rail there, the right-hand side rail when we go back to this camera. And it'll break the red out and leave a horrible cluster of yellows if he were to mess the finish up. Well, he played that a bit harder than I expected, and the yellows run through and just made a bit of a nuisance of itself.
Yeah, I wanted to screw back and take this, make sure he had position on this red at the top end of the table, which he has done. So despite that yellow just being a little bit of a nuisance, this is a great opportunity now to take his place in the semi-final. But again, he's a bit under-hit, that one. A little bit of exasperation there from John. He just can't understand what's going on.
Ten seconds.
Well, that is an excellent recovery. I think he thought he'd missed that. He certainly slid off the near jaw. But he does have position again. That yellow really has made a problem. That one he moved with his very first shot.
Yeah, it won't be a problem after this next shot.
No, you can play the plant and nudge it out of the way. That black comfortably goes to the left centre as well.
Next match on table 11, Carl Davis and Liam Barlow. Carl Davis and Liam Barlow, table 11.
10 seconds. Extension called.
John still has his extension. This is awkward. It's awkward queuing. It's a long reach. He's quite a tall lad, is John, but even so, he's going to have to leave this red, his last red. I suspect he's going to have to leave it long. Is he on it? That is very, very tight. If he is, you'd back him to get it 99 times out of 100.
5 minutes, yeah?
And he was down on it quickly, but he's just had another look. This is very tight.
Ten seconds.
10-second call by the ref. Has he made it? He's rattled it. He's rattled it, and Gareth Hibbert has a lifeline. He's actually missed it thick. So he definitely could see enough of it.
Yeah, he could. I was right behind the shot when he played it. I went to go have a quick look. Just didn't get quite perfect position. That yellow was just hampering him a touch, but I fully expected him to make it.
If Gareth left those two on the right hand side as a plant, if he has, I'd have thought he might have taken it then. So it looks like he's going to have to try and move it. This isn't over yet. Oh, that's worse. That's come out worse. Just a safety?
Yeah, just a safety. But what he's got to do, he's got to make sure that he develops these two yellows so that if John hits the red at the top, that he does have a shot. Is he going for the double?
He is. Oh, he flicks off the black. What a stroke of fortune for Gareth Hibbert.
Wow. This match has literally had everything. And a lot of stuff that we didn't expect to see. Look at that.
Oh, that's unbelievable. Well, it's 7-2, but how much is that going to hurt John to watch? To miss essentially match ball, and then to watch your opponent get a massive slice of luck.
Right.
Well, somehow Gareth Hibbert is still in this match. That's all we know. 7-3, somehow. How John McAllister didn't wrap up the match in that visit, I'm not quite sure, but on we go. So it'll be John to break in frame 10. Can he wrap up in frame 11? Can he finally wrap this match up and go up to his room and relax, ready for a semi-final date at 8 p.m. against Ryan Clark?
Frame 11. John McAllister to break.
He'll be hoping so, but
hopefully
Gareth Hibbert fans will be hoping he can just maybe nick one or two more, and then the pressure will start to ramp up. I mean, look at that.
Oh, you know it. You knew it was going to go dry. This is a ridiculous game.
He's given them a real crunch. Look at this. Crunch.
He's caught over those so well.
But, yeah. But look what is left.
Extension called.
Nothing very, very exciting whatsoever. I think he's got a long plant.
It's very awkward queuing, but if he gets this, then the reds aren't too bad. You've got the red and the black on the right-hand side. A bit tricky, but other than that...
Well, certainly the better option, but he's going to have to pull out a little bit of something here.
Referee watching.
Tremendous shot.
Yeah. Beautiful from Gareth Hibbert. That is so difficult. That's brilliant technique.
Yep. Don't try that in the pub or the club unless they're ready for a recover. Not to be advised.
10 seconds.
So is he going to push the boat out? I think he is. 7-3. He's not going to go down without a fight.
Well, that could be worse.
So what can he pull out? He's going to screw back off the yellow. Yeah, played it well. Certainly nothing easy now. Needs to pull out another great positional shot.
Can he take the plant? Would he want to take the plant?
10 seconds.
I don't think he's looked at the plant. He's got his eyes on a positional shot on this red into the bottom right corner. Is it a plant into the left middle?
I think he'd like to be on the red to the bottom right. That's certainly what he'd prefer. Is he on it?
I think he is.
Oh, this is a huge shot.
No.
That's well wide.
Started off wide, ended up wide. His radars have been a little bit off this evening. Gareth Hibbert.
Well, you can't give John McAllister too many chances to close a match out. He had one in the previous
10
frame,
seconds.
didn't manage to take it. But this time, surely Gareth Hibbert is going to be in his seat until the black is potted. There is work to do. The furthest right of the yellows is a bit awkward.
Yeah, there definitely is work to do. I'm not sure if he's tempted by the double.
10 seconds.
No interest in that one. Interesting shot.
Yeah, I think he's caught it a bit thin. I think he wanted to leave that yellow there so that he could swing the cue ball around the table into that awkward yellow on the right-hand side I was talking about, but it looks a bit thin for that now. He may be able to get there.
No, he'll be looking at two cushions, a little bit of left-hand side, just to try to
10
nudge
seconds.
that yellow off the cushion.
Yeah, it was very, very thin, wasn't it? He's actually gone round the back of it.
More frustration for the world champ.
Well, he turned down that double before. I don't think he can turn it down again, can he?
I don't think so. I think he's lining it up. That's where he's spending his time.
10 seconds.
Oh, wow.
Has he got away with it? I think he has.
I wonder if he got away with his the right. I wonder whether he has thought about that with his position.
Timeout.
If he has, it's clever.
He's just gone a little bit scrappy as we get to the
Not a total stop. Time running.
final stages of this match.
Just heard the ref, Ben Taylor Fuente, call not a total snooker, which is highly unfortunate if you're Gareth Hibbert, because if it was, he could have laid a half-decent safety there.
Yep. He might be
10 seconds.
eyeing potting this red into the right corner.
I think he is.
And it's a good leave. He's left absolutely nothing. Good shot there from Gareth. Somehow he's clinging on to this match. He's certainly gone favourite in this frame.
Extension call.
Is he lining up a double? He's just looking to hit this bad yellow on the bottom right hand side. Well, he'll settle for that if it blocks it. Well, he'll settle for that.
Yeah, he certainly will. I actually think Gareth might be able to get through to pot that red, mind. It's just going to be very tough to screw back up the table.
Yeah, he needs to be dead straight behind it. But he's got a ball that he can pot to get onto it. He's just got the problem of this red that's near the two yellows. Can he conjure something up? Well, he doesn't want to pot the yellow.
Well, he doesn't want to leave the plant either.
I don't think the angle is that.
10 seconds.
He'd just like to drop this in dead weight. I'm not sure the angle is there. Well, I don't think he's played that well at all.
No, he wanted to hit that full.
Yep.
It's actually quite a long way off full. Can he play a little safety? Can he? There's not a lot going for you here, John McAllister. That's a good shot.
Yep, that's a very good shot. It's probably the best shot he's played in the frame, to be honest.
Yeah. High levels of pool intelligence from John McAllister. Can he get through to the left of those yellows and really cover the pocket? It looks tight. Oh, he'll take that. That's an excellent shot.
Count plan for tables this
10 seconds.
Just wonder if John can have half a go at this, if he can. The yellow next to the black spot, if he can cut that, does the cue ball come off the cushion and knock out his bad yellow? He's not going to leave the pocket open for Gareth
10
still.
seconds.
So is it a bit of a shot to nothing?
I think it's a bit risky. Well, is Gareth going to push the boat out? Is he going to try and get the snooker white off the right-hand cushion behind the red?
What a shot.
Tremendous shot.
Total snooker.
John McAllister has to get a hit.
Yep, he's looking at two cushions, white off the right-hand cushion to hit just below the centre pocket. And then he's got a
10
bit of an
seconds.
angle to maybe hit one of the two yellows, but he needs to hit it harder than that. Oh, he's come up behind it. I'm not sure he played it that way. He didn't line that one up.
Well, whichever way you swing it, getting the hit out of that snooker puts him in a more commanding position.
Yep, I think he's a little bit fortunate there. He was lining it up differently.
He's also fortunate that he's covered the red on the left-hand side.
seconds.
He's run Gareth right out of options here.
Can he sneak this in? Is he pushing the boat out? Is it last chance saloon for the Godfather?
Well, if it is, what's he going to do from here?
Completely the wrong angle. He's going to play safe.
Total snooker.
Again, for John, this is just make a hit. You know, just concentrate on getting out of the snooker. You don't need to worry too much. You're not going to leave Gareth anything as long as you get out of the snooker.
Ten seconds.
Needs to hit the yellow onto the red. Doesn't want to pot anything. That will do very nicely.
That is just about checkmate. I think Gareth might get one more opportunity to try and develop this red. Try and leave John not a lot. He needs that to bounce out more.
The only way that John McAllister can really lose this frame now is with a mistake.
Yep, and the way the match has gone, I wouldn't write it off.
10 seconds.
Does he want to go for the finish now or just wait for a slightly better opportunity? I think it's the latter.
I think that's sensible. He's in terms of the percentage, it's John's so far ahead in the frame, but if he goes for the finish from a difficult position, anything could go wrong. It's a nice effort. I think Gareth has covered John's open yellow.
I think he's going to go for this. I think he's going to go for the plant. No.
Nah, cushion first, just knock the yellow out, make it easier. Now he can definitely go for the plant.
Yeah, just bided his time, just played that extra shot. Well, that's a good shot from Gareth. That's a clever little shot.
The one thing you'd say is he's not going to give up, is he?
Yeah, I think he...
Sorry, reset the stop clock, please. Yes, thank you.
Is he tempted? Is he going to try and knock the yellow
10 seconds.
to the left-hand centre pocket and then play the plant? Going to get the cue out of the way.
Oh, it's a brilliant shot. That is superbly done by John McAllister. And surely now he is finally going to get himself across the line in this match. He is. I'm sure he's got a fairly good angle on this penultimate yellow. I don't think it's straight.
10
He's
seconds.
just taking his time. Oh, he's underhit that by a mile.
No, I think he's playing it into the top right.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I think that's what he played there. That's what he lined up. This is the shot that could give him 1 foot in the semi-final.
And it's perfect. Gareth Hibbert has given everything in these last few frames to try and stop the machine that is John
Frame on the
McAllister.
match. John McAllister wins 8 frames to 3.
But he can't do it.
Congratulations.
It's 8 frames to 3. The world champion marches into the semi-finals. It was a great performance in the end. But yeah, a very odd, sort of scrappy match. Certainly after the first 3 frames. The first 3 frames John McAllister cleared from the break. But after that, there wasn't a lot of fluency going on in this match. John there just having a little chat with Half and Dad. But just before he can finish that, he can have a little chat with Kev Barton.
Well, we're all just caught our breath after that match, John. I'm not sure how to describe that match. It had literally had everything in, from the sublime to the inexplicable. I mean, tell us your thoughts on that match.
Yeah, I can't explain it. It was a very strange match. I think the tone was just set from the start when I raced into a 3-0 lead, 3 dishes. It sort of just put him on the back foot straight away. I made some silly mistakes, most likely when he went in off on the brakes. I thought my first shot just ruined the whole frame for me. And it's hard to explain really. I was just happy I got them really scrappy frames in the middle of the match. I think they were the key frames.
So even early on in the match, even though you went into a 3-0 lead, there was a couple of shots in those clearances that were sort of very un-John McAllister. Like, it looked like your timing was a little bit off. Do you think your timing was a little bit off, or was it just concentration?
Slightly, yeah. I think when I'm running through a couple of times, I ran through one down here and I didn't want to overhit it, so I've ended up underhitting it. And then I've got to hope for a little bit of luck after, which I got in the end. But I just said I'll just keep potting the balls and hopefully I'll get the finish. But after that I didn't really miss much. I can't remember missing anything in the match. It was just, like you say, positional errors, a few scrappy breaks as well that didn't help, and that just sort of dragged us down a little bit. And then just scrapping away at them frames in the middle of the match. I think big frames.
Yeah, I think you showed another side to your game. You know, obviously we know big break, big clearances, but you know those scrappy frames. You know, there's usually plenty of them in a match as well, and it's just as important to win them as it is to do the breaking dish.
Yeah, definitely. It's just sort of, if you get a ball off the break, even if they're not there, you can sort of try and take control, and then that's a big help in the match really. Luckily, obviously, you know, Gareth don't like to get into them sort of frames, so I think that helped me a little bit. But I sort of had the better set the whole both times in them scrappy frames, so that helped a little bit as well.
And just a word about Gareth. I mean, he's been in some fantastic form, but some of the pots that he missed there, I mean, so un-Gareth Hibbert-like. I mean, was that just the situation, the pressure, major semi-final on the horizon?
It's hard to tell, really. I think, like you say, 3-0 down, he hasn't had a shot. That don't help. So his first couple of chances, they're always going to be a bit rusty. So that helped me a little bit. But yeah, I was amazed when I messed up and then he seemed to mess up and let me back in. Just glad it happened in the end because it's a really flattering scoreline, to be honest.
And just a word about your last 16 match, I think it was, against Ronan. I was obviously one on the out of tables, and we were all watching it because it was so exciting. You must have thought your journey was done in this event when Ronan had just had the 2 balls left.
Yeah, well, it weren't exciting for me playing. But yeah, it was a very, very strange game again, to be fair. There was some really good finishes, really good frames, and then some frames that were 2-3 chances each. Big turning point, he missed the black to go 7-3 up. And then after that, I think I counter clearance and did 3 dishes to go 7-6 up. And then the last 2 frames, I've had good chances in. I just sort of fell over the line in the end, just hoped he missed in the end. It was, hard to explain, but... just happy with my performance. Obviously, if I can just put it all together at the end, who knows?
Well, you're in the semi-final, 8 o'clock, and you will be up against Ryan Clark, who's obviously having a great run, some great victories. What will you do now between now and then?
Just relax, just get some food, I think, and then hopefully be ready for 8 o'clock to put on my best performance.
Okay, well played, John. You're in the semi-finals. We'll see you later on. Well done. So John McAllister, he takes his place in the semi-finals, and Mark, what do you make of that match? I mean, it was literally had everything.
It certainly did. I mean, John started off absolutely superbly, taking a 3-0 lead. It was had faultless pull. Gareth just got into some tactical battles. He just didn't win. It just didn't go his way today. But I think one thing we've seen from John over these last couple of years, he's just made his game more mature. And he's got a B game, a C game, and he can play these tactical battles. And he's really impressive as well, the way that he goes about it. And he's always putting his opponent into trouble. And he's deserved his win against Gareth.
Just a word about Gareth. I mean, some of the pots that he missed, I mean, probably won't thank me for reminding, but absolutely inexplicable. I mean, there was a couple that he's played into the corner pockets, and he wasn't even close. I mean, his radar was just a little bit off tonight, wasn't it?
Yeah, it certainly was. Maybe he just lost a bit of momentum with some of the tactical battles, and that was probably the reason why some of his potting didn't sort of go to a sort of well for him. But don't take anything away from John. Even under the pressure of the tactical battles, he's still come out and got the clearances at the right times.
He's not a world champion for nothing, and obviously, winning those scrappy frames just as important as getting the big breaking dishes.
Yeah, absolutely, and we all know. Well, we probably don't know, but when we watch John in the World Championship, to get to a World Championship finals hard enough with the amount of sort of long frames, matches, and the sort of the long sort of longevity of the whole week is really, really tough, and John's a true champion.
So we've got semi-finals coming up. First one at 6 o'clock. Pro number 1, Liam Dunster, against a guy who we know he's got so much talent, Dean Shields. That's coming up at 6 o'clock. That'll be our first semi-final. How do you see that one going?
Well, on pen and paper, it's one-way traffic, but Dean Shields, don't take it away, is a great outside bet. But can I see him beating the number 1, Liam Dunster? I can, but Liam Dunster is such an established professional now, and he loves this arena. I think Dean's got his work cut out, and trying to beat Liam Dunster near enough in his backyard is going to be very difficult indeed.
And the second semi-final will be at 8 o'clock tonight. So John, as we've seen, he's going to be up against Ryan Clark, another player who's got lots of talent and now delivering on that talent.
Yeah, he certainly is. It's not sort of a household name for Ryan Clark to be in a semi-final of an IPA professional event. But what you've got to remember about Ryan, he has won an amateur event, so he knows what it's like to be in the final, in front of the camera, on a TV table. So I'm looking forward to that one, probably the most. But the way John's played, I can't see another winner. I think we're going to see a Liam John final towards the end.
Well, we'll see if your prediction comes true, Mark. So, as we said, we will be back at 6 o'clock. So wherever you are, make sure you join us then for the first of the semi-finals featuring the Pro number 1, Liam Dunster. So we'll see you back here at 6.
Untitled Chapter, please join Untitled Chapter here.
fight to finish, guys. Next match on table 5 is Simon Baker and Ryan Walton. Simon Baker, Ryan Walton, table 5.
Top table, please. Top table.
On table 9, Christopher Evans and Alex Rodacek. Christopher Evans, Alex Rodacek, table 9. table number 3, Danny Duane and Vicky Lomax. Danny Duane, Vicky Lomax, table 3. table 6, please. Referee table 6. On table 18, Jonathan Roberts and Paul McNeil. Jonathan Roberts, Paul McNeil, table 18. Table 15, Gareth Higgins and Chris Southall. Gareth Higgins, Chris Southall, table 15. 14, Jimmy Grattan and Metin Thomas. Jimmy Grattan, Metin Thomas, till 14. Table number 9, Matthew Jackson and Andy Coles. Matthew Jackson, Andy Coles, table 9.
Mark Davis, table, please, Mark table.
On table 8, Scott Carpenter and Aaron Bart. Scott Carpenter, Aaron Bart, table 8. Table number 2, Mitchell Standen and Tanas Bagboldi. Mitchell Standen, Tanas Bagboldi, table 2. On table 6, Kean Davis and Christy Dumitrescu. Kean Davis, Christy Dumitrescu, table 6. Joel Pickersgill, if you're in the room, let me know, please.
this on and try it? Yeah, yeah.
It sounds like somebody's turned it down.
I don't think it's quite loud. I just turned it off now.
Turn it up.
He's on the crazy ass shit.
Next year, we definitely need to think about having some cameras on the outside tables.
So those three, we're here next year.
Except we couldn't do it here because of the internet.
Wherever we are, whatever this layout is, so that camera that you have at the event, that'll be one of them.
On table 10, Matt Davies and Chris Bullock. Matt Davies, Chris Bullock, table 10. Table 11, Adam Stevens, Regan Boyle. Adam Stevens, Regan Boyle, table 11. Table 12, Magnus Ritson and Dean Griffin. Magnus Ritson and Dean Griffin, table 12. Table number 5, Paul Sugar, Dave Anderson. Paul Sugar, Dave Anderson, table 5. Table 16, Liam Barlow, Corey Williams. Liam Barlow, Corey Williams, table 16. Table 30, Martin Walker and Mark Court. Martin Walker and Mark Court, table 13. On table 3, Lynn Thomas, Scott Anderson. Lynn Thomas, Scott Anderson, table 3. Table 4, Stuart Barnes and Sean Trudale. Stuart Barnes, Sean Trudale, table 4.
And welcome back to the arena here in Bournemouth for the semi-finals in the professional event. And Mark Pickworth, let's just take stock what we've seen in the matches so far today. I mean, it's been absolutely phenomenal.
Yeah, as always, for some reason we just seem to produce phenomenal matches here at the IPA, and I'm sure it's going to continue. We've still got 3 more to go, so I'm not sure what to do next, to be honest, but I think the audience that's going to be watching tonight's action, they're in for some treats.
So the first semi-final, Liam Dunster and Dean Shields. On paper, Liam Dunster the favourite. How do you see it going?
Yeah, Liam Dunster definitely outright favourite against Dean Shields. Is a bit sort of unfamiliar in this sort of territory. He's been on the TV a sort of arena, but against Liam Dunster, can he beat him? I wouldn't be surprised, but by all means, I think Liam Dunster is definitely outright favourite.
I mean, Liam is obviously the big name, but as we all know, Dean Shields is a highly talented, high-skilled performer. Can he do it on the big stage when it matters?
Yeah, he definitely can. There's no doubt about it. I mean, he's an England international. He's been a professional now for a good couple of years. You know, COVID sort of included in all of that. He's had a pretty good run. He's not been tested so far yet. And the same as Liam, he's sort of made his way through and come sort of quite comfortably, like they both have. I mean, is this going to be a close one? It could. It's got all the makings of being a close one.
So we know all about the skills of Liam. You know, such a great patterns on the table, and you know, makes very zero mistakes in effect. What can you tell our audience who've probably not seen Dean before? What to expect from him?
I think one thing we can expect from Dean is a very experienced professional player, and I think it might be a bit of a surprise to some of the viewers that are watching him how he plays, because he's very, very capable indeed and very competent at this game, and at this level he can produce it at the right time.
Okay, you need to come up with your predictions. That's what you're famous for. What's going to be the score in this one?
Well, you love putting me under pressure, especially when the players are behind me, and I'm going to go for Liam Dunster. I think it's probably going to be 8-5.
Okay, well, you heard it there from our expert. So who is going to win? Well, let's find out. So let's get you over to the commentary box and Dan Davey.
Yeah, welcome. What a game this is going to be. Nice little treat.
Gents,
Liam
please,
Dunster,
like
the professional number 1. Ultra consistent. And we've got Dean Shields. He's been knocking on the door for a while. For me, is definitely capable of winning one of these. But hasn't quite made that step yet. Very, very good player. Yes, Liam Dunster's the favourite in this game, but I wouldn't be surprised at all to see Dean cause an upset. Our referee, Ben Taylor Fuente. It's a race to 8. Professional semi-final. Here in Bournemouth.
IPA English Professional Semi-Final, race to 8 frames. First frame, Liam Dunster to break. Time running.
So I'm joined in the commentary box by Pickford. And you've gone Dunster 8-5.
Yeah, I have. You was obviously listening to that little presentation there. And have you got any predictions, Dan? I mean, I've been giving them all pretty much all weekend. I've not heard anything about any predictions from yourself.
From me?
Yes.
I predict that Liam Dunster is going to win this tournament, yeah.
Have you really?
Yeah,
Okay.
no, I didn't, no, but I am now.
Okay. Well, I said, now you've mentioned that, about 4 hours ago, I said probably John McAllister.
Is he still in?
Yeah, he obviously is in the next semi-final.
10 seconds.
He dodged a bullet with Ronan McCarthy. and I predicted him.
Well, actually, when I looked at the odds, I looked at Simon Ward and Simon Fitzsimmons at about 16 to 1 each. And then I also looked at John McAllister at 8.
That's right, it
he's
was 8-1.
overdue.
Yeah,
at the start. So, being, if I was to have a fiver on it, I don't like to do the favourite. I like to look for a bit of
10
value.
seconds.
And I would have done probably those 3. So, I'd have a chance, I suppose. But Liam Dunster, I mean, he's just so consistent, isn't he?
He is. He's always at the business end.
Yeah. Do you know Alex O'Donoghue said to me a while ago, it's another tournament where Liam Dunster wins it and he doesn't look like he's done anything special. And you sit there wondering
10 seconds.
how and why is he so good? It's a fair point. He doesn't seem to do anything special, but we both know the answer is because he does the simple stuff so well, that he never looks like he's doing anything difficult. He's got the white on a string.
Yeah, he has, and I think another
10
sort of point that I need to make is he is such a great match player.
Yep.
Even under pressure. I mean, you think of the matches he's lost in this, the opening of this tour this year. He lost to Farnsworth, but the way Farnsworth played against him twice, he's been absolutely superb.
Yeah, Farnsworth has played out of his skin twice to beat Dunster. Twice. But that's what you need to do. That's what you need to do to beat someone like Liam, even little shots like that. Now, to your average guy, that's not going to seem like that difficult a shot, but he's got as close to as he can get to this top yellow. But he needed to be careful, because if he got too close to that red, he'd have had to have taken the yellow closest to the pocket now, which he really didn't want to be
10
doing.
seconds.
Just
Extension call.
It's just that, taking the balls in the right order. There's maybe 1 or 2 shots per frame where you really need to be pinpoint, and he nails it every time.
Yeah, that's a great point, Dan, because at the start of this frame, when he's broke off, he's picked out his pattern, and I did mention it in his previous TV match. The routines and the patterns that Dunster plays, he is one of the top players in the world without a shadow of a doubt.
I'd say, top 2 or 3 on the planet.
Yeah, quite.
My money, if he's playing anybody in a race to 25 for large sums of money, I'm not sure there's anybody that I would back against for him because of his consistency, because of his mindset, his sort of mental strength. I don't think there's anybody that I would back against him. There's a handful of players where it's a 50-50 game, you could argue. But he's a rock, solid as a rock, and we see their first frame, break and finish.
And that's the expectation we sort of always expect here at the IPA, and Liam started off absolutely phenomenal. But Dean, you've got to agree, hopefully, he's got nothing to lose in this match. He's not expected to be here at the semi-final stage. He's been knocking on the door a few times and probably deserves his place definitely in the semi-final today because of the way he's played.
Frame 2.
But
Dean Shields
he's playing against Liam
trailing
Dunster
1
pretty
frame
much
to
in his
nil.
own backyard. He's
Time
used
running.
to this sort of environment all the time.
Yeah.
What can he do? What does he need to do different?
I think he just needs to I mean, depends on the individual. If I'm playing somebody who I consider to be one of the elite 2 or 3, I almost like to play the player as opposed to playing the table. And they always say you should
Void
play
break.
the table. Don't play the player. But I kind of get up for it a little bit more. If I play the player, I feel like I really switch on most of the time. But for Dean, I think it's different strokes for different folks, as they say. He may well be somebody that sort of rises to the occasion of playing and likes to play the number 1 at the time. I don't think he's going to be someone that's going to be intimidated by Liam. So it's a nice place to be for Dean. I quite like being the underdog. I like the feeling of it. It's good. And he's in the semi-final. If he loses in the semi-final, he's still had a good run.
Yeah, he has. And but he's deserved his place in
Void
this
break.
final. And
Dean
it's
Shields
good
break
to see
again.
Dean here
No
because he's
penalty.
been playing this game
Time running.
a number of years. He's been an England international.
Yeah.
God, at least 5 years, as long as I know.
Yeah.
And he's deserved it, and he's such a great professional, great guy around the tour, a real good professional player, and he's really coming on strong now. I'm looking forward to see what the future holds for him.
Yeah, I think he will win a title sooner or later. Whether it's today remains to be seen. The break's obviously going to play a huge part, like it does in every game. He's hit that one pretty well. They both seem to be doing the cut break. But yeah, for me, Dean's someone that's been knocking on the door for a while. I don't see it as much of a surprise that he's in the semi-finals. I know how good he is. So yeah, I'd like to see Dean win it, because it's nice to see someone different win things, and he's a nice guy.
Yeah, he certainly is.
But if I had to have money on it, all right, I've got to go Dunster.
Yeah, absolutely. But these are the finishes. If you want to be at the sort of business ending, trying to get into finals, these are the clearances you've got to try and take.
Especially early doors, especially that first frame, sets the tone. He's got a decision to make here. Does he take this yellow into the middle, an acute angle, or does he play the long one up the top? Because at some point, I think if he plays the long one up the top, he can leave himself an angle. I don't know if he quite has, but leave himself an angle. I was going to say to punch that one out that's on the cushion. As it is, if he were to take the two yellows very top of the table next, come down table for these other two, he can leave the yellow that's welded to the cushion as his last ball for the black. Does he feel like he can get into it enough? See, now he's missed it thick, and the reason he's missed it thick, he wasn't quite sure whether he could get into it enough to flick that yellow off the side cushion. Had he potted it, he might not have even flicked the yellow in the first place. So is that an error from Dean? I mean, obviously it's an error, he's missed the
Extension
pot,
call.
Was it an error of judgment to play that shot in the first place? I don't know. He'll know better than us because he's right behind it, but it looked to me he's played it thick and he's still only just caught the yellow. So tough to get into it that much.
Yeah, and you had to play it with a little bit more pace. You had to dig into the white a lot more. And I mean, he got the yellow out lovely, but took his eye off the pot, made the pot more difficult with how he had to play it.
Yeah.
And now Liam would be very sort of, I don't know, he'll get a bit of a lift from that, Liam will, because he'll be looking to see how Dean deals with this situation in this early sort of part of this match.
Yeah, he certainly will, and that kind of thing that Liam will probably get a little bit used to. His players seem to make mistakes against him that they wouldn't make against others.
Yeah, great point.
Part and parcel of being the number one. You got there's two things when you're the best in your what you do. Some people rise to it against you. Some people chuck in one or two extra mistakes per match because it's you.
One thing I've noticed about Liam, you know, like you've already said, he's pretty much one of the top guys in his field, but he's such an established number one, and the way he goes about his game all the time, there's no reason he's the number one player, because you've only got to watch his game, tour after tour, tournament after tournament. He's up there all the time. Yeah,
and that's consistency, isn't it? And that's where you get your rankings from. It's not. Someone said it to me before. It's you have a Premier League season where, for example, Liverpool look like the best team, but Man City are the most consistent. So that's why they win the league, because and with the set of rankings is exactly the same. It's not about who looks best when they're at their best. It's about who plays to their potential most often, and Liam's definitely that guy.
Yeah.
He never drops below 90%. Never.
Absolutely not. And I think one of the most things that I've sort of noticed over this last few years, there's always been the debate, who's the top 5 players in the world? And Dunster seems to be in that list for a lot of sort of opinions from other players.
Yeah, he is, yeah. If he's not on your list, then you don't know your pool, I'm afraid. Pool's not for you. You don't understand the game. If Liam's not in your top 5, I don't care who you are, what you play. If he's not top 5, you don't get it. stay away from that middle pocket. You didn't want to go in that close to it, but absolutely fine.
Just off straight, innit? He's mighty fine here.
So he's 2 frames in.
Frame.
2 flawless frames from Liam Dunster. 1 mistake punished from Dean Shields.
Yeah, and there's probably a pot we expected Dean to get. And like I said earlier on, they're the finishes Dean needs to take out to try and push Liam Dunster all the way here. And that is not the start he wanted.
Yeah, especially early doors, you know, those first frame or 2, they really set the tone. Yeah, they really seem to set the tone for the match, so you'd hope if you're a Dean Shields fan, you'd probably be a little bit worried right now, but you're always going to be worried if you're playing against Liam Dunster 2-0 down, I'm afraid.
Frame 3. Liam Dunster to break, leading 2 frames to 0. Time running.
Now, the end of Liam's game against Gavin Robinson, Simon Ward, sorry, he switched his final break to the cut break, and between them, you see he's made another ball there, hit him really well, but between them, they had, I think, 6 dry breaks in a row between frames 3 and 8. And eventually, I think the following break, Liam went in off the break, doing the front ball break. He was hitting them well, but wasn't making a ball. And then Liam, with his final break of the match, reverted to that break he's just done there. Potted the ball. He did it in the first frame. He cleared. And we've seen it again. He's made another ball, so he's chopping and changing his breaks. And one thing I will say is not many players do that. They might change where they break from, but they don't often revert and change and switch between cut break and front ball break during matches. But I think it probably says a bit more about Liam that he's willing to do that.
Yeah, we had a conversation about sort of Clint Ianson last night as well. He's another one that switches. He brings out his big break cue and he sort of goes head on, and when things aren't working, he'll change to the cut break. And I'm not a big fan of changing your break throughout, but if it tries and does something different in a match that you're struggling to get into, then you've probably got to agree with it sometimes.
10 seconds.
Yeah, I think. I always front ball break, but I think it probably is the right thing to do to have it in your locker. Be versatile. Every table breaks slightly differently. Every table's probably a slightly different speed to the next. We're talking on very minor levels, but that can affect the way the balls break. So it's good to have it in your locker and be versatile.
Yeah, and I think it's pretty fair to say, Dean and Liam, they're not in that list of the huge breakers. They've got a bit of power, but not in the company that they're in, the Cousins and the Wards, the Marshes, the Whelan.
Yeah, no, they're not.
I mean, even the Fitzy, what I saw Fitzy on here, his break is huge, but doesn't get recognised because of the company he's in.
Yeah. No, I think you're right.
He just seems to be going about his work once again. I mean, he needs to get the right angle on this red. I think he probably needs to leave it a little bit higher, because he's not going to have to do a lot with the white ball. He just needs to make sure he ain't got any hampered cueing. Looks like he can roll on and off and get past that yellow then, does he?
Well, he obviously thinks he can. I mean, if he couldn't, he probably still would have done what he'd done, but just stunned the cue ball and then played the red off of the yellow, which, if you're right behind it, isn't that difficult, but He obviously thinks he can see enough of it.
Yeah, I don't expect him to get close to this black.
Right.
Yeah, and that's fine.
3 frames. 3 frames of perfection from Liam Dunster. Dean Shields has made 1 mistake. Finds himself 3-0 down. It's tough at the top.
Frame.
Yeah, it certainly was. And I think one thing about this, whatever the score becomes at the end of this match, Dean Shields is going to learn a hell of a lot from this for his next tournament, and I'm sure he'll build on this.
Yeah, I think with anything in life really, that the more you do it, the more accustomed you become to it. So, you know, semi-finals of an IPA tour doesn't happen every day, you know, and to be on the big stage, so to speak, against the world number 1 in the semis of the IPA tour, it's not something that's going to happen many times in Dean Shields' career, but the more times it happens, the more comfortable he's going to feel out there. And I think someone like Liam's a good example of that.
Dean Shields to break.
You know, he just looks
Trailing
so
3
at home.
frames to nil.
If anything, he probably plays better
Time
when
running.
he's on the main arena. Just becomes more and more accustomed to it, really.
Yeah, that's what I said earlier. It's just like his own backyard.
Yeah.
He's, as you already said, accustomed to it. It's just the norm for him.
Yeah, it's just normal, yeah.
I think he's
he
going to
wants
drop,
that
is it?
to
No,
go.
it's not.
No, just slowed up. And if we look at that, I mean, yellows are definitely better than reds, but I think Liam would probably find a way to clear the reds up, to be honest. I think the yellow, he's got to plant down the
Extension
cushion.
call.
He's got one obvious bad yellow, but he can plant down the cushion. Not the easiest finish you're ever going to see, but it's a 7 or 8, maybe 9 out of 10 for someone like Liam in this form, surely.
Yeah, and you feel like he's probably got to take the yellows because that'll free the black up. And I'm sure he's already decided the route that he's going.
Yeah, he's taken a little bit longer just to figure out what order he's going to take these balls in. I think you'll see him take the 2 down table, work his way up the table, basically 2 in the middle. He may go so the one by the left middle pocket, plant that onto the one over the corner, and then play the one in the middle opposite, to then play the one that he leaves over the corner and black in the middle.
Yeah, he's going to have a few options. I mean, he can leave the plant till last, but knowing Liam, he won't, because he won't take any risk at all.
Yeah, you know, if you just catch the cushion
10
first
seconds.
kind of thing, it can just go away from the jaw of the pocket, so you can't pot it. So if he's dead straight here, yeah, she is just about, so that's perfect. And I think you're right. I think he'll top it through, plant down the cushion, 1 in the middle, take the other yellow that he's left over that corner pocket, and then play the black into the middle. But he just works it out. I mean, do you remember back in the day when it was, Liam might struggle on a
10
shot
seconds.
clock because he's methodical. He's not the quickest of players. He's not a Jordan Shepherd. He's not a flashy, flamboyant player. I mean, he looks more at home and more comfortable with a 30-second shot clock than anyone now.
Yeah, he does, and he's adapted so well to it. He's just got his own routine. When he knows the clock's down to a certain point, he then knows what he's capable of doing.
Yeah. Do you know what I think he's done?
10
He's
seconds.
kind of taught everybody that, all us other pros, that 30 seconds is longer than you realise. You know, because he'll very often take it right down to the last 3-4 seconds.
I mean, even that shot there, that was down to the last 2 seconds,
2
coming
seconds.
up to 1.
But he knew.
Yeah,
He was totally in control and he wasn't rushed at all.
No, he wasn't. And the way his cue ball's been, it's near enough been on a 10 pence
seconds.
piece. He's been phenomenal.
He's making it look like a PlayStation game. Like he's on cheat mode. He's just not. He's not even looking like making a mistake. This one's a delicate shot.
You can bet it's one of two ways, but knowing Liam, it'll be absolutely to perfection. Little bit short.
A little bit short, but he's fine. Barring any sort of kick or anything like that, this will be 4-0 to Liam. And Dean Shields still haven't made just one mistake.
10 seconds. Frame.
Perfection.
That's probably the best word to describe this masterclass here from Liam Dunster at the moment. Dean Shield has missed one ball and he's finding himself 4-0 behind.
Yeah, he's made one mistake, which was a tricky ball up the cushion because he was trying to cheek the pocket to get a ball out. He hasn't made a glaring error or a big mistake, and he finds himself 4-0 down. But that is Liam Dunster for you.
And he looks in sizzling form, he really does. I mean, the final we all want, no offence to Dean Shields or Ryan Clark, is going to be the world #1 against the current world champion. That's the final we want. But a lot of things can happen yet.
Frame
There's still
5.
a lot of frames to be played.
Liam Dunster to break.
And Liam
Leading 4
Dunster
frames to
and
nil.
John McAllister have played
Time
many
running.
finals before at youth level. So they, between them, kind of dominated the youth under-18s, under-21 scene for many, many years. And they've just continued it into the pro ranks. They've probably played each other 20, 30 times.
Again, that cut break just seems to be working for him.
Yeah, I think that's the most ominous thing. I mean, aside from the fact that Liam's a very good pool player, if he's making a ball every time, getting first chance every
Extension
time on his
call.
own break, it's worrying signs for everyone, not just Dean Shields.
Yeah, it is. I mean, this isn't an easy clearance. If he takes yellows, he's got the yellow on the bottom cushion, and we're trying to get back up to the black. And the red, he's got that, not a difficult red, but the red right at the black spot, just next to that yellow. He's going to need to get on that and drop that into the bottom left, but shouldn't prove a problem.
Do you know, it shouldn't. It's the only thing that can really go wrong with this frame. You feel like he's going to take the red top left corner as his last ball to get on the black. So it is just a case of how and when he's going to pick off that red in the bottom right corner of the table. Is he going to land on it dead straight to the middle pocket? Because he could definitely do that after this, but it's an acute angle. Is he going to screw into it over there? Well, I don't think he would or should, because there's a chance he's going to be pushing the red even more towards the cushion. So is he going to try and play in behind it? He may well do that, but the couple of yellows at the bottom of the table are kind of getting in the way of the natural angle for
10
it.
seconds.
Yeah, but I think he's going to leave this in an area. He's going to have a choice of 3 reds. Oh, he's just dropping it in.
Oh, he doesn't like it. He doesn't like it. He didn't like it because he doesn't want to be queuing off the cushion. He's overhit that. He wanted to be to the left of where the yellow is, not to the right of it, so he could just drop it into the middle. But you may even see him take it long here and to the top corner pocket.
Yeah, I don't think he's got a choice, because if he takes it into the centre, he could find it up against that yellow.
Yeah.
But Liam will know he's right behind this shot.
And also, if he misses it into the corner, there's a good chance he's going to cover the pocket. But look at that, just absolutely creamed it.
Is that what you said? He's going to miss it in the corner, if he misses it in the corner.
If he misses it, I mean, how dare I? I mean,
that's the heart of the pocket.
He's potted that like it was over the pocket, didn't he? But the confidence of somebody that's 4-0 up and hasn't put a foot wrong yet, you know.
10 seconds.
Table 15, Daniel Randall, and Sarah Middleton. Daniel Randall and Sarah
One thing I
Middleton,
always
table
like
15.
about Liam Dunster, it doesn't matter what level of play he's playing, no offence to Dean when I'm saying that, he treats everybody with the utmost respect, and he plays his game at all times.
He is exactly like that. He doesn't. He doesn't.
10 seconds.
We said earlier that there's players that are sort of more streaky than others, and he. You'll get the same Liam Dunster whether you play him in the final as if you play him in the last 64. And Simon Ward actually was who we were comparing him with when they played each other. And Simon's probably maybe the opposite of that. You know, you will get a blimmin' hard to beat Simon Ward in a quarter semi or a final because he's in the groove. You know, he's kind of, and Jordan Shepherd the same. You know, once they're on a roll, they're a different animal. When they get later stages of a tournament, Liam Dunster in the last 64 will be the same as the Liam Dunster that's in a final. He's just so consistent. Well, this is getting silly. We're just going to end up sounding like the Liam Dunster fan club here. I mean, what more can you say? It's perfection. 5 frames, 5 perfect frames, 5-0.
Yeah, and we've not really seen a lot of Dean. He's just been sat in that seat, just admiring what we're admiring, really, and what the audience at home are admiring. This is a masterclass without a shadow. 4
off the break and 1 missed tricky clearance from Dean Shields.
That's
5-0.
right. Yeah, he's cleared off Dean's break, and then he's had 3 breaking clearances himself, and then that missed pot, and Dean never came back to the table.
Yeah. It's unplayable at the moment. Dean needs to find something. He needs to maybe set himself a target of 6-4 or something. You know, try and take 4 of the next 5 frames. Try and just get some sort of momentum. You know, if he can clear off his break, that's a great start.
Dean Shields to break.
I try and say to myself sometimes if I'm behind in a match, you can win 3 frames in short time. If you break and clear, they make a mistake or break dry, you can break and clear. You know, you can soon be 5-3. You've got to tell yourself that. You've got to try and stay positive, but it's a hell of a lot easier said than done when you're up against an absolute machine. But it's a good start. Made a couple of balls.
But that cluster on the left-hand side, it's not as easy as the Liam Dunster breaks.
No,
it's really isn't.
Typical of what you'll be left when you're 5-0 down. If he was 5-0 up, they'd have come out easy.
Yeah, there's been no yellows around them, no reds or anything. They've just been wide open, a pocket for every ball.
Extension call.
And even with yellows, has he got an easy first yellow? Does the yellow go into the top left corner past the black? I'm not even sure he has. He's going reds. Well, look, he's going reds because if he gets back up towards centre of the table, which he has, that's perfect. So he's got the perfect angle now to go into his 1 bad ball, and he should have some kind of shot on the red that's just next to it. Just needs to be a little bit careful of the double kiss. So you are trusting to luck to an extent. Want to play at a controlled pace, not too hard. And the double kiss has killed him.
Yeah, he sort of hit the top edge of that ball, and that's why he sort of got a double kiss. Probably got into it a little bit too much, maybe.
Well, if he'd have played it with topspin, he'd have flicked off the bottom half of that red, and the danger then is the white then comes lower down the table, so you may not, you know, he wants to be on the red that he's on now into the corner pocket, but you kind of can't have it both ways.
Yeah, he's had to hit that absolutely perfect. I mean, he didn't have a lot of room for error to get the right cannon, but he's still going all out attack here, and I don't blame him, to be honest. He's going to have to, he's come this far.
Yeah, you're going to go down, you've got to go down fighting.
And I think he's probably just going to leave himself a double in the bottom right corner, is he? No, he's trying to get the red out.
It's the Lord giveth and the Lord taketh. Fluke.
3 shots.
Fluke into the corner pocket after missing it at pace, but then flicks off this bad red and goes in off. I suppose it's justice. When it rains, it pours.
Extension called.
Yeah, it certainly does. And this 1 free shot and 1 visit now could prove very costly indeed. I mean, these yellows aren't straightforward, but we were expecting our world number one to make very light work of them, and what a clever opening shot that was. Yeah,
others wouldn't have done that or wouldn't have bothered, but it's just almost like an extra insurance policy for Liam. You know, he's got a free visit to dislodge his, I mean, slightly tricky yellow, but by the same token, he's put Dean Shields' red
10
a
seconds.
lot safer than it was. Just clever play from Liam. Relentless.
Yeah, it
no
is.
mercy.
Yeah, and what the other thing he's done, he's near enough took both his hard yellows out in that one visit, because playing that one over the right centre is giving him the proper opportunity just to drop this in, and he's not even going to have to do a lot with the cue ball.
No, you
10
feel like
seconds.
this is the last thing that could go wrong. That wiped his feet a little bit. If he'd have hit that much harder, it might not have gone in. But it's just a case of joining the dots now, really, for Liam.
Again, looks like he's left that pretty perfect. He's only going to have to drop these in. These are going to be pretty much 3 stun shots. I don't think he's got an angle on this to travel up. He don't need to. And I'm not sure what Dean Shields can do with a man in this form. He's only got one agenda on his mind. He wants this English professional title.
Yeah, and he's just making very light work of this. Six 0.
Frame.
You touched on it earlier. It's a masterclass from Liam. Doesn't look like anything's bothering him. The other thing as well, if he was 6-0 down, he'd still have that expression on his face. You wouldn't know.
No, it'd be exactly the same. It would.
Yeah. When he lost to Farnsworth in the last tour, didn't he? In the quarterfinals, I think, and you know, his same expression on his face when he's 2 down with 3 to play. He's just very good temperament.
Yeah, he certainly has. I mean, when you were sort of got the camera in him, it looks like the pause button's been on, because his face just doesn't move.
No.
Doesn't give anything away to his opponent. You know, fair play to Dean. I know he's been sat in that chair, sort of slumped in his chair, if you want to call it that.
Leading 6 frames to 0.
He's not shown any emotion, but what can you do against a man in this sort of form? I don't know.
For anyone that doesn't know, I've mentioned this a few times, but not for a while now. Liam Dunster's one of the guys you probably like to hate, because he's just one of those, he's ultra talented at multiple things. I think he plays chess to county level. He won I think it was the European Championships at Taekwondo or karate.
That's correct, Taekwondo, yeah.
Taekwondo, when he was a youngster. And he won that without being a black belt as well. He was the one below it, whatever that is, but he still won the tournament, which is ridiculous in its own way. And plays green bowls for
10 seconds
to a ridiculous standard as well, county level or international level. He's just one of those. He's good at everything. He's probably got a great singing voice as well, just to make you really hate him.
Oh, wow. We're not going to ask him that, and but wow.
Yeah, it's one of those. What's he not good at? You know.
I think anything he puts his hand to, he just tries and becomes the best at it. He's that sort of person, isn't he?
I think it's one of those things that you see in elite sportsmen. Is obviously they excel in the thing that they choose to really pursue. As you see Dean miss a ball there, I think scoreboard pressure's getting to him a little bit. Not an easy shot. Was it an acute angle and he had to play it at pace as well, but typical of what might happen when you're 6-0 down. But yeah, I think with Liam, it's just he's obviously just one of those characters that whatever he puts his mind to, he gives it 110% and just finds a way to get good at it. You know, there's only so much coaching and whatever you can have. You've got to have it inside you to really understand, one, what you're doing wrong in the first place. You know, so many people get advice and it goes in one ear and out the other. They can have all the great advice in the world, but if they can't do anything about it, you know, and you just see Liam, whatever he just seems to get better every single time he plays. Every single tour, every single season, he actually seems to be even more consistent than the season before. It's frightening, especially given he's, 25?
Yeah, he is, yeah.
He's not.
You don't think he can get any better. But I don't know where he gets this other levels from. But it's great for our game, it's great for our organisation, because players are looking at him and they're trying to chase him as well. Yeah,
I think it's the I remember hearing something about Cristiano Ronaldo, and they said he had like a great season or something, and they asked him, basically his thing was, no matter how well I do, every day in training I'm seeing how I can improve. And that's his mindset. He can score 60 goals in the season and 5 hat-tricks, but his mindset every day is, how can I improve, no matter how well he is, how close to perfection he's playing at the time, how can I improve? And someone like Liam's probably got a similar sort of mindset, really. There you go, Liam, I've just compared you to Cristiano Ronaldo. Have that.
Wow. That's some comparison, that is. But once again, Liam, he's just devastating his opponent. I hope it's not a whitewash. We really want Dean Shields to get a frame on the board. But I know one thing, Liam Dunster wants to win this 8-0.
Yeah, of course. Look, Liam's experienced enough as well to know that if he makes a mistake in this and has a couple of dry breaks, this can be 6-4, 6-5 in no time. So, you know, that's one of the reasons why you need to be relentless. I mean, this is tough, this is tricky. And he has missed it. He missed it by a mile as well.
He did.
What's happening there?
Wow. A little bit hampered queuing. I'm going to try and defend him a little bit.
Yeah, he's
Look
barely
at
at
that
the
queue
jaw,
right in
he?
there.
He's barely at the jaw. He's human. He is human.
Come on, Dean Shields. We need a frame on the board. This is your chance. And maybe there was a few thoughts going through Liam's head there. He knows that was the board to pot. One frame away, that would have been for him. But all of a sudden, he's still 2 frames away if Dean takes these out.
Yeah, I think when you're miles behind in a match, you always feel like you've got way more of a chance when they need 2 frames. When they're on the hill, as they call it, and they only need 1 frame, you know, you're 1 break and clearance away or whatever. But when they need 2, you always think, no. It's happened so many times before. A couple of dry breaks, I can string 3-4 frames together. The momentum can change, pressure can change. That's what Dean Shields has got to tell himself.
Yeah, one thing I've noticed in these race to 8, you can near enough have a game of 2 halves. And I've seen it on more than one occasion.
Plenty of times.
Go on, Dean. Just hold yourself together. Let's get a frame on the board. Just this black. And there you see it.
Frame.
He'll feel better about himself now.
Feel a lot better. He'll feel a lot better, and he'll feel a hell of a lot better if he can make a ball of his next break and clear. You never know. Stranger things have happened. Maybe. Has anything stranger happened than Liam Dunster losing a semi-final from 6-0 up in a race to 8?
Well, it'll be the most talked about thing ever if that does happen. I've never seen it.
No, I don't think so, no.
We were talking about it earlier when Gareth Hibbert was 7-1 ahead. Have we ever seen a comeback like that? From 7-1 for someone to win 8-7. 7 frames on the spin. I'm not sure we have.
I don't think we have on stream. I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's happened. It would have happened, but in a big semi-final.
Frame 8. Dean Shields to break, trailing 6 frames to 1. Time running.
I think Dean is going to need some perfect pull of his own here. He needs a ball off this break. He needs to keep the white on the table first. Is he going to drop? No.
Look at his face as well. He knows. He needed some sort of momentum, and he's hit them pretty well. And you know, look at that. How's that yellow not gone in? How has that not gone in that corner pocket? He'll watch that back on the replay and he'll think to himself, if I was 6-1 up, that yellow would have
10
dropped.
seconds. Extension call.
Yeah, plenty of other days. That definitely would have dropped.
Bit of a saving grace, though. It's not the easiest of openers for Liam.
No, especially after that previous miss.
Yeah.
This is very similar.
Yeah, a bit of distance.
Yeah.
Slightly off straight. Definitely missable.
10 seconds.
If he gets it, he probably wins in the frame. And he does. So the only thing stopping this, and or the most likely thing to stop this going 7-1, you've got those two yellows that are bunched together just below the black spot. Just to find a way to get into those. Now if the red wasn't in the way, see just below the white where he's playing it now, I felt like he could have left himself an angle off of the yellow into the right hand corner pocket and just gone into it straight away, because then you're going to have two options as to which yellow you can be on afterwards, but he's going to have to go into it. So he's going to stun this into the middle pocket and he's having to go into it off of the yellow in the centre of the table.
10 seconds.
So it's the guard against getting glued.
Yeah.
Doesn't want to stick to the yellows once he dislodges them.
Yeah, see, I'd rather probably flick the outside one if you could, but you're running the risk of missing it, and I don't think he wants to run the risk of missing it. He just needs to...
What, the one on the left?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think
little
you're right.
flick on that would have been perfect, but
I think you're bang on.
Further down.
Yeah, you're bang on. If he flicks that sort of
10
half
seconds.
ball, quarter ball, that'd be perfect. Look at that. Oh, he took his eye off the pot.
Wow.
He's very human. And actually, showed quite a lot of emotion there. Hung his cue to the side.
He just didn't go through that.
Do you know what? It was what you said. He was worried about missing it altogether. I don't think he had the perfect angle, so he's tried to cheek the pocket.
10
Because
seconds.
if he'd have potted that thinner,
Extension call.
then he'd have missed the cannon altogether. So actually, he
pinched
kind of
the
had the
pocket.
wrong... Yeah, he pinched the pocket. And he
Tried
had
to cheat it.
Yeah. And the mistake there was actually the shot before, by leaving himself the wrong angle. Dean Shields has got a bit of a lifeline.
Yeah, he has put that red on that bottom cushion.
I mean, look at the table. I mean, Liam's got the bottom left and the bottom right hand corner pocket sewn up. This is tough.
10
It is.
seconds.
It makes me wonder if he's thinking about possibly playing a skill shot. A red onto the yellow. I'm not sure. Is he going to try and sort of stun this down? I think it's risky.
Well, I mean, you know, yeah, there's an argument. Do you play? He's got a good angle now to pot this red and stun up into the bottom left-hand corner of the table as we look at it, but where's the white going to go afterwards? Trust
10
into luck a
seconds.
little bit. Perfect. Perfect. Not perfect. That's exactly what he was worried about. You've got to trust the luck. He's done the right thing. What else can he do?
Apart from get a little bit more power on it. But look, he's even hit that thin. I think the jaws just took the pace off it.
If he'd have hit that slightly thicker, the side spin probably would have left him on the red into the right middle. Fine margins.
10 seconds.
Certainly is. And he's got to be really careful now where he leaves this white, because one loose shot here And all of a sudden, I think he's left a pot. I'm not sure if that goes to the top left. I think he's already looked at this, whether this yellow does go to the top left. So I'm sure Liam will be looking himself. It's a tough pot. If it does go, it looks mighty tight.
It does, but, you know, it's one of those, if he plays it, he can only really play it dead weight. It looks like he is playing it, but if he misses it, the frame's wide open for Dean. Yeah, and as well.
And you've used that word again, haven't you? If he misses it.
If he misses it, yeah.
If.
And he's even played that with an element of safety. He's played that with pace to leave himself a more difficult yellow into the bottom left corner, because he's going to take that one first. But if he did miss it, it was tricky for Dean. If he'd have rolled it, he'd have left it easy. Oh, what's he done there?
Timeout.
He thinks he's got a kick, I think.
Well, you're looking to
I'd
blame
like to
something.
have another look at that, just if it did sort of, I don't know, sort of slide off the yellow, kicked off the yellow. I'm not sure.
You don't see much you don't often see this much emotion from Liam.
But is he in bother here?
Time running.
I think he can. Oh God, it looks tight.
Well, he's definitely going to be able to get to it by bending it or swerving it. It's just whether he can get good position on the black from it. He's got the ref to clean the white, which is always an indication he thinks he's had a kick.
10 seconds.
He's having to bend it. So he's probably going to leave the black at distance. Oh, wow. He can't, can he? 6-0 down. What was this one in? 6-2.
Wow, yeah, but it's Liam's break next.
It is, but we've seen 2 mistakes in 2 frames from Liam.
Oh.
This is a crisis.
Yeah, we're not sure he's missed 2 shots in the whole of the tournament so far.
No.
But yeah, that's a good opening pot there from Dean.
Yeah, back against the wall. Do or die. Might see him play the cannon here. Yeah, soft screw. Good shot.
And you did mention it quite earlier on about when he was sort of 5-0 down, 6-0 down. He needs to get back to try and get 4 frames, see how it goes from there. If it was 7-4, 6-4, whichever it was. I mean, that's more than possible now. Because if Liam dry breaks next, and then Dean clears up 6-2, all of a sudden Dean's break 6-3, and he's catching up.
Yeah. I mean, this could be 6-2 now. A dry break from Liam, and Dean can be looking at 6-4.
Yeah.
It can happen, and that's not unrealistic. If Liam goes dry, if Dean puts his black 6-2, Liam goes dry, it is not unrealistic it'll be 6-4 in about 10 minutes' time. And then we've got a game on our hands.
Yeah, we certainly have.
Right.
And then Dean is going to be asking a question of Liam Dunster.
He is.
So this is the shot here that we thought that he possibly got a kick on. So
that's the one before.
That's the one before.
Yeah, we're going to try and get that shot up for you now. And from that angle, it probably does look like he did, because it was very straight.
Yeah.
It was very straight.
I mean, that pot that we've just seen there was absolutely tremendous. But this one here, this is the one he thought he got a kick on. I think he was just trying to roll it on and off the cushion.
It doesn't look like a natural angle, does it, for it to hit the red on the way through?
Well, we'll try and get that for you. We'll come back to it. Because for me, that could be a crucial part of this match.
Definitely.
But we're back at this match at the moment, and Liam wants a ball.
Frame 9. Liam Dunster the break, leading 6 frames to 2. Time running.
His previous break was dry.
Cut break again. Wow. Made a couple of balls. Got options.
Yeah, but we have a cluster. I mean, just watch this. But I thought he took a little bit of pace off that.
Yeah. Now, the red and the yellow together, where there's this bottom right corner, the lowest yellow and the red next to it. If there's a gap there that you can get through to that red and pot it, screw into the one above it, then this could be. I think that's the key to the frame. But he's looking at playing. He's playing the plant. Very clever shot. He was looking at the plant on the reds, Mark. He was looking at the plant on the reds, and as he's got down to it there, he noticed the plant that he can play yellow onto red. He's changed his mind last minute there.
Yeah, but look at the way this has turned out now.
What
a decision.
Yeah, great bit of thinking. But you see, just 3-4 seconds before, he was lining up red onto red.
10 seconds.
And as he's down, he's, oh, no, I know what I can do. I can play the yellow onto the red. So open the frame right up. What a shot. What a bit of thinking.
Yeah, certainly is.
We hadn't noticed it,
no.
You know, and he's 30 seconds in, he hadn't noticed it. He's about to play a plant on the red. Oh, alarm bell, little alarm bell goes. This could be 7-2 in no time.
10 seconds.
It's exactly what the doctor orders as well, because Liam's played, well, we said it's perfection, wasn't it, to go 6-0 up, and then he's just sort of took his foot off the gas. Couple of mistakes that we're not used to seeing Liam make, and he needed to put his foot back on the pedal, and he's done exactly that.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have a sort of a mid-range pot here.
10 seconds.
For his last ball. I mean, I'm not sure how much angle he can. Don't think he can stick on this yellow. No, he's like made it even easier.
Yeah, it's perfect. Just another tricky stroke, difficult clearance that Liam's made to look like child's play. And that is 7-2.
Yeah,
brilliant.
One clever shot there has just got Liam Dunster his 4th breaking clearance of this match, which is absolutely phenomenal.
4 from 5?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, he's had 1 dry break.
I mean, that's pretty unplayable.
Yeah, it certainly is. Now, Dean is finding himself. He's somewhere where he didn't want to be. I mean, we're all cheering on. We want Dean to get another couple of frames. But I'm not sure it's going to happen. I know one thing, he won't go down without a fight.
Frame 10. Dean Shields to break, trailing 7 frames to 2.
Both wear a glove.
Time running.
Don't they?
Yeah.
Liam's done it for some time. Dean, a bit more recent. Dean's been trying out the glove. I've noticed there's been quite a few players, far more in this last year or two, that have been using the glove. It used to be a thing you'd get the mickey taken out of you in the pub for if you used a glove. Oh, you're a glove guy, you know. And all of a sudden now Liam Dunster's doing it. It's cool, and they're all doing it. I think we saw Mark Boyle does it. Scott Gillespie does it. There's a lot of players now using a glove.
Yeah, there certainly is.
10 seconds.
I tried it and I
Extension
found it was
call.
too slippery. It was actually too slippy. But, in all fairness, I probably tried it about 10 years ago.
Yeah, and it's come from, for me, we had the conversation last night, and it's very American. I think it's come from the Stricklands, the Van Bonens, and it's sort of continued into our game.
Yeah, I think you're right. And I think, I might be way off the mark here actually, but I'm pretty sure, I don't really play much American pool, but I've played it, but I think especially when they use these carbon fibre cues, I think they're a lot more prone to getting sticky. You know, if you get clammy hands, and so I can see the value in it a lot more with American pool cues and the type of wood they use for their cue, but for English pool it seems to be something that's kind of growing, I suppose, and it is so important that you've got, you know, that the cue runs through your bridge hand smoothly. It is so important. It is so off-putting if
10 seconds.
If it's just slightly sticky or the cue feels dirty. So I can see why people do it. I might give it another go myself. Can you see yourself doing it, Mark?
No, that's not my sort of thing.
Fair enough. You'll stick to picking winners.
Yeah. I'll keep the playing to you boys, and you can test out all the new contraptions that are coming on the market, and that's fine for me. Stick to what you know is what I say.
And Liam's sticking to what he knows, which is clearing from the break and making it look very, very easy. This is as good as done in my eyes.
Yeah, and he's already had a reverse clearance off Dean's break, and this is looking like it's going to be another one. It's just faultless.
Yeah, he's been relentless. He had a minor hiccup for 2 frames. He's had
10 seconds.
He's played 6 frames of perfect pull. Made a mistake in the next 2 frames, and then he's just finished the match off with 2 more perfect frames, 2 more clearances from the break. You said earlier, an absolute masterclass and a pleasure to watch.
Yeah, and apart from the 2 errors we've seen, it's been phenomenal, Paul. It really has. And you know, Liam's probably his worst critic, and he'll be sort of saying to himself, "I wish he didn't want to miss them couple of pots," but
he'll class this as a par performance.
Yeah.
He doesn't want 2 mistakes in a match. That's not great for him. But we're watching this and saying, wow, you've made that game look
Frame
very
and the
easy.
match. Liam Dunster wins 8 frames to 2.
Well played.
Fantastic display.
yeah, it's been fantastic, and that is pretty good, Paul. I mean, that's just been just over an hour, and a race to 8. That is some going. I mean, there's not been too many chances missed, and Dean Shields has been on a bit of an end there of a beating. And well played for Dean Shields for his run in this tournament, but he's come up against a very solid Liam Dunster indeed.
Yeah, it was. It would have had to have been a pretty special performance to beat Liam there, the way he's played, and yeah, like you say, he's just come up short. But keep knocking on the door, and eventually it will come down. And Dean Shields, I can promise you, is definitely good enough to win one of these. It's just not been his weekend this weekend.
No, it hasn't. Well, I'm going to leave you to it, Dan. If you can just hand over to the arena table. I've been shouted down there. I think we're going to get some words from Liam. I'd like to hear what he's got to say, to be honest.
Yeah.
Thanks very much, Dan, and no doubt we'll catch you all later.
No problem. I think it looks like we're going to grab a couple of words with Liam. We're going to hand you over to Kev Barton.
What a performance there from Liam Dunster. I'm delighted to be joined by Liam, who takes his place in tonight's final. Liam, it was a Liam Dunster masterclass.
Yeah, I mean, I played really well the first 6 frames, and then I think it was the 7th frame anyway. It was the shot clock that got me, to be honest. I think 30 seconds, like I've said many times before, I think it's just a little bit too short. I've played a shot and I've landed not on the ball I was wanting. I had to recheck. I was going to cut in the middle, and I thought, I'll play at the corner. Before I know, I think it's after 10 seconds, so I had to just hit the shot, and I've missed it by quite a bit. And in the 8th frame, I think I've just took my off the pot, but other than that, yeah, absolutely flawless, yeah.
Yeah, you must be delighted, because obviously Dean playing well to get to the semi, so you knew you were going to be in for a tough battle, but you just never let him get to the table, and 6-0, it's almost just a matter of finishing the job off.
Yeah, I mean, like I said to the podcast boys earlier on, you can't let these players back in because they can just do exactly what I just done to me. So yeah, you've just got to kick them in a down sort of thing.
Well, you certainly did that. Obviously into tonight's final, and you know, what would it mean to you to win this title? You know, obviously you've won many big titles, but you know, does it reinforce that number one position? Does it give you more confidence? What would that mean to you to take home the title?
Yeah, probably both. I mean, obviously it's definitely a bonus. Sort of being further number one than I am. Yeah, confidence, everything really. Yeah.
And being number one, how much does that mean to you? Is that something you really want to? You know, would you trade that for the World Championships, for example?
I don't. I might just be saying this because I'm number one and I've not won the Worlds, but I think number one's better than the Worlds because like you can have one good weekend and become world champion, but you can't have one good weekend and become number one. But that's just the way that I see it.
Well, Liam, fantastic performance, well played. We'll see you in tonight's final. Well done. So Liam Dunster puts on an absolute masterclass to dispose of Dean Shields, and not much Dean could do about it.
Apart from sitting in that seat, unfortunately, and I'm sure that seat's been very warm, and I felt for Dean out there. I was pleased it weren't a whitewash for him, and luckily Liam Dunster is human. He's missed a couple of balls, and it's let Dean get a couple of frames on the board, but you know, hats off to Liam, and that was a superb masterclass performance. Yeah,
obviously 6-0, just way too much of a deficit to come back, and like you say, you almost feel sorry for Dean because, you know, he came in with some great form, some great performances on the outside tables, and then to come in and just nothing went his way. I mean, it was the battle of the cup breaks, really, wasn't it? And there was clearly only one winner.
Yeah, there certainly was. He said sort of nothing went his way. He's missed one ball, and the guy's 5-0 down because of faultless pull from, you know, the world number one, and credit to him, it really was. But it must be tough sat in that seat, just watching it. But on the other hand, you've got to admire what Liam's done.
So our second semi-final coming up at 8 o'clock, featuring world champion John McAllister and up against Ryan Clark. What can we expect on that one?
Well, I'm going to mention Ryan Clark first. He's had some great performances out there. He beat Mark Farnsworth, who's the informed player for the IPA, without a shadow of a doubt. But one thing for sure, Ryan Clark has not been in this arena for a long while, and he's probably not been at the latter stage of an event for a while either. But can he produce it against John? He's been on this table 2 or 3 times now, and we've seen him on the outer tables producing some great shot-making performances. And we saw him in that last match against Gareth Hibbert, and again, it was just superb, solid pull. For me, it's a one-frame winner. Well, it's going to be a one-match winner, really. John McAllister's going to get through on this one, and I think we're in for an incredible final later on. I really do. No offence to Ryan Clark, I don't think he's got the firepower to take out John McAllister tonight.
Yeah, because certainly in patches, John McAllister looked back to his best. It did look fallible, though. There was certainly, so it wasn't perfect pull by any stretch when we saw him earlier.
No, it wasn't. But one thing about John, he's got this B and C game now, and that's something that's incredible to watch. And I can't wait for tonight's final. But John's still got one match to get out of the way. But Ryan Clark, he got through that epic battle, 8-7 against Rob Donkin. Is that going to take too much out of him? I'm not so sure, but we'll see. I'm sure we're going to find out.
Well, we certainly will, Mark. So, as I said, the second semi-final featuring world champion John McAllister and Ryan Clark, that is coming up at 8 o'clock. So make sure you join us then when battle will commence.
Table number 5, Jonathan Roberts and Stephen Ellis. John Roberts, Stephen Ellis, table 5. Time table now. 16, Michael Tomlinson and Richard Smith. Michael Tomlinson, Richard Smith, table 16.
Table 3, please. In the open, last 1 to 8 match, Liam Dunster and Gareth Higgins. Liam Dunster, Gareth Higgins, table 3, please.
Get on with it, man. Final stage. It's a long day to start. Must admit, matchroom seemed more clued up
Next match on table 17, Jenny Lawson and Anthony Illingworth. Jenny Lawson, Anthony Illingworth, table 17. Referee, Chris Heath.
Advise live, your mic's live. Yep. If you need to cough or drink or sneeze, just...
and welcome back to the arena here at the Carrington House Hotel in Bournemouth for the second semi-final in the professional event. And I'm joined by Mark Pickworth again. Mark, so we've already seen Liam Dunster do his stuff in the final. He was pretty impressive earlier.
Yeah, we said earlier on it was just a masterclass performance. 5-0 up. I just felt for Dean sat in that seat for a pretty long time. And I mean, can it happen in this semi-final? I mean, one thing for sure, Ryan's going to want a better start than what Dean did in that last semi-final, because giving these top guys such as John and Liam them sort of starts is really not the place you want to be, especially if you want to try and get back into the winner's circle and get to a final so you've got a chance of winning the tournament.
Yeah, so we've got our current world champion John McAllister up against Ryan Clark. Great to see Ryan delivering on his potential that we all know about.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been a long time since he's sort of been in the final stages of a tournament, but he's more than capable of getting a result here, and he's had some good scalps already. Don't forget, he's already beat Mark's Farnsworth 8 frames to 5, and he came through a pretty close battle between Ross Fernie, who's already won a professional event, and also Rob Duncan, who's been in pretty good form over the last couple of events, so can't write him off.
So obviously we asked you for your predictions in the match. You were pretty close on the last one. I think you said 8-5 Liam, and it was 8-2. So what's your thoughts on this one then?
Not so close. I'd like to see Ryan just to get off to a better start. If John does get off to a flying start here, again it could be just a one-sided scoreline. I hope it isn't. Hope it's a close game, but I can't look any further than John at the moment because he's in absolutely supreme form. And I'm expecting a John and Liam final.
Right then, you heard it here first. So without further ado, let's get this second semi-final underway and hand you right back to the commentary box.
Yeah, hello, and big match this. Ryan Clark, John McAllister, massive semi. Ryan Clark probably more so than John McAllister. John McAllister been there, done it, world champion, current world champion. It's been a while since he's been in a sort of latter stages of one of these tournaments. He's long overdue because he's a consistent winner on the tour. Ryan Clark, very, very capable. But undoubtedly second favourite in this match. Joined in the commentary box by Pickers Picks Pickford.
You keep announcing that Pickers Picks Pickford's pretty regular now.
Yeah.
I keep getting lumped with you in this commentary box. Who's done the schedule for this?
I know. Lumbered up here with you.
I know, but
it's so massive semi. What's your prediction?
So I want to see Ryan get off to a better start than what Dean did.
Because he's underdog.
He certainly is, yeah. Pen and paper, John McAllister's won this all day long. I mean, you've got to go for John, and I've gone for John. I do think he's playing some brilliant stuff, but let's just get a better game of it. I don't want to see it be a one-sided affair.
No, you don't, but you also, by the same token, like you said earlier, the part of you just really wants to see a John McAllister, Liam Dunster final, didn't you? Current world champion against current number one. It's the dream final.
Yeah, it certainly is. It's like the best of the best.
Yeah.
And it's one that we've not had for a while. And we'd love to see it again.
Yeah, and a dry break first up from Ryan Clark. Messy table, though, that John's come to. Now, looks like he's going to be going reds, I think. He's got the red in the left middle, so he can attack one of his problem areas, or his main problem area, straight away. Very thin one, though. How does it come out? That is harsh.
You say harsh. The white was always going to be travelling, and it turned out to be a pretty loose one, to be honest, Lee.
Yeah, it was, and then, but sometimes there's only so much control you can play a cannon with, and it was so thin into the middle. It's tough for him to really control that. He just had to trust to luck a little bit, and he hasn't really got much.
Yeah, it was definitely out of his hands.
That's a clever shot, though. I like that.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a couple of plants on. Unless he can get to that one on that left-hand cushion.
I don't think he's got much choice but to do what he's lining up to do here and play the plant he's closest to. We said this earlier, didn't we? Just first frame of the match, stamp your authority on the match. The amount of times the person that wins that first frame seems to go 2-3, 4-0, 4-1 up. Seems to set the tone. Especially if it's a scrappy one where they have a chance each.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was talking to Ryan just before this match kicked off, and we was talking about the break, and I think he's looking to have a few scrappy frames. I think that's what's happened to his games on the outer tables, and he's hoping for pretty much the same in here, because if John sets off like a machine style that he has, then Ryan's got no chance. He's going to want to win some scrappy frames, but we've said this about John before, he's got a B and C game, and he's so mature now at pool, he's very tough to beat.
Yeah, he's more of an all-round player, isn't he, than Ryan. Ryan can beat anyone on his day, as he's proved today. I think he beat Mark Farnsworth, didn't he, and Ross Fernie the round before.
Yeah.
You know, both winners on the tour this season, and you know, so he's in top form. But consistency-wise, it's hard to look past John.
Yeah, that is right. Being current world champion, and he lives up to it as well. John does, and just like we said about Liam, he lives up to being the number one. So Ryan has definitely got his work cut out.
Does, and good thing for the game as well. They're both still in their 20s. You know, both young players. You see the likes of Ronan McCarthy and Gareth Hibbert still at the very, very top of the game at 51 years old.
Yeah.
You know, and you look at people like John and Liam and think, blimey, you've got 25 more years of this.
10 seconds.
But before you even think about slowing down, if you look after yourself and so on.
Yeah, absolutely. And you've got to say, the game at the moment's in a good state. You know, the people like the Liams, the Johns, the Ryan Clarks, the Dean Shields, you know, he's not too old either. It's in good hands. We've at least got another 15 years or so, haven't we?
Yeah, it's not one of those games, is it, where players seem to sort of slow down past 35 or so, like, you know, other sports and even other cue sports, really. You see snooker, they, apart from a select few, tend to all start to slow down a bit when they're into their early 40s. Now, quite an important shot this for Ryan, because he needs to get back. I don't think the black goes into the middle. If it does, it's not a full pocket. He needs to cue that. He's cued that like a dream. It's really nice early settler. First frame nerves. He's got really deliberate sort of walk into the shot, really methodical, like he's been heavily coached over the years. Walks into the shot really deliberately, more so than anyone I've ever seen.
Yeah, and that's the start that he'd wanted there. And he just looked really steady once he was around. I mean, that pot into the middle, and then he got the positional play on the black. It was just pretty good play, to be honest, wasn't it?
Yeah, very good. About to see John break, and I mean, I'd say quite consistently anyway, but especially when he won the World Championships, I think his break played such a huge part in that. He played Aaron Davies in the final, who'd looked as good as anybody, and I said before the final, the only difference I can pick between these two players as they're both on sort of top form, is that John's got a stronger break than Aaron, and it really did turn out to be that as well. You could argue I don't really think he played any better than Aaron. He just broke better, and obviously, true to the commentator's curse, he comes up dry.
Yeah, well, that's 2 dry breaks in a row now. They've had 1 each. And this table has been breaking really difficult, to be honest, and it's really challenged these players here today.
It has, actually. It really has. You're spot on there. We've seen it in... So today I did Simon Ward against Liam Dunster. And there's some matches you see where they've had, 6, 7 breaking finishes, between them. But the majority of them were easy finishes. They've come out nice and they've picked them off. Players in this class, they pick them off. We've seen an awful lot of these sorts of frames where, whether they make a ball off the break or not, there just seems to be clusters everywhere, even though they're spreading really well. Even though when you watch the explosion of the pack, they're going everywhere. It's not like they're not splitting. It's just one of them days where they just seem to be landing awkward.
Yeah, there seem to be. And there's no more awkward finish than this one.
No.
I still don't see a way out of all this. But he's got something up his sleeve here. Is he going to stun it down, playing it with one inside?
He is, yeah. He's gonna play this with right hand side off the back cushion and try and hit that gap between the red and the yellow. He just flicked the other yellow first, which has messed that up completely for him. And now he is digging deep. It looks like he's dead straight on a double into the corner pocket, which could open things up. But does is the double kiss on? It looks like it's very, very close and welded to that cushion. Is he going to do that, or is he just going to? He could have just played off the cushion there. So the double was on. He's missed it. Second prize.
Yeah, I think he's played more of a containing shot there, because I'm not sure that yellow next to that red near the black spot definitely goes into the bottom right. So I think it was very more containing.
I think it was, and for that reason, I sort of thought, because he's left John a plant into the middle now, so he can, he's got things he can do here. But if you were going to do that, why not just bump it out a little bit and leave the white welded to the red, between the red and the cushion?
Yeah, if you're going to do a shot, I'm with you on that one now. Now just thinking about that, just go all out for it. You either go all out for the double, or you just make sure.
All out for the safety.
Yeah.
Pick one and stick to it,
Yeah.
But it's easy from up here.
Yeah, it certainly was.
There's a reason we're up here this weekend and not playing each other in the semi.
Yeah, if you feel like you've been disappointed because you've not seen me or Dan on this stream, there's a reason for that. When we've been knocked out.
Yeah.
But we are back on later on, aren't we? And
we are back on, ready to get knocked out again.
Yeah, and we won't be on the comms, so I'm sure the audience will be pleased about that.
Oh, they'll be gutted.
Yeah. I know how gutted we're gutted we're playing, to be honest, but that's another story. And, enough of our problems.
John with a nice double.
Do you think John's one of the best in the world at doubles?
Yeah, he's one of the best in the world at blimmin' everything. That's a great shot as well. It's a really good shot.
Have we just got the elite at everything? Because we spoke about Liam Dunster. I mean, we spoke to him about good lengths, and he is just good at everything. And we're looking at John now, and are we trying him with the same brush?
Well, does he play other cue sports? Does he play other sports? Is he good at other things? I think Liam's a bit of a freak when it comes to that.
I know, but Di mentioned in this game that he plays skill shots, doubles.
Oh, I'll tell you what he was. John McAllister, along with Dunster, but more so on the English side of things. So John's a good 5-6 years younger than me, so I kind of missed him in the junior setup. But he was dominant is not the word. It's whatever the next step up is from dominant. That's what John was when it came to English kind of county finals, English national championships at his age groups. He was an absolute machine at such a young age. And much like Liam, he's taken it straight into the pro ranks with him.
Yeah, and we're just bigging him up about doubles, and he's just missed one.
Yeah.
But it's interesting what you say there about John, and he must have been 2 or 3 levels above the age group that he was in then. He must have been.
The frustrating thing as well was when he was sort of 13, 14 years old, he looked 18 as well. So he was intimidating in many ways, in more ways than just on the pool table. He looks so much older than he was when he was a sort of 14, 15-year-old.
Wow. Some statement that one is.
Oh, he knows it. He was told it by everyone.
Was he really?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you still playing in the under-18s? Well, shut up, mate. 3-0. You know.
Yeah, you're out.
Get off my table.
Oh, God. Talking about his own table, the Punisher, Ryan Clark. He seems to be punishing him here.
Well, I don't know what he's... Okay. I thought he would have played the yellow over this yellow top left as his last yellow to get to the black, which I'm sure was his intention, but he's underhit or overhit that. So he's kind of rerouting a little bit here. And this is far from straightforward to get on the black from here. Far from straightforward, so he's made an error, but can he recover the situation?
Yeah. I mean, because with these shots, if you hit this yellow, it all of a sudden just going to sort of stun off the cushion and it'll slow it down.
Arc a little bit, yeah. He's a much harder to control than they look. Yeah, and he's found himself behind the black there. That I don't want to speak too soon, but you talk about turning points, and that really could come back to bite Ryan Clark, because John's obviously in great form, and with 3 balls left there, or 4 balls left, he had a fairly routine clearance there, and he's made a positional error, which has ended up meaning he's had to play a tough positional shot onto the black. He's now snookered. He almost made it, but from what really should have been 2-0, it's now going to be 1-1 by the looks of it, and you just can't afford to let players like John McAllister off the hook, and you can see how frustrated Ryan is there. He's fuming with himself.
Yep, he is. I mean, he just tried to get so perfect on the black and make it as easy as possible.
Yeah.
Made you think he would have just been better off leaving himself a cutback. I mean, it's history now.
Yeah, and he's got to try and put that to the back of his mind. It happens. No one plays a perfect game. Well, very rarely do people play a perfect match. He's to put it to the back of his mind. He's obviously playing really well because he's in the semi-finals, so regroup, get on with it, try and forget about it. One apiece.
Yeah, it just makes you wonder if we're going to be talking about that poor positional shot there, and it weren't so much the poor positional shot on the last ball. It's probably the second to last ball, really. He probably should have got one over the bag, like you said, Dan. Yeah, made it a lot more easier.
Or once he was in that predicament where he's got the ball that he's taken up into the top left-hand cushion, you're out of position anyway. If you're going to do what you're going to do, maybe just screw back the whole length of the table so that you can leave yourself a much easier, play the one up, almost risk missing the part and play the one up the cushion at pace. I think a mental error there from Ryan, maybe a sign of slightly lesser experience in these big matches on the main arena. And you can find those small differences. Could be the difference in this game. I think someone like John, or put it the other way, I don't think he'd have made that mistake on an outer table with no shot clock restrictions, where he can properly think things through. On something, on a match which isn't such a big occasion. So, for Ryan's sake, you hope that kind of doesn't play in his mind too much if you're a fan of Ryan Clark.
Yeah, absolutely. I was just thinking, the way that he's gone about that clearance, do you think he was actually playing it, just be so sure, and it sort of, because then playing it like that can come across a little bit negative, because when you start punching balls in at pace, and you're just putting that statement out to your opponent, aren't you?
10 seconds.
Yep. You can hear the 10-second call there. Well, I think he's okay. He's got to play the long red into the top corner pocket now, which certainly wasn't the plan to start with. You mentioned about John loving a double. I think is the right shot. It really is the right shot here. You can play the double, bring the white off. So 2 cushions, natural angle, out towards the left-hand side of this table. If anything, playing position for the one into the bottom left-hand corner pocket.
10 seconds.
Well, I don't want to. I don't know why he's not playing that plain ball. In my opinion, again, he's in the semi-final. He's world champion. I'm not, but it's not often I see John McAllister play a shot where I think I wouldn't have done that, because his shot selection is spot on 99.9% of the time. But I'd have been playing that more plain ball, run the ball off a couple of cushions, back out towards the left-hand side of the table.
Yeah, and I reckon he had a bit of shot clock pressure there, because when you saw him play, he was down to his last 2 and 1 second.
Yep.
And all of a sudden, I think, as you said, if he'd have just had another 5 seconds, he could have just changed his mind at the right time and played the right shot. Instead, he's tried to force it in, and he's given his table back to Ryan.
Yeah, no, definitely right.
But Ryan's not taking advantage of these chances. And for me, that's gone wrong, unless it does that plant, because if it does, he's probably going to have to drop this up in the top right-hand corner. And it's probably the shot, really, because if that does plant, he then can pick an angle out to disturb that cluster of yellows on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't think he's got much choice. Yeah, that's tough from there. Definitely seen a scrappy start to this game. Like we saw earlier, John in absolutely brilliant form. On stream earlier against Gareth Hibbert, wasn't it? He played really well. So I think we're going to see another double for John. And he's missed a couple of doubles in this game already, which is rarely the case. But I don't think he's got much choice but to leave himself another double.
10 seconds.
Yeah. Gently screw back over towards the black. You'd like to be playing the double from where the black is actually. And depending on what angle you leave yourself, you're either playing on the black into the right middle or the right corner. It's big moments in this semi-final, early stage.
It is, and he ain't got a double yet. But he just needs to drop this one in, doesn't he?
I think again, yeah, drop it in, natural angle. He should just about. He's worried about getting stuck with those 2 yellows, bottom left corner. But I think the natural angle should just run into one of them. Worst case scenario. Yeah, exactly like that. He played it at a really good pace there as well. If he'd have played that bit more tentatively, he might have stuck to those 2 yellows. He's played that really well.
10 seconds. Frame.
It's 2-1 John McAllister.
Yeah, and this could easily have been 3-0 to Ryan Clark. It really could, couldn't it?
Yeah, it really could, and you kind of, from a neutral's perspective, I worry a bit for Ryan. Having had the chances he's had so far. See John McAllister sat there with his long-term sponsor, Jeff. Absolute legend is Jeff. John's sponsor and backer for a good 15 years now. Recognised his talent from a very young age in the pool club. Backed him ever since. John says himself he owes a lot to Jeff, and he probably wouldn't be where he is today if it wasn't for him. He's sort of a mentor as well as a backer. Very wise, smart guy. Bit like Mr. Miyagi.
Yeah.
To Karate Kid. He's John's sensei.
Yeah, that's exactly right. That's
you could say.
Yeah.
He gets John doing all the right things. We were talking about his practice schedules, and in the lead up to these tour events, John will often play a race to 25 against other very, very good players. The Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday in the lead up to a tour event. He really, really prepares well for these tournaments, and to put it bluntly, deserves every bit of success he gets, because he really does put the hours in.
It sort of keeps him on the straight and narrow, doesn't he?
It does, yeah. And you'll see in the mornings as well. So if you come down in the mornings, so play might start at 9 o'clock. Players get a bit of breakfast. He'll come down and he'll have an hour on the table in the morning before going to eat his breakfast. It's just that regimental dedication, that's been kind of drummed into him, I suppose. But like I say, you get what you deserve in this game, and John certainly deserves every bit of success he's ever had.
10 seconds.
Very dedicated.
Yeah, absolutely. I was talking to his other half, Daniel Randall. He said he has put in loads and loads of practice over these past couple of months. And he's probably just starting to see the rewards, and 2-1 ahead in the semi-final. You've got to fancy him to make this final. You really have.
Yeah, and you don't always... You say about the practice, though, when you really ramp up the practice, you often don't see or get the rewards from it straight away. Sometimes it will take 2 or 3 events or big tournaments before all of a sudden everything does click as you want it to. We see there again. Ryan Clark in first. Tough finish. Wasn't easy at all. But he's not made it. He's turned the table over to John. And
extension called.
John's got an opportunity to go 3-1 up here. He's got one bad ball and that's it. And he's going to have so many different ways that he can go into this.
Reset the shot clock, please.
Yeah, I like this. Taught from an early age. If you've got a problem area, go into it as soon as you possibly can, because if it doesn't come out nice, and this is one of those where, well, it's quite difficult to see how this is going to come out good. Maybe not get welded into the corner. Here, he's going to play this at quite a lot of pace, I'd fancy. He has. Yeah, you see exactly what I said, but I think he's come out all right. I think he can play it up into the top corner, but this is probably about as nice as it could have landed, really. It was a horrible one, because when it goes into the two yellows, the white, how's the white going to get back out and get the red out? But he took his chance.
Yeah, definitely the best outcome. And this red is just off straight. And it's one for me. I don't want to put I'm not even going to put a figure on it. We're just going to watch him play this shot. And I thought, the heart of the pocket, I always think that's 50 out of 50 for John. Probably 100 out of 100.
Yeah.
I can go on and on with the numbers.
Yeah.
I really can't.
Out of 1,000, how many?
1,000. I've not given this much, yeah. Yeah, I don't think he misses it, to be honest, ever.
No. Right.
Not in this lifetime.
You get a kicker still on it.
Yeah.
So, I think he's starting to go through the gears now, John, because that wasn't an easy finish. He found a way. He's actually made a bit of a mess of that.
But he can hold this, can't he? It's definitely more of a difficult pot. And is he going to drag this, or does he want to play it? He can't play it positive.
Well, if the yellow top right of the table wasn't there, he'd just play it with a tracer top right hand side and come off two cushions. Has it reached? Yeah, that's what he was worried about. He didn't want to have to be going anywhere near that yellow.
Frame.
That's what he was worried about, a straight black. Is that what it was? It's, yeah.
3-1.
Yeah, but these top players, they just want to be perfect every time, don't they? Keep it very simple. Look, he's just having a little giggle to himself. And he's still beating himself up about it.
Yeah, he's such a perfectionist. He's disgusted with himself that he had to play a dead weight roll into the middle to get position on the black. Well, you see one of his sponsors sat next to him as well, Jason Owen. He's makes his cue for him, so it's, Jason sat just beside his long-term sponsor and backer, Jeff.
Yeah, I think Jason, he came down to this event last year, didn't he?
Yeah, I think he lives fairly local, doesn't he?
Oh, right, okay, that'll be the reason then. But Ryan Clark, things are not going for him, and he's making a few too many errors. He needs to cut them out.
Well, on another day, he could have been 4-0 up, Ryan. He's had a chance in every frame, albeit not easy ones. But he's had a chance in every frame, so he needs to stop the rot now. And that's a good start. He's made a ball off the break.
Yeah, at first glance to me, the yellows, he's got to play the plant and not let every yellow out, and I'm sure he'll be connecting to that red, so that might just clear that top right-hand corner.
Yeah, he just doesn't want... So when he plays the plant, he doesn't want the yellow that he's playing first to then get stuck to the red to the left of it. I sound so cynical because I kind of... It's almost as if I'm looking for what can go wrong rather than what can go right, but...
You've called it a bit, haven't you?
Yeah.
I think you should have played that with a bit more power. I'm not sure it would have come out any better, but he might have had a bit more of a thinner edge at the yellow than he's got at the moment.
Yeah, I think it's just it's just that typical thing when you've missed a couple of chances. It's as if the pool gods punish you. You know, if he was 3-1 up, I'm sure that would have come out lovely, and the yellow would have just poked out a little bit, and he could have carried on with his clearance. But yeah.
I'm just not sure how he's going to get into that top corner. He's going to need something spectacular. How is he going to get up there?
Well.
He's not going to get up there by missing the pot and not being at the table.
And look what he's left, John. I mean, John's spoilt for choice. He can play the red into the middle, leave himself an angle to stun up for the skill shot. He can play the red into the corner and just leave the white roughly in line with the black spot. Play the red into the left middle and play the skill shot. Spoiled for choice.
Yeah. But both shots are very different. So does he go on the outside and hit the right hand side of the red, or does he take the one in the middle and hit the left hand side of the red? For me, I think he takes the one in the middle last and clashes into him.
Yeah, I think you're right. Well, you are right. That's exactly what he's doing. With these as well, you want to leave yourself a natural angle. So, I mean, what I'm saying is, I mean, he'll still be able to play the cannon here with a bit of top and right hand side, but if he could have maybe just been a little bit further left than what he is, he could have played this naturally and a natural angle for the cannon.
10 seconds.
You're going to see he's going to play this with a bit of right hand side, almost a little bit of stun. Bit more pace to arc the cue ball, but what a shot. That's a great shot.
Yeah, it certainly is a brilliant skill shot there from John McAllister.
And as the rub of the green goes, when it's going for you, when you're making mistakes, or when your opponents let you off the hook, look at those two reds. They could have landed anywhere. He's got a dead set plant.
10 seconds.
This is looking ominous for Ryan. Needed to stop the rot. He's got in again first and made a mistake again. And a bit like the last frame, he left John not an easy chance, a half chance, but someone of John's class on top form turns up so well prepared. He takes his half chances. He's making them look easy. Worrying signs for Ryan Clark, but you're absolutely loving it if you're a John McAllister fan. 4-1.
Right.
Yeah, he just seems to be a stroll at the park at the moment. And he's just taking these chances out. I mean, it was a careless miss there from Ryan. One that he definitely should have got. There's some, don't forget, there is other tournaments going off at the moment in the background. We've got our open event, which has started early this morning. We've got the ladies' event that started at 1 o'clock today. The amateur event, there has been some amateur quarterfinals that's sort of gone ahead. And that will come to a conclusion tomorrow, as such the open event and the ladies' event will do also. But some great matches are going ahead already on the outer tables. We'll keep you right up to date with all of them. But if you do want to not wait for any information, just go to qscore.com. All our live results are on there. Or you can go to the IPA website, and we've got all the links on there. But look at that one up there. Look, Dean Shields, 4-0 down against Andy Coles. Andy Coles is a good player, though. But Dean Shields, he's just been knocked out of this professional event, but he's getting beat 4 frames to 0.
Yeah, it can be so tough sometimes going from one event to another when you've just had a loss. Feeling a bit for Dean, but every chance he might turn that game around. Now, talking of turning games around, Ryan Clark has got the chance he wanted. John's gone in off the break, and Ryan's got ball in hand. And I think it's one of them where if you told Ryan he had to go reds or yellows, I'd still fancy him to get them.
10 seconds.
Yeah, they opened up. I think he'd be looking at yellows personally, but it's just down to the way that he sees them, and having this 1 free shot, 1 free visit will definitely help him decide. I mean, whatever he does, he needs to make sure he's fully committed in what he's trying to do.
Oh, it's only just made the cushion there. Only just made the cushion.
Yeah. And I'll just go back to what I said, he probably really 100% committed there.
Yeah, as it is, he looks like he's going yellows.
10
Actually taking a little bit of a fiddly one into the middle.
He's under time clock pressure here. 5-4.
Yeah, that was
okay, and look where he's gone now.
He hasn't, has he?
And that is just down to... I don't know, he's just not used to his stop clock. Is he on this yellow?
I think you're bang on. You're bang on. What you're seeing now is not the Ryan Clark that's been beating Mark Farnsworth and Ross Ferney on the way to this semi-final. And what you're seeing here is Ryan Clark that isn't quite used to this shot clock. Played that well?
Yep, he did. Brilliant stun back that was.
It was, but a bit of traffic in the way. The two reds in the middle of the table are the difference between this being a very easy clearance for Ryan and one that could go wrong.
Again, this is a tricky little shot, especially to get the position as well. I mean, is he going to try and take the stun through the gap? Is he going to drop it on in the middle? He's got options, but all can go wrong.
Yeah, this frame's far from over. Oh, he'd love a nudge there. It's a lovely shot. Lovely shot. Very well played.
Yeah, played it more positive. That's good to see.
Yeah. Yeah, very nicely done. Option here, he can kind of stun this in and leave the cue ball roughly where it is now. Leave himself a slightly longer yellow, or he can take the white back over across to the left-hand side of the table, which he's chosen to do. Now, he's not going to be able to get too close to this black. Small-ish margin of error. Doesn't want to leave himself behind the two reds.
He just needs to leave himself in the middle of the table and just leave himself a shot at this black. And if it went bottom right, is he trying to play it in the middle?
I don't know if he did, you know, but either way, it's worked out good.
Yeah, and that's one of them that could have gone wrong, because he's going very close to his work, close to reds. I mean, I would have been very much sort of on and off the cushion, trying to leave itself in an open space. Especially when you fall one down, just give yourself chances.
Yeah, but either way, he's he's still shaking his head now. You can see it, we've all been there. You know, you're battling through a match, you've made a clearance, but you've made a clearance in such a way where you were kind of chasing all the way through, and you know, you've made something that should have been much easier, look a bit tricky. He's just kind of battling with himself at the moment. I think of the two, you would definitely say that John's got the better temperament of the two.
Yeah, and I just think this shot clock pressure, he's definitely not used to it. And is it sort of the pressure that makes you a little bit edgy? Or is it something that just makes you feel a little bit rushed? I'm not sure what the difference is. But
I think combination of the two, and
it's uncomfortable.
Yeah, combination of the two. Chuck into that, you know, the pressure of the match situation, being 4-1 down. And yeah, you know, you can be a bit flustered, but if ever this match is going to turn around, this is the way it's going to happen. Ryan's made a ball off the break again. He's in first again, which he has been most frames. He needs to sort of tidy his game up a little bit now. No room for error anymore. What's he on? It's one of those, they look wide open. He hasn't got a really easy yellow. Has he got a red? It doesn't look like it. He's got a plant into the middle maybe, but you probably don't want to go reds because the red below the blacks are a bit difficult to get on. They're wide open, but they're trickier than they look.
Yeah, they are. And he's using the extension straight away just to try and take some of that pressure off. But again, it's ticking down. He must be taking the yellows.
Oh, no. I can only assume there that he didn't quite... He was playing that into the left-hand side of the pocket, maybe. From here, it didn't look like it definitely went, and... Yeah, he's... Well...
When you look at the angle there, I don't think he could have potted it. He needed to pot it in with a little bit of tracing run inside.
Yeah.
And which makes the pot even more difficult.
And maybe a sign of confidence that he tried to take the one closest to the pocket, because the yellow just above where the white was, he could have took it into the left corner pocket. But first up, maybe he felt a bit uneasy doing that. But again, Ryan's in first, and now John's in to mop up.
Yeah, and Ryan, after winning that last frame, you know, he wanted something to keep a bit of momentum going, but he's handed this table right over to John McAllister.
He has, yeah, and I think the only thing that can save Ryan now is that red below the black. What pocket can he play that into? He's going to play it into the bottom left. He's just going to need to play one precise positional shot. It's going to be the key to the frame, but something you definitely fancy John to do.
Yeah, he does, and he don't look happy with his positional shot again.
No, so I mean, you might see him go down for it now, actually. I think he was trying to play onto the red by the left-hand side of the table into the corner pocket first, take the two into the middle, and then leave the red below the black for his last ball. He's just overrun that. See, this was always going to be his problem.
Yeah, and this is normal case. When you sort of go out of position once, you continue to get out of position. And he needs to try and pull this back somehow. So this cut back should be a pretty straightforward pot, but the white ball, he's travelling. Where's it travelling to?
Oh, well, he'll take that. It's not perfect, but he'll take it.
Yeah, he certainly will. I mean, for me, this is going bottom left, and then he's got another one in the bottom left with a straightforward black in the bottom right. Sounds easy the way I've said it, but I mean, he's had a bit of slice of luck. Do you think? A bit of run of the
bit of run of the ball. He had to rely on a bit of luck, and he kind of got it, but nicely done. The only thing Ryan can hope for here is that there's a bit of hampered cueing, which can make this more missable than it would normally be. Very nicely done. This is now 5-2 John McAllister. Well and truly in the driving seat in this game.
I don't think we've seen the best of Ryan Clark so far. The errors are definitely coming from that shot clock. He's just not used to it. He just feels a bit rushed. You know, I've been looking at the styles that they've been playing. I mean, Ryan Clark, he's been getting down on his shot at about 11 seconds. And he looks more rushed when John's getting down on his shot at 7 seconds.
He does, yeah. Yeah, and you see someone like Liam Dunster. I was chatting to him after the game, and he really has got it to a T. You know, he really does seem to... He looks like he's playing without a shot clock, even though someone like Liam Dunster is quite a methodical player. He has... You know, he'll get down, like you say, John will, at 6-7 seconds, and he'll deliver the cue at 2 seconds. But he doesn't look rushed.
No. And that is just down to, again, Brian is in John McAllister's backyard. He's used to this arena, used to this shot clock. It's just normal for him now.
Mm-hmm.
And hopefully Ryan will learn from this. I mean, he's not out of this match just yet. He's only 3 behind.
Mm. And the more times he puts himself in this situation, wow, what a break that is. The more times he puts himself in that situation, the more accustomed to it he's going to become. what a break. Look at the white jump up here. Look at and he's held the cue ball. It's absolute monster break, that is. It's a sign of him cueing very, very well.
Yeah, it's also a sign of bad news for Ryan, because when he's cueing like this, there's only one result really. I mean, I feel he's going to take the reds here, only because of that black, but I mean, please tell me if I'm wrong. Can you see him taking the yellows here? I can't.
No
Not
chance,
at all.
no. He's probably going to leave the red that's closest to the cue ball. Oh, as his last ball, I was going to say, but it looks like he's going to disturb it now. Nicely done. So with that, I mean, the risk, when you go into a ball, you always want to know, what am I likely to be on after the cannon? And the way he's played that, half ball, quarter ball, full ball, he's always going to have the red at the bottom of the table, which he's on now. He's played that really well.
10 seconds.
And I think you might well see him try and get on this one into the left middle pocket next.
Yeah, and this is what John is really good at. His positional play is absolutely superb. That is just put onto the spot.
Yeah, it's on a string. I mean, he's got the natural angle to just float it in now. And leave himself on the plant after this. He really is going through the gears now, John McAllister. You can't let him off. You cannot let a world champion off. And Ryan did it at the start of the game, didn't he? Should have gone 2-0 up, didn't. And you said at the time, didn't you, Mark? You know, is he gonna rue that? Is he gonna pay the price for that? That's exactly what's happening.
Yeah, that second frame. Is it going to come back to bite him? It might well have done. We've definitely seen a different Ryan Clark since that happened. And somebody that's not, he's pretty uncomfortable in there.
10 seconds.
Does he come out far enough? Just. He's having a look. Just about okay.
Yeah, it just looks like he's just got enough. But this is, I mean, he's got a couple of options of playing this, and he is,
10 seconds.
I mean, just on and off the cushion, isn't it? Keep it simple.
Yeah, I think he's just going to leave himself the one on the cushion last, which you don't like to do, but he hasn't got much choice. So he's going to have to play this one down the cushion at a bit of pace to get the white back up the table for the black.
And it's just whether he leaves this top side of the red or the bottom side. I mean, I'd quite like to leave it top side, would you?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be happy with that, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't need to get all the way up the table. He just needs to find the gap around about the black spot. He's got quite a big margin of error. Oh no, he looks like he's screwing off 2 cushions. Real sign of confidence. Real sign of confidence. And that is 6-2 to our current world champion.
Yeah, it's one-way traffic. And not sure what Ryan Clark can do about this.
Well, I think the damage is done. He needs to rely now on John either dropping his level or a hell of a lot of dry breaks, because at 6-2, this well and truly backs against the wall.
And here you see Liam Dunster, there's no rest for him, even though he's got a final coming up very soon. He's playing on the outer tables in the Open, 5-3 ahead against Gareth Higgins.
No rest for the wicked.
No, absolutely not.
And he was wicked. He was horrible to
Frame 9, Ryan Clark.
to Dean Shields in that semi-final.
6 frames to 2.
A couple of hours ago. Absolutely clinical to go 6-0 up.
I'm talking to Dean Shields. He's getting beat 6-2 and he's 1 frame away from being eliminated from the Open as well at the 1-2-8 stage.
Yeah. And for Ryan Clark there, just talk about heartache. I mean, there were Last couple of balls rolling, 2 reds going towards either of the corner pockets. It looks like a couple are going to go in. But no, not quite. When it's not your day, it is not your day.
Yeah, we're seeing pretty much the same story as the first semi-final. Things just don't go for you today when you're so far behind.
Right.
When you're playing the class players as Liam Dunster and John McAllister, there's only one result. There's punishment to the highest level.
Well, that is really not good at all. Really not good. He's trying to come with a bit of top right-hand side there and come past the right-hand side of the yellow that he's cannoned. And he's just not got into it enough. He's now looking at doubling this. Side cushion, off the back cushion, flicking the yellow on the way in. Oh, what a shot. What a shot.
And what was looking like a glimmer of hope
Oh, wow.
has just been dashed just with that sort of shot there. That was absolutely superb.
The way he played it so casual as well. Ran out of position, shook his head a little bit. Right, I know what I'm going to do. That wasn't easy.
No.
That wasn't just I need to pull something out of the hat with a double. What a shot that was. It's brilliant.
Yeah, because he had to even judge the cushion to perfection to clip off that yellow.
Yeah.
Because if he clips that yellow thick, it misses easily.
Yep.
He's probably got, oh God, less than a quarter of an inch error.
Turning into a bit of an exhibition here for John McAllister. Started off a little bit ropey, but really has gone through the gears now. He's not going to be able to get as close as he really wants to this. He's okay. He wanted to be closer to this so he could just screw back over to the right hand side of the table.
Yeah, further down the table he could play this off 2 cushions. I'm not sure he's got the angle to play it off 2 now. I might be wrong. Yeah, he's played the cannon and he's played it well.
Yeah, it's just about gone any harder than that, and it probably wasn't going to go. He's played that well. He's got a very thin cut into the middle pocket, but 6-2 up. I can't see him missing this.
But again, look, he just doesn't look uncomfortable. He doesn't look rushed in there.
Very smooth cue action.
And we're down to 5 seconds there, look, and it's very comfortable, this lead at 7-2 now.
Yeah.
I mean, if we can get a replay of this double, I think this is it. Yeah, just look at this double down again. This is. People think that's an easy double. That yellow's not even sort of close to that pocket.
There's a lot of players out there that wouldn't have even seen that shot, let alone been able to pull it off.
Yeah, great point, Dan. Really wouldn't. We've seen some great stuff here, haven't we, from the world #1 and the current world champion, and it's been an absolute masterclass from both of them, really.
Yeah, what a final that's going to be if it does end up being what we think it's going to be, what it's looking like it's going to be. What more can you ask for? World #1 against the world champion.
7 frames to 2.
Oh.
Time running.
Well, that's when it's going to be. If John gets this one anyway.
Massive break again. Look at that.
Has he got a ball though? He has.
He's got one. There's a steward's inquiry there if one of them didn't go in. Blimey.
Does he play this plant first? Red onto yellow.
I felt that from the commentary box.
Yeah, we might have to charge him for the cracks in the walls. That's just happened.
Extension call.
He probably says it wasn't him, but it certainly was. We've got evidence.
I think you're right. He might well play red onto yellow first up. He probably doesn't want reds. He's Just trying to see whether it's dead set plant or whether he needs to make it. Yeah, he needs to make it. So he's going to be hitting the right hand side of the red to make this plant. And
yeah, I think he's worried about the red going into the yellow on the cushion.
Yeah,
So,
I think for that reason he might be playing it at a fair bit of pace. Yeah, he's played it at a very good pace, and that's come out brilliant. It's come out really nice.
I can't remember last time I saw Ryan come out of his seat. He's been pretty much locked in there. I think if there was a seatbelt on that seat, he'd have it on. He'd definitely.
John would be driving, wouldn't
he? Yeah, he would be. Yeah, I think he's just been the passenger in this match. That's John McAllister. He's just been absolutely devastating. It must be just so hard to. You've got to admire it when you sat down watching, haven't you? But it's just hard to take as well.
Mm. Yeah. I mean, Ryan had his chances early doors, but I mean those chances really were. Apart from the first frame, his chances were because he got in first. They weren't from John McAllister errors. And even though John's run out of position once or twice, you know, in the what we're looking 8 frames, 9 frames since. Every time he's recovered it, and he's just getting better and better as this match has gone on. What a final this is going to be if John does. I mean, I can't see anything but John finishing them off from here. What a final.
And again, you just saw the stop clock running down. Well, we did anyway. He was down to like 2 seconds, and he just seemed so comfortable.
Mm-hmm. Just deciding here if he wants to top the white through, come through the gap, or does he want to stun it out and bring the white back over to the centre middle of the table, centre to the left of the table. He's just going to top it through, I think.
Is he coming off? I think he's going to be okay, and he'll just screw this back, leave himself a shot.
Yeah, I think he wanted to be slightly further over to the right hand side so he could play it off of 2 cushions, top cushion, left cushion, just above the left middle pocket to play the black into the right middle. So this is a little bit more difficult now. Have to stay away from that. I mean, it's on a string, isn't it? What a shot that is. What a shot.
If we're going to be critical of him, he's probably overhit it by about 2 inches.
Yeah.
Left himself a bit of hampered queuing.
Yeah, slightly hampered queuing, but this for the win to set up a dream final between John McAllister and Liam Dunster. What a match that's going to be.
Yeah, and that has been a dream sort of performance there from John.
Yeah, we had a ropey first frame where they had a chance each, and then from there John was absolutely flawless and just fed off every single mistake Ryan Clark made. And towards the end, you know, 3 or 4 first visit finishes, he really went through the gears and put Ryan to the sword. That's a real clinical performance there from John McAllister. Played very, very well.
Yeah, he certainly did, and I'm really looking forward to tonight's final now. That's due to start at 10 p.m. and looking forward to it. It's going to be an absolute classic.
Yep, can't wait.
I'm going to leave you with this then, Dan, and thanks very much, and good luck in your match later on.
Cheers, Mark. Chairman Kev Barton's just going to grab a couple of words with our finalist John McAllister.
Well, welcome down to the arena, where I'm delighted to be joined by the winner and our second finalist, John McAllister. John, thoughts on that match?
Yeah, a lot better from the quarter-final. Both started a bit slow, to be fair. Breaks weren't going our way, so it was sort of a bit scrappy. Thought he missed a couple of chances that didn't expect him to miss, really. So I was happy to be up at the start, and then I sort of just kicked on at the end. My brakes started to work, and yeah, really pleased with that performance then.
Do you think this match was maybe just one too far for Ryan? You know, he's obviously come through some gruels on the outer tables. Difficult for him to adapt to the different conditions?
Possibly. I can't speak for him. From where I was sitting, it looked like he was rushing a couple of shots with the shot clock, and that possibly forced the uncharacteristic mistakes. So, but yeah, who knows? It is one of them. At the end of the day, I've just got to take my chances, really, if they come along.
Do you feel like, particularly in the second half of that match, that your game really is now beginning to kick into gear, and you're really set now in prime form for the final?
Yeah, definitely is. Obviously, if you break well and you get the chances like that, even in half decent form, you expect to take them. So it's it's all just sort of momentum. If we get the chances regular, then yeah, they're a lot easier to take if you're sort of in front and got the momentum as well.
So the final coming up at 10 o'clock against Liam, pro number 1 against world champion. I know there's been a lot of chatter on social media. It's the final, the neutrals wanted. You know, how do you go into that match? What's your sort of, you know, your approach? Obviously, Liam's playing very well.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of his games, to be fair, because we've been playing at the same time mainly. So no, I've just got to turn up and perform like I know I can, and hopefully the luck's on my side, and then hopefully I'll come out on top. But yeah, it'll surely be a great game.
Okay, well played, John. We'll see you very shortly in the final. Well played. So John McAllister takes his place in the final against the pro number 1 Liam Dunster. I'm joined by Mark Pickworth, hot-footing it from the comms box. It's the final we all secretly wanted, isn't it?
Yeah, we did. I mean, you say it could have been an easy one to predict, but you know, credit to Dean Shields and Ryan Clark, both getting to the semi-finals, and well played to them. But the masterclass performance we've seen from both Liam Dunster and what we've just seen there from John McAllister is absolutely superb, and I cannot wait for this final at 10 p.m.
So is the pro number 1 against the world champ? What can we expect from this?
Well, firstly, it's a dream final, and if they both play exactly how they played in the semi-finals, this is just going to be faultless pool, and anybody that's not tuned into this at 10 o'clock, I'm not sure where you're going or whatever sort of appointments you've got to be at the moment. This is what you want to be watching tonight.
Well, absolutely. There is only one place to be. Set your alarms. 10 o'clock tonight, the final. Liam Dunster, John McAllister. It is one not to miss. We'll see you back here at 10.
table 15, Usama Maschini and Sean Broad. Usama Maschini, Sean Broad, table 15. Table 5, Ben George, Dan Moyley. Ben George, Dan Moyley, table 5. Table 11, Dave Sanderson and Ross Fernie. Dave Sanderson, Ross Fernie on table 11. On table 8, Adam Griffiths and Mike Webb. Adam Griffiths, Mike Webb, table 8. Table 7, Martin Walker and Steve Thompson. Martin Walker, Steve Thompson, table 7. Table 9, Jason Remington and Scott Anderson. Jason Remington, Scott Anderson, table 9. And table 17, John Richardson and Paul Lambert. John Richardson and Paul Lambert, table 17. Anderson, Gary Turner, Pickleton. On table 2, Ryan Lambeth and Thomas Barnett. Ryan Lambeth and Thomas Barnett, table 2. Table 18, Simon Fitzsimmons and Matt Steeper. Simon Fitzsimmons, Matt Steeper, table 18. On table 12, Anthony Illingworth and Arthur Dad. Anthony Illingworth, Arthur Dad, table 12. table 14, Scott Pope, Harry Compton. Scott Pope, Harry Compton, table 14. On table 3, Amber Carter, Carl Page. Amber Carter, Carl Page, table number 3.
Probably our biggest case of it, actually. Would it be possible to move the speaker distance right next to it? No, because it's all wired. Turn that one down. Turn it down. There is a little dial. I'll turn it down. Ben, you want me to do it from here? Oh, if you want. It's showing up. The problem is, I can't remember which is which. Would you rather I just turn it down manually to make sure? Go on. Yeah. You ready? Where's the crowds? Finished playing.
Cannot get Wi-Fi.
The next match on table 8, Sam Grisdale and Simon Ward. Sam Grisdale, Simon Ward, table 8. Stand up.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final of the English professional event here at the Carrington House Hotel in Bournemouth. Mark, culmination of what has been an absolutely fabulous tournament so far.
Yeah, it really has. These 2 days of this professional event has brought out, all of a sudden, we've got the two best players pretty much in the world number one against the current world champion. It's the dream final. No offence to any other players in the tournament. This is a final that we've all been wanting, and now we cannot wait for it to happen.
Yeah, we've seen some fantastic matches, loads of great players on this on the table, but ultimately the cream does rise to the top, and as you say, we've got the world champ and the pro number one. It is the dream final we all wanted.
Yeah, it certainly is, and the two semi-finals that we saw both Liam and John play, the masterclass performance they both produced at the highest level, it was superb. And if they play even half as good as what they played in the semi-final, this is a final that we're going to remember for years.
So what do you think are going to be the key factors in this final to who takes home the silverware?
I mean, we found out in this table over this weekend, it's not really broke very nicely. So it is all about who can sort of navigate the way around some of these. Well, I don't want to say too much about scruffy breaks. The table's been very difficult, and if the break starts going one way, this will be one-way traffic for either one of them. But they've both got such great B games and C games, and it's going to be an epic clash.
Well, as usual, we put you on the spot and ask you who's going to win. It's such a tough one to call. It is literally coin flip. It's just, you know, whoever.
That's the way to decide who's got the trophy.
Well, okay, it's over to you. Who's going to win?
I sort of been watching these two over the weekend. I know they're all watching me and probably waiting for me to sort of say my answer. I've sort of backed John pretty much from around sort of 11 o'clock today with what I've seen so far. But it's going to be close. It really is going to be close. I don't want to take anything away from Liam, because I think what I've seen from him today is probably his best performance this year so far. But of course, John, we're also seeing some great sort of play from him. But I'm going to go John. I think it's going to be 8-6.
Okay, well, you heard it there from Pickers Picks. He's gone for John. Who is going to lift this fabulous trophy in the next hour or so? One thing's for sure, we are in for a great final from probably the two best players in the world right now. So let's get you over to the commentary box and down fairway with Dean Shields.
Thank you, Kev. Yep, good evening, everyone. Welcome to our coverage of the final, and good evening, Dean.
Good evening.
You've had a relatively decent run in this event, but not quite got over the line to the final.
Yeah, came a bit unstuck against Liam in the semis. Not really much I could do. He was pretty flawless. But yeah, I've had quite a good run. I haven't played brilliantly, but got some good results, and that's what mattered.
So on that basis, would you be more likely to back Liam over John in this final, on the way that you've seen Liam play?
I think I probably would. Slightly edge for Liam, but there's not going to be a massive amount between them. But Liam was virtually flawless.
John, of course, is still waiting for his first major since winning the World Championships either. Do you think that will be weighing on his mind at all?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, it's not. I don't know whether John would think that deeply about each one, because he's a very consistent player. I think these are probably two of the most consistent players we have. They're always going deep in tournaments, so...
Yeah, that's a very fair point. Ben Taylor-Fuente taking charge of the action. He is the man in the middle tonight, our referee. And it will be Liam Dunster to get the match underway. Be interesting to see how Liam breaks here. Earlier on in the day, he was using the front ball break, and then right towards the end of his quarter-final match earlier, he switched to the cut break.
All right, okay.
So I was playing when you were playing, and I was out of the room. So do you remember what break he used against you?
Against me, it was the cut break, and it was really effective.
Yeah,
it was superb. I'm surprised that he's not used it all the way through.
Yes, of course. Yeah, he switched halfway through one of his matches. I've got the notes here and I can't find them. I think it was his quarter-final against Simon Ward. He switched it right at the end. He was making balls on the front ball actually,
final,
and then he screwed straight off and he changed his break.
First frame, Liam Dunster the break.
He's stuck with the cut break.
Running.
Well, it worked for him in the semis.
hasn't worked for him. First up here in the final. First opportunity goes to John McAllister.
Classic commentator's curse there.
He's not caught him badly, has he? It's a decent split.
Yeah, they've opened quite well. He's just a bit unfortunate not to make a ball.
Extension call.
I would assume reds would be the colour here. The red covering the yellow at the top left is a problem. And also the most difficult red, actually, that creates a big pocket for the red on the left-hand rail.
Yeah, I was just going to say that. Other than that red, they've all got fairly simple pockets to go for. So, yeah, I would imagine reds. It's just probably working out his route, taking his extension early.
Would you want to, if you were going to play that red as a big pocket, would you want to play that earlier on, so
10
that
seconds.
because you could potentially knock the other red safe?
Yeah, I think for that, I mean, trying to see from that on a camera angle there, it's a case of how close it is to the jaw. If there's a slight gap, then you've not really got that much risk with that. But I would always want to be doing that early anyway, just in case something does go wrong. You've got options for the remainder of the clearance.
10 seconds.
John has done that. He's got on this one down the rail fairly early. These two have been so consistent all day.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Ooh, wow.
Does that come off the jaw? Was it a little bit closer into the jaw than he thought? It looked like it bounced right off the cushion.
That was very unexpected. Unless he was trying to deliberately move that red away.
Maybe, yeah.
Rather than
just
putting it clean.
Think he's caught it too thick. Well, it was a long way away. It's still left a problem for Liam.
10 seconds.
That yellow that's now welded to the black. Do you think he'd be trying to break that out in this visit, or do you think there's a safer option on?
I think he probably would be doing. Yeah, he's probably taking the one that's down the rail now, and looking to go into that again as early as possible.
Yeah, there's no obviously nice ball to get into that, is there? There's nothing definitely guaranteed. So the earlier you do it, the more options you have available afterwards. Tricky little shot, negotiated well by Liam Dunster. The yellow to the right of the cue ball will pass to the bottom right. So this really is all about how he breaks out that yellow and black.
10 seconds.
Doesn't want to hit it too hard because it looks like the black's going to be flying towards the top right.
One thing I did notice when I played Liam in the semis, there wasn't too much of cannoning into balls. Now he may play for the yellow that's next to the black as his last ball and take it long into the bottom right, rather than risking splitting it and something going safe. The way he was playing positional wise was virtually pinpoint. So
yeah,
every player is different.
But if you're right, if you can get nice and straight on that, somewhere between those two reds. And straight on the yellow into the bottom right, then it gives you every chance, and actually there's a lot less risk attached as long as you can get the cue ball there.
Yeah, and that's where Liam's so good. Like, the margin for error is so small, but he seems to find exactly what he wants every time.
Well, with that shot, I guess he's got a choice of either, actually. He left himself an angle where he can go for both.
I'd be surprised if he goes for the split now that he hasn't got any other yellows. Unless does it go in the in the right middle?
Oh, I don't think so. But it's tight.
If it does, that's more of a margin for error,
10
for sure.
Well, he's landing on it somewhere, and if he's landed on that to the...
That's exactly where I thought.
Yeah, to the bottom right, that is inch perfect. I guess he wants a slight bit of angle just to drag the cue ball away from the black.
Yeah, it looks like he's perfect there, to be honest.
I think it's millimetre precision, isn't it? It really is that much. That can make all the difference. Wow, he was perhaps a bit straight, and this is a tester. This is a very thin snick up to the top right. Cue ball's going to be doing a fair bit of mileage as well.
Ten seconds.
Cue ball.
Cue ball, cue ball. That was always the danger. I think he had to screw it to keep it away from the red next to the middle, because it could have gone in off that had he not. And he's found the gap. John McAllister is one frame to the good. And, well, he's not really hit a shot. That is a big let-off for John. And, of course, it will be John's break next. Now, John, brilliant breaker under normal circumstances. His match against Gareth Hibbert earlier was another one that I watched today. His break really let him down in that match, but so did Gareth. Neither was really working. But actually, John hit his first break in that match, and it was the best break I've seen all day, and he took a load of pace off it.
Right.
So it'll be interesting to see whether he tries that again. Because,
Frame 2.
yeah, they just
McAllister
spread
the break,
beautifully off
leading
that.
1 frame to 0.
But then he started
Time
hitting him
running.
harder, and it stopped working. So who knows?
Well, there's nothing taken off that.
No, absolutely not. And there's also no balls down. So that is 2 dry breaks in a row. You heard Mark Pickworth saying before the match that the table hasn't been breaking too well. Well, these 2 players are proving it so far.
Ten seconds.
Liam with an early opportunity. This time he has got to play a breakout. He's definitely got to do something about that cluster on the right-hand side.
Verge of the perfect here.
I can't imagine him playing this with too much pace, though. He's so precise in his working out that...
Yeah. He'll be trying to pinpoint where each one of these balls is landing.
Yeah.
Whereas the lesser player is just trying to get them open.
Yeah. And that is an unbelievably good shot. He really has worked that out brilliantly.
There's only one slight problem red, and it's the one closest to the centre of the table. But I think if he looks at it, the red that is closest to now, if he plays that off the yellow to the middle, would open that centre pocket up. It's just whether he wants to go this route or not. I say every player is different. So many different ways. It's just whichever one you prefer on the day.
It would make life a lot easier if he could open up that middle pocket, though, that's for sure. Perhaps a touch more angle than he'd have liked on this.
Yeah. Surprising, really.
Do you think he was just making sure he got the cue ball away from the cushion so he wasn't cueing at it too badly?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm still debating whether he is going to be doing the plan that I thought of. I'm playing it now.
Well, he's hit that far too full. I'm really shocked, actually. I I can't believe he was leaving that red in baulk, because that was, again, a lot of mileage in the cue ball. It's a very un-Liam Dunster-like way of going around the table.
Yeah, that was one of the things I've said about our game in the semi-final. His cue ball never seems to travel.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's impossible, but it was just incredible how his position was pinpoint all the way through the match.
John's got a bit of an opportunity now as well to do exactly what Liam would have wanted to do in the previous shot. He can play yellow off the red. He could actually, if he plays it hard enough, he can break his yellow out as well.
Yeah, use the red to knock the other yellow.
Ten seconds.
Yeah, lovely.
That is perfect. So, uncharacteristic from Liam Dunster first off. These first couple of frames, a couple of really poor positional shots, to be fair.
Yeah, I could have done with them doing a couple of them in the semi-final,
yeah,
to be honest.
isn't it always the way? You watch your opponent play the next game that they play after they beat you, and they're rubbish. That might be a touch harsh on Liam. But it's early days. He could be rubbish, he's just not going to be.
Extension call.
You can see there the room is very much buzzing. We have plenty of action still to go this weekend. This is the first of our finals, but we still have the ladies, the amateur and the open. You can see the last 128 of the open in the background. As John McAllister rifles that shot into the left centre. The conspicuous silence we mentioned in the open, Dean.
Yeah, I think the less said about the open, the better.
Yeah, do you know what, actually? I completely agree. That'll be the last time it gets mentioned. That's real nice control there from John. He's cued that back and screwed it perfectly.
Yeah, he's got a nice angle there. Again, those are the little tiny differences between the top players and everyone else. Like, if John underhits that shot a little bit and he lands straight on that ball or away where he's this shot now, his cue ball too close to the cushion, he's creating problems. But the top players, the pinpoint position,
it's so rare. Yeah. Yeah, your 50-50 positional shots become sort of 90-10 when you get to this level. I mean, exactly the same as it didn't help him in the end, but Liam's breakout earlier in the frame was absolutely superb. He worked it out beautifully.
Like you say, not hitting it too hard and risking developing a ball, but then it going safe. You know, it just control from both of these.
Well, John McAllister takes out a nice counter clearance after Liam's second mistake of the match. He now leads by 2 frames to 0. So, just an early warning sign flashing for Liam Dunster at the moment. He needs to get his head in the game, get into gear a little bit. Because, his cue ball has not been perfect by any stretch.
And you won't be able to say that very often.
No.
Yeah, I think they're just rolling away with it. I'll give him a try. 2 seconds. I think it's just the pits in the table.
The perfectionist that is Liam Dunster, just having the rack triple checked.
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't get them on my phone. frame 3. Liam Dunster to break, trailing 2 frames to 0. Time running.
Well, there's no problems with that break. He's certainly done okay off of that one. Initial thoughts, not bad, but there's definitely a problem.
There is a bit of work to be had. I saw a couple of seconds before the balls came to rest, it looked like it was going to be the easiest frame. But, yeah, there's a little bit to do.
Just that right-hand side, the red and the yellow.
Yeah, and it's... personally, I think I'd be looking at yellows because the one of those two is obviously is more open than the red is. It's just a case of your initial yellow if you are to do that.
Well, you could play red onto yellow here.
I think he's doing red onto red. I'm not...
Yeah, he is. I understand what you're saying, though. The red is a lot more difficult to dislodge than the yellow of those two on the right-hand side. The yellow would have doubled.
Yeah.
So it was, you could have actually gone game without disturbing it. I guess Liam could screw up into it off of this one. Again, we spoke about it earlier. You want to do it early.
I say Liam's not really the one for playing the big developing shots, so he's going to have to get the right angle on something soon.
I mean, would that red still double? It looks tight, but I think it's got enough room to get past the yellow.
Yeah, I mean, the yellow to the right of the black, if you could use that as a guide for the white, carrying into that, it'd be perfect on the double.
Well, if he doesn't want to move anything, then that may be his option.
Oh, no.
Wow. This is... I can't believe what I'm seeing here from Liam Dunster.
I'm really surprised at the... Not so much that he's missed, that the shot choice in itself.
Yeah.
It's such a non-Liam Dunster-like shot.
Yeah. I don't think I've ever seen him hit the ball that hard except for the break, really. He doesn't give it that much very often because he doesn't need to.
10 seconds. Extension call.
And John McAllister has a chance to go 3-0 up. I think Liam just about hasn't left John on that double, otherwise I think he'd be taking that first. He's actually left him in a spot of bother. It looks like he's only got a plant up to the top left, and that's tricky.
Can he get through to the one on the baulk line?
Maybe. It's very tight, isn't it? Worst comes to the worst, he takes the pocket, I guess. And that's... Is that a safety shot?
All I can think of is it didn't go, and he didn't think he had anything else. The double mustn't have been on.
Yeah, I think he was covered on the double. I thought he might take the plant top left. It's tricky, but it's makeable.
It's hard to see how close that one is to the cushion.
10 seconds.
The closest to the pocket.
He's left Liam on the double we spoke about earlier, though, with an angle to go into it. And he's missed it. And this time, John McAllister will certainly be going for these. That middle pocket is very much not Liam Dunster's friend at the moment. I think he's just taken that one off the Christmas card list.
Again, even had the double gone in, Liam wouldn't have been on a great deal.
No.
10 seconds.
But I guess he was forced into that one. That was a more understandable shot choice.
Well, now the double is blocked, so John's going to have to either land perfectly on the yellow to drop it into the middle dead weight, or landing it up down the rail, or move it.
So if he can drop on that, I guess that would be a great last ball, as long as you can guarantee good position, because you're bang on the black.
Yeah.
Still don't particularly like those two at the top left. He needs to get on the one closest to the pocket first, and he hasn't left himself nicely to do that here.
Ten seconds.
He's digging. He is digging. It's a good shot. It's a nice pot, but
I think he's going to have to play this plant now.
well, the thing, if he plays it with pace, he can guarantee being on the yellow to the left, the right centre. He could just stun it and play it with enough pace that you make sure the yellow comes back out.
Unless the front ball goes. It does go.
Oh.
What were you talking about?
I have no idea. Not Paul, that's for sure. But then the thing is, if it did go, why didn't he take it earlier?
Yeah, why didn't he play it before? Yeah.
I guess he must have had sort of, half a pocket and decided he had to take it at that point, was trying to find a better way, but
There's a reason me and you were sat here and not out there.
there's definitely a reason I'm sat here. I mean, you were a semi-finalist. It's not like there's certainly a difference. One of these two will be lifting the trophy tonight, the English professional title. And on this evidence, it looks like it may well be John McAllister. He has raced into a 3-0 lead. His break next as well, but that was a scrappy frame, and that's been a bit of a story of the whole day on the stream table, to be honest. We haven't seen, apart from the odd exception, many sort of clear-cut runs of dishes, reverse dishes, break dishes. It hasn't happened very often.
Like Mark Pitt have said, the tables haven't been breaking too kindly.
Yeah.
So
you're always
they've
getting
got hand in
problems.
hand. Yeah.
Yeah. It just goes to show how powerful a weapon the break is and how good the top professionals are at the break. Because actually, if you take away the massive breaks from a lot of these players, they're still making hard work with clearances. It's not as easy as they make it look necessarily.
Frame 4.
It shows
John
how
McAllister the break,
important the break is as well.
No, it's the most important shot of the frame.
Yeah.
Bar none.
John McAllister getting a lot of airtime with that cue ball.
Again, dry.
Not a lot of pocket time with anything else. But again, this is a horrible split. There's no obvious route. There's at least 2 problems on each colour. Is this the sort of situation where you come to the table and you're thinking, you can't clear these, I'm just getting control, I'm just trying to find that edge in the frame?
I think you're probably asking the wrong person, because I think for me, my criticism is that I'm far too attacking. So I'm looking at what my problems are and what balls I can use to develop those problems, rather than claiming a good colour and getting a good safety. But other players would think of it totally different.
I guess it depends on a few things as well. Like if there's one obvious colour, one colour set is absolutely not there at all, and one is sort of half there, then you know what to do. But
but again, it's okay having a ball, say, covering a bag, but in these rules, that doesn't necessarily mean that you're guaranteed the frame or to even to be favourite.
10 seconds.
The shot Liam's played there is a great shot. The little cannon he's left him, both of his 2 reds in the cluster are now options.
Yeah.
And this was this type of stuff he was doing against me, where I'd look at a table thinking he's got a few issues here, and then 20 seconds later I'm like, oh, hang on, whose break is it next?
Yeah, they're absolutely gone. This is... and you have to say, yeah, you're right. From what looked like an awful table, you'd expect Liam to clear these up. I don't want to be straight on that. It's not too bad, but...
It's a big frame for Liam, this as well. Having started quite I don't want to say poorly, but for his
I
standards,
think that's fair.
for his standards probably. The difference between 3-1 and 4-0, it can't be understated.
No, I mean, you've had a poor positional shot in the second
10
frame.
seconds.
The first frame, a poor positional shot leading to the black in off. Arguably, that was a bit unlucky. I guess that will depend on your point of view. I would argue it was a poor shot, but
The shot on the yellow when he landed perfectly on it, or we thought, and then didn't get on the black. Ideally, that for me was slightly careless.
Yeah.
The black, going in off the black itself,
Bit harsh.
element of bad luck. I think, like I say, he was avoiding the in off in the centre.
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Liam now just working out the perfect angle to land nicely on the black. In this situation, would you be coming back up the table to play it in the centre, or are you comfortable leaving it longer down that left-hand side?
Is that a kick there? Sorry to go off topic.
I think he just underhit it a fraction, but he's okay.
I think now you've got this much angle, I'd probably be playing for it in the middle, but
Yeah.
before, when you actually asked me, I'd have definitely been looking at black down into the corner.
If Liam Dunster has a kick, he'd definitely be having the cue ball cleaned.
That is very
So he
true.
hasn't had a
Yeah,
kick.
yeah.
10 seconds.
That's perfect.
Great shot.
He does like to flirt with the shot clock every now and then, does Liam. that was down to 2 seconds. I've seen a couple down to 1. But I've never seen him time foul, so he knows exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, I was really impressed in our game. He almost was ahead of the referee a couple of times, where he was about to go down for the shot and realised that Ben was going to have to call 10 seconds. So he waited for the call and then went down.
Yeah.
So he's totally in control all the time.
Is that something that if you were thinking about you would definitely do? Would you definitely get back up and wait? Because it's just that little distraction before you take the shot on your backswing.
Yeah, the last thing you want is a call right on your backswing. So if you know that it's due, then yeah, just take a little bit of time, just compose yourself. Like 30 seconds is very, very fast, and well, Liam and both John as well. They don't ever seem to be rushing.
No, they're so composed around the table. That's very true. Well, I knew I said I wasn't going to mention the Open again, Dean, but I am going to just have a quick look at some of the scores. Liam has already played his first round match in the
Frame 5.
in the Open. He
Liam
beat
Dunster
Gareth
the break.
Higgins 7-4.
Trailing 3 frames to 1. Time running.
Actually, quite a few results in. We'll have a look at those in between the next frames. Well, Liam's cut break worked a treat last time. He certainly made a couple of balls this time, though. It's dry again. And actually, that's probably the best split we've had.
Yeah, I can't see an issue here. John should definitely be confident of making this 4-1.
Which colour are you choosing, given this table? I'm looking at the two that are together near the bottom right. There
Personally, I'm going reds and just stunning this bottom one in to leave an angle on the one to the right middle to develop the yellow.
Just like that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now you've got the angle, just a gentle cannon, move the yellow out of the way, and it should be dot to dot from there. Should.
Well, our first finish from the break was in the previous frame. Liam Dunster clearing up off John's dry break. That's well, he's still on the one to the centre, but that's not gone quite to plan.
No, it depends on the angle here. If he's going to be sliding behind the yellow, he's going to have to play and go up for one of the three up the top.
Yeah, I think the angle might be okay if he could just drop it in, but queuing over the red as well, you lose that little bit of pace control. Just a flicker of hope for Liam in this frame.
Farnsworth James Johnston. Mark Farnsworth James Johnston, number 16.
Well, he could
Yeah,
hold
you
it.
were right.
That is the literal definition of pocket weight, really, isn't it? That's just about dropped. That's the sort when you're sat in your chair and you're looking, you're going, is it going to make it?
Yeah.
10 seconds.
Please stop. Oh, that's
very
beautiful.
well controlled. Very well controlled.
Yeah. If he kisses the black there, that could be a big problem. It's right round the back.
I'm a very big fan of John's cue action. It always looks like he's going to hit a shot too hard, and then he just floats it in at the perfect pace.
He's got such a long backswing that it looks like, yeah. And that's another really deft touch from John McAllister. That shot could have gone wrong. That was a tricky little cannon to negotiate. I was going to say he doesn't look entirely happy with that, but John hasn't looked entirely happy since he was a child, I don't think.
10 seconds.
Well, he did his best early on to make work of that clearance, but he has made it happen. He extinguished that flicker of hope for Liam Dunster, and Liam trails by 3 frames again. It's 4-1 to John. And as promised, I will have a look through some of the open results. Robert Stephen, you might remember from the Champions Cup, he was a real star in the making in that. He's beaten Jordan Evitts by 7 frames to 6. Rob Donkin coming through a tricky task against the Welsh lad Cian Davis, but he's won that 7-2. Tom Cousins is through 7-1. No real shock there. Christy Caulfield beating Regan Boyle 7-1 as well. Ben Davis surviving a scare 7-6 against Liam Barlow. There are just results after results. We are in the last 1-8 stage, so there's far too many to call. But
hitting 4 frames to
at the
1.
bottom of your screen there, Sam Grisdale versus Simon Ward, and that really would be a shock. But Sam is 1 frame to the good. I have to declare an allegiance there. He's my best mate, so no offence, Wardy, but hope you lose.
Extension call.
John at the table. This time has made a ball.
Again, there's a fair bit of work ahead of him here.
If he can cut that yellow in, the yellows are okay, aren't they?
From what he was lining up, I can't tell if he was looking at yellows or reds there. For me, yeah, you are going yellows, but
it's just if he can cut that. I mean, he's got the yellow to the right-hand side as well. He could thin snick that into the centre. That's not beyond the realms.
this looks thin to me.
Oh, he's had a touch. He's had a big touch there.
Ten seconds.
Well, that shot really did open things up for John, didn't it, that first shot? And he trusted to luck a little bit, you've got to say.
Yeah, I think the yellow closest to the black is the one he's focusing his attention on here and how to get on it.
Yeah, obviously he doesn't go to any of the pockets on the right-hand side of the table, so he's got to swing the cue ball into that gap, if you like,
10 seconds.
sort of in between all of the balls. If he can get anywhere in there, he'd be very happy.
It's pretty perfect.
Yep. Just run the cue ball straight into the red and land nicely on the yellow to the left.
Mm-hmm.
Again, just a little bit of pace control required here. Doesn't want to throw the cue ball too wide and finish with a little bit of a cut. Didn't want to do that either. If anything, he's overcompensated there.
I mean, in moving that red, he has created a larger margin for error for position for this black, but still, he would have liked a lot more simple shot than this.
If you're anything close to straight on this yellow, this is done.
10 seconds.
Has he got to be a little bit careful of the opposite centre pocket here?
No, I don't think so, no.
Well, he didn't want to catch the jaw.
I didn't see that coming.
And now, well, I'm 99% sure he's not on this black. He's come around to look at the angle. Can he swerve? He can. Well, he can, but not quite enough. That's a huge let-off for Liam Dunster. John McAllister looked like he was odds-on to take our first break dish of the match.
That seems amazing for the 6th frame.
Yeah, doesn't it? In a professional final between these two, like, astonishing. We have had a couple of reverse dishes now, so it's not quite as bad as all that, but even so, it's...
Extension cool.
Yeah, you're right. 6 frames in, you expect a break dish. Now, what's Liam looking at here? The 3 reds in the middle. I guess, does that top one go? Does he have to break it out?
I think he's going to be looking at a safety here and trying to block off as many.
I get it.
1 cushion, 2 cushion, 3 cushion.
Risk against John McAllister, isn't it? You know, the black's close enough to the pocket that a decent contact gives you every chance. And if not, if John made good contact and covered the pocket, he'd be relatively happy with it. How can Liam cut off the angles?
Use the red to block the black.
Well, it's not bad.
Total snooker.
Further than I think he wanted.
I agree, although in some ways it's quite nice because for Liam, that red goes now, but it has still cut off quite a large portion of John's at least escape.
Yeah.
You know, if John comes round, hits this flush and pots it, then he would have hit it flush and potted it anyway, but at least the red still goes if he doesn't get it.
Yeah.
2 cushions it is. He's going to come around the back. Or off the jaws.
1 free shot, 1 visit, time running, time out.
Well, John McAllister was handed an opportunity to try and get himself over the line in this 6th frame. Hasn't managed it. Now, these really are there for the taking for Liam Dunster.
Ten seconds.
What's he done there?
That surprised me.
That's a huge way away from what I'm sure he was intending to play at. I mean, perhaps that red didn't go past the black, but surely you moved something else.
I mean, I think he tried to play the red off the black to pot the red and leave everything developed. And he's whether he's played down the wrong line or maybe a touch aside on it, it's drifted maybe, but that's very unexpected from Liam.
I mean, I assume John's still sat in his seat thinking, well, I've pretty much lost this frame.
Time out.
Yeah. The fact that he's back at the table, he'd have to be delighted, wouldn't he?
Time running.
Is this the sort of situation where you're just going to have a hit and hope because...
You knock a couple of reds safe and...
Yeah, you definitely weren't expecting to get back to the table. If you can get that black moving, it might move towards the pocket. It'll be 2 cushions.
10 seconds.
It's a more controlled effort. It's not
Foul.
there.
1 free shot, 1 visit.
I
Time
can
running.
understand that, because if he kept the black there, it's still a problem for Liam.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think lightning's going to strike twice, though.
I'm sure Liam Dunster's fans at home will be hoping not. That was not for the first time in this match, an uncharacteristic error.
10 seconds.
Having said that, it will hurt John to lose this frame. And Liam, presumably, not going game this time either. So John is going to come back to the table, you'd imagine.
I'm not sure. I think he might be putting the one in the right centre. Well, maybe this is just me being slightly attacking, but
10 seconds.
if you did put the one in the bottom right and then play the plant on the red near the black to the one that he's just put there.
Yeah. Yeah, you can break it out now with no danger at all.
Yeah, there's no risk attached now. Now that the red's hanging over.
Yeah. Guaranteed to have a shot afterwards. Clever from Liam.
Ten seconds.
How much will it hurt John losing this frame, do you think? It looked like he was about to take a 5-1 lead, 4 frames in front in a race to 8 is a very long way back for Liam.
Yeah, it'll definitely hurt, especially when in his mind he would have been already chalking it off. I mean, without taking it for granted, it was a routine finish.
Liam didn't want to pot both those reds, did he? He's played it in that way to get the cue ball nicely on, or as nicely as he could, onto the next red, but this isn't the nicest of angles either.
No. He would have liked to be potting this and drifting across to not leave any sniff on the black and have that red over the hole, but he's cued it well there.
He has come back just far enough to make this black relatively easy. Again, just a little bit thinner than you'd like, but shouldn't be a problem for Liam Dunster. And so it proves to be. Liam Dunster reduces the deficit, now trails by just 2, when it looked like John was going to go 4 ahead. That's a bit of a blow to John's ambitions, but I guess he'll be happy enough. He's still 2 frames up.
Yeah. You won't want to dwell on it too much. You still be pretty confident. Like say you got a 4-2 lead in a final. You've no reason to be down.
No.
If you give it in before the game, he'd have took it.
Yeah, absolutely. That's certainly the way to think about it.
If you can get a break this year, though, it's certainly getting back on.
Yeah, big time. Liam with just the one break so far that's actually worked for him. The others have been dry. Left a very presentable opportunity for John with his previous break in the 5th frame.
Frame
He
7.
will not want to do that again.
Liam Dunster to break, trailing 4 frames to 2. Time running.
It's dry again.
Wow.
It's dry again. What is happening here to the Liam Dunster break?
I would have lost a lot of money if I was gambling on his breaks in this.
Do you know what? I think he might change back to the front ball earlier because it worked for him for a while. I wouldn't be hugely surprised if he changed back. He's had a bit of a result, hasn't he? I imagine John would love to be taking a red, but I can't see one. The yellows aren't too bad, apart from to be fair, the red and the yellows have the same problem ball, really, or they're next to each other. That's the two near the bottom right corner.
10 seconds.
Yellows it is for John. You see a nice way to break that one out? Do you think he could land on it to the bottom left?
I know, I'm struggling, to be honest. I'm debating whether this is one of the times we were talking about before where he's claimed the colour and he might use the yellow on the side rail just to check the pocket.
10 seconds.
There we go. Dean Shields, master of tactical play. But very good call. Decided that he couldn't finish from there. I think he might have had a better go of it if he could have got a red to start with.
Yeah, definitely.
But again, just so real clear thinking. He knows he can't finish, so he's taken control. Turned the table over to Liam Dunster and said, "You have a go, son," which is a fairly dangerous tactic, I guess, but sometimes needs must.
Ten seconds.
Well, that is a wonderful positional shot. If he can take this red below the black across the left and break out that area in the shot, that is superb.
There's still an element of risk in this because there's no guarantee you're going to be on anything following the skill shot, which again is not something that I would associate Liam to do.
No, the cue ball's got no guarantee of coming out, that's for sure. So
I think he might be setting up for the skill shot here. Play the skill shot now.
See, the only problem for me with the skill shot is it's not going to develop the red.
I've got a feeling the red goes if you can get on it.
I think it looks very tight to me. One of those where you might be able to slide it off the far jaw, but you wouldn't want to play that with pace, so you wouldn't want that to be your last ball necessarily.
Sure, we'll find out.
We certainly will. Well,
so he mustn't have gone if he tried to move it.
He's tried to move it, and it's a great effort, but actually, if anything, he's made it worse. I think this will just be a little touchy containing shot and try and force John into moving that yellow out of his way. He can probably cover the pocket actually here and almost leave John touching his yellow. He could leave him virtually nothing. It's worked out in a fairly roundabout way. And John's in a big spot of bother here.
Yeah.
You see any routes out of trouble, or?
No, at the moment, no. He's probably just got to try and not move this yellow too far. Probably that's why he's not going to try and move it at all. He's going to try and go for a different yellow by the looks of things. I say if he did move the yellow away from the red, then the frame's over.
Yeah.
Now Liam's still got a bit of work.
Yeah, and actually it's a clever shot from John because he's pushed the other yellow to make it even more difficult to get on that red near the pocket.
We'll give him the credit for that. I'm not sure if he was just going for the hit or...
He's the world champion. You can't say he's just going for a hit. Well, as Liam decided he can get on this red, but if he can, where does he go after it? I'm not sure I fully understand that shot. I sort of expect him to take the pocket maybe.
Seconds.
Doesn't want it to drop, and it hasn't. But he's left John a shot here. He can take the yellow to the left. And he's put the red in such a position. Well, John McAllister, probably the best in the world at skill shots, isn't he?
Yeah.
Would you back him to get that one if he gets behind it?
No, that's the issue. Where the black is possibly
10 seconds.
in Liam's favour here. If he can get right behind it, then yeah, John very rarely misses school shots. He's phenomenal.
Does he have any other options? Could he maybe go for the cocked hat here or something like that? It's such a risk, isn't it?
Yeah, I
That's
wouldn't
the
think
thing.
he'd be taking that risk because okay, you could cocked out the yellow, but then the black's still a problem.
Yeah.
I think it will be a skill shot at some point.
10 seconds.
Wow.
Didn't want to catch the yellow. It's done him a bit of a favour. It's moved in the way of the red. It might give him another safety option.
He's just going to try and hide behind the black here, I think.
Yeah, but if he can move the yellow right onto the red, that's pretty good.
Sorry. Time out.
I think that's a total snooker.
Total snooker. Time running.
That's confirmed by the ref.
Out of nowhere, I'm now putting Liam favourite for the frame. Just providing he can just get a
10
hit and
seconds.
keep it safe, because if he does get the hit, John's still got a lot of work to do to claim the frame.
That skill shot is definitely no longer there. I say definitely. This is John McAllister, but you couldn't back anyone to get that, could you?
I've got a feeling we might see something special attempted.
Okay.
Maybe not now.
I'm happy with attempted. Attempted gives us a bit of something to look forward to.
10 seconds.
It wasn't quite the special I had in mind.
It's not a bad shot though,
No.
because he's forced Liam. That's not a total snooker. So Liam's got to hit a cushion after contact, unless he essentially pots the one that's covering the pocket. So that's a brilliant shot from John. Because if he does go cushion first, he's got to hit that pretty hard.
10 seconds.
Certainly if he goes that way, or can he get through the gap? That's a good shot.
Yeah. I think he's had a result there. I think he was playing for the right of the two reds, and he's feathered the one that was a problem, developed it.
John's going to hide behind the black again. Now he's going to move that yellow even closer to the red. Now that's just
Time out.
creating problems for both of them, really.
Total snooker. Time running.
Again, the black is massively in play here, because if the black was somewhere else on the table, they'd both be looking at playing a skill shot from one of their open balls up the top end.
Yeah.
But there's no guarantee that you can get to play that combination shot.
But again, Liam's got to get a hit here.
10 seconds.
It's one you'd expect him to make, but bridging over as well. It's easy to put a little bit of side on this.
I think John's going game here.
Do you think this is time? He's got no choice, basically.
Yeah. I think he might be playing a little cannon. I mean, the safety is there if you wanted to just come off the right one and hide behind the other two, but there's only so much you can do. Both of these guys are of a standard that if you're leaving a one cushion escape, you're very rarely going to get two from it.
10 seconds.
So I think he's going to play a pot, nudge this one over, and then try and play the combination. And it's gone wrong.
It's gone very, very wrong. Yep. John snookered himself on his one remaining open ball. If he hits that other yellow, the red's going in. I've seen
10
balls like that
seconds.
skilled if you're right behind them, but
Yeah.
is he going for this? He is, you know. What a absolutely fantastic shot that is by John McAllister. Let's have another look at this. This is world class. Oh,
That's unreal.
that's, well...
He's over-screwed as well.
That's got to be shot of the tournament, hasn't it? That's well up there. That is absolutely stunning from John McAllister.
10 seconds.
And he's gone for the double as well. This is just getting better and better.
Now this is going to hurt Liam.
Yeah.
When we talk about would a finish hurt? Liam was a massive favourite, and John has pulled this one out of the fire.
That is utterly ridiculous. John McAllister leads by 5 frames to 2 with one of the best 3-ball clearances you might ever see. And well, he's going to go and reset himself after that one, and who can blame him? We've got a good crowd in for this final. Plenty of people watching, and there was plenty of applause for that skill shot from John McAllister. It really was one of the best skill shots you'll ever see. You ever pulled one like that off, Dean?
They're incredibly hard when the balls are so close together, and that's even when you're right behind them. So to play it from full length like that, and to screw out, I mean, he's actually, like I say, he's actually got into it too well, and left a double. That's unreal.
I've seen Scott Gillespie do it once, but and he wasn't all that close to the balls, but he was directly behind it. I've never seen someone play that shot that well with that much angle and distance.
And control as well.
Yeah.
I did say we were going to see something special.
You did. You called it, and fair play. It's quite something special.
The game was just going that way where it was going to take something like that.
Well, let's have a look at some of the latest scores. Well, John's composing himself after that. Mark Pemberton and Luke Johnson tied up at 6 frame apiece. They are on the hill, both of them. That is a final frame decider. Daniel Wells, one of the 8-ball podcast boys, won the TV event qualifier on Thursday evening, and he is currently trailing Ryan Clark, who, of course, had a very nice run in the professional event as well this afternoon. He's trailing him by 2 frames to 3. That result just scrolling up. Mark Fleming 5-1 up against Steve Watson. And that's a bit of a match going on at the moment. We've got Adam Basu and Jordan Shepherd. Now, Adam is our tour number 1, and Jordan Shepherd is, well, if you don't know who Jordan Shepherd is, Google it. And Jordan is currently 4-2 up, but that is about as tough as a draw as you could get for Jordan, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Adam's one of the breakthrough players from the amateur. He's flying. He always seems to be there or thereabouts in every tour we have. So
yeah, he's been utterly phenomenal and sort of not quite, but not far off dominated the amateur ranks to a certain extent. Mark Farnsworth, world champion in 2018, of course, is comfortably winning his match 6-1 over James Johnston.
Leading 5 frames to 2. Time running.
Back to the action here. John McAllister would love a ball from this break after that last clearance. And if you're Liam Dunster, I reckon you reckon he's guaranteed to get it. And I'll tell you what, he'd be right. Look at that for a split. It is. It's going from bad to worse for Liam, isn't it, Dean?
He's crunched them. Again, where they've... I'm looking. I mean, there's a problem on the right-hand side for the yellows, but the balls are there to do something with them. Yeah, I think John must be buzzing as well after that last frame. I'll be surprised if this doesn't go 6-2, to be honest.
Yeah, like you say, he's got the yellow on the rail, which obviously is tricky, but he's got this yellow over the right centre that he can use to move it.
Yep.
And
he's perfect on it now as well, with the insurance of the other yellow. Just to the left of the red, that goes in the opposite centre. So should this cannon go slightly awry, he's fine anyway.
Would you just be looking to nudge this just slightly off the rail, then a little bit further up, just make it easy, get nicely in behind it?
Yeah, I'm only moving this a couple of inches just to make it simple down the line. He's not going for this way. What do we know?
I mean, experience says not very much, but I'm speaking purely for myself there. I'd like to point out. I am surprised he didn't take that shot on
He
there,
might,
though.
he might just be getting rid of a few. He must be highly confident and thinking, I'll get rid of a few because I know I'm going to get that cannon correctly.
Yeah. I mean, I guess if
10
he's that
seconds.
confident on the cannon, if he left that till last, it wouldn't be the worst option.
Just like that, we're back where we were 2 shots ago.
Yep. He'll probably do it now, just to spite us. Probably got an earpiece in, listening away.
If he's listening to me, he's doing something wrong.
Again, yeah, same.
10 seconds.
That's not bad. He'd like to be a bit straighter on it.
I think he's okay. Just by a little delicate one. I said that the furthest left of the yellows, I think, passes the black into the
Extension
left
call.
corner, so he could even screw out and take that one and leave the right centre as the last ball.
Yeah, that's certainly what he's looking at. And if he can finish anything like straight on that, if he's got too much angle, of course, he could take that same ball to the bottom right, and again, just drop it in. You're guaranteed. So as long as he makes the pot and goes one way or the other.
You could even cannon the red out if you wanted to move it. And there's options galore.
That's right in the middle.
Yeah, I wouldn't have chosen between the 4 or 5 options we thought of.
No, that is absolutely right in the middle. And now he's got to cut it back to the right, surely, and hold the cue ball. But
Yeah.
it's a difficult one to hold.
Ten seconds.
Is he just toying with Liam at this point, do you think? Because he's made that look so easy.
That's ridiculous. It's weird to the untrained eye. That was like a simple pot,
Yeah.
and just relatively simple positional. But to cue it, the angle he's got there, to cue it so
Right.
slowly and controlled that's what I say about his cue action. He always just floats balls in, and it's brilliant to watch.
Well, he's making us look silly at the moment. He's making this game look silly. John McAllister leads by 6 frames to 2 over Liam Dunster. And, well, Liam's got to pull off something remarkable to come back from this.
He's got to play flawless pool again.
Which is Liam Dunster, so it wouldn't be a huge surprise, to be fair. But it hasn't been a vintage performance from him, you've got to say.
No.
If I think if Liam had taken every single one of his chances, which is something you sort of expect from him, we're probably looking at 4-all. Be interesting to see what he does from the break here. Is he going to stick with the cut break? Is he going to change it up? The cut break has
Frame
not
9.
been his friend so
think
far
he's
in this
going-
match.
Liam
I think
Dunster
it's
the
going
break.
front ball from.
Trailing 6 frames to 2.
He is.
Time
Changed
running.
it. Now, this was working earlier, so it wouldn't surprise me if all of a sudden... Well, it hasn't worked this time. And again, it's just left a nice finish, hasn't it? There's not a huge amount of work here for John.
I feel his pain.
Yeah.
This is a complete role reversal.
Well, at least you can go and tell him that. I'm sure he'd be really grateful for the. Oh, thanks. Liam,
sure.
do you remember how you made me feel? Yeah, this is it.
Yeah.
Well done.
I'll sound as sympathetic as I can.
Just go and tell him now, just in case. You do have to feel for him, though. Liam is hasn't played his best, no doubt about it, but the break has absolutely killed him so far in this match.
Yeah, and
10 seconds.
I sound like a broken record. That was one of the. It was unbelievable in the semi against me. It was just machine-like.
And that's funny because actually, that to me feels like he's the first person really to work the table out today for the break. And and all of a sudden he's made it all the way to the final, finally worked it out, and then something's changed, and nobody knows what.
It's the game of pool.
10 seconds.
Just when you think you've cracked it.
Yeah, there's no such thing. You should never think that. This is delicate from John. He's very, very close to this yellow. He needs to be extremely careful of the double hit. In an ideal world, he'd like to top the cue ball through a little bit, but that's not going to happen from here.
I'm not trying to find what the angle is. If he's got much
10
angle...
seconds.
Oh, he's got a bit more than I thought. I thought he was nearly straight. So yeah, just a little trace of side to hold the cue ball, and that will do. Has he got to break into these two yellows here? I don't think he can get the cue ball around the back. Do you think he can? Or do you think he can just drop it in and hold for the centre?
Maybe play a tracer check side, play the left of the two into the centre.
10 seconds.
Oh no, he has gone round. That's gone wrong.
It was a risky shot.
I'm surprised he's attempted that, to be fair.
Well, he's still on a yellow. He's still on the yellow up to the top right. It would be an unbelievable positional shot, but he's sort of there. The angle's not
10 seconds.
Not the worst ever.
Can he avoid the traffic? No. So it looks like Liam Dunster will be coming back to the table.
Well, if John McAllister clears these, I mean, is it going to be better than the skill shot? Because he's looking at a double plant, isn't he?
I think he's looking at the plant cocked hat.
Oh my word.
I think. I don't think the double there.
10 seconds.
If he gets this, he might bring the house down.
Oh no.
Fair play though. He's 4 frames up. Why take the risk? He's going to make Liam work for it. It's not the worst containing shot.
It's not, but I think you're handing the frame to Liam there, which is why I'm surprised that John's done that.
Yeah, I guess conversely, you're 4 frames up. Why not have a go? You've just gone massive second favourite, so
you might as well have had a go at the Hail Mary.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one for my commentary CV, that. Calling a plant cocked hat and it was a safety.
Oh, don't worry, you get used to it. I don't keep items like that on my CV anymore, otherwise it would be too long to read. I think it was a fair call. I think when you're watching John McAllister and he's left himself in a situation like that, you sort of expect him to try and do something.
Yeah, I think if I was watching anyone else, I wouldn't be calling it. Yeah. But John's the type of player that would attempt it, and well, I wouldn't say 9 times out of 10, but a certain chunk of them he'd be getting very close to.
Not the greatest shot that from Liam. He hasn't. I mean, it's safe enough, I guess, but again, you're playing John McAllister. Can he find something? Can he get the cue ball right in behind the right hand of the 2 yellows? No, just going to try and take the pocket.
Now, for me, that's got... If Liam's confident, that is John's final shot of the frame.
But is Liam confident? Let's be fair. Would you be?
If I'm in the final, yeah.
Oh, yeah, true. yeah, fair enough.
10 seconds.
Sensible again. He needs to get a better cue ball than he did last time, and has.
Yeah, that's a good cue ball.
Time out.
Created a bit of problems with his reds, though.
Yeah, I don't think he wanted to catch that yellow.
Total snooker.
Yeah.
Time running.
So for me, I probably would have taken the red to the... I mean, I'm not saying the way I do it is any better. If I'd taken the red to the left centre, I'm on the one down the rail with an angle to come across for your bad ball, and then the rest are gone.
Yeah.
And it's a lot easier sat here.
I feel like John's tried to line up the 3-ball plant off the cushion here. Oh, stop it.
My word.
That is so close. He hasn't... I don't think he's quite got the cover he would have wanted. actually, John's inching his way into staying in this
10
frame,
seconds.
isn't he?
Yeah.
Because much as that red might pass the yellow, you can't get to a position where you could play that shot. And Liam now, if he plays a safety, it's a lot more of an opportunity for John to get out and make a pot. So Liam's sort of perhaps forced into something aggressive here.
I think he's having one more hide of the cue ball, hoping that John develops the red a little bit better.
Well, I get it.
Total snooker.
I mean, if John comes off and pots the one over the hole, then it's not really helping him. Because
I just wonder if he can find an angle where it plants. If he can come off the side cushion first into the yellow and you know, avoid the red.
Or flick off the
first yellow
the first
into
yellow, yeah.
He's going to have a go. He's hit that a lot slower than I expected. That's not the result he was looking for.
I think Liam's happy with that, if that red squeezes through.
I don't know. That's a bit further up the table than I thought it was. I think it would squeeze, but again, I don't think he can hit it at such an angle where it will. I think he can only really hit it straight into the knuckle.
10 seconds.
Would it come off the yellow? Maybe. Safety again.
Total snooker.
That red, the other red in the bottom half of the table has become quite an important ball here, hasn't it? Because that's blocking that angle quite nicely for Liam.
Yeah.
If that wasn't there,
10
you'd actually back John to make the pot here and potentially make something happen. Oh, he's hit the red.
Foul.
I think he's played to feather the first one again, hasn't he?
Time running.
Well, now Liam Dunster surely will win this frame. John McAllister has battled bravely to stay in it, but well, if the next time we come to the table isn't 6-3, then something's very wrong.
Ten seconds. Ten seconds.
It's a strange one. If it wasn't 6-2 to John, I think this frame is virtually already over.
Yeah.
But because of the importance of it, he seems to be taking a little bit more caution with everything. Not that he's ever
no, yeah, I completely agree. Do you think that's
10 seconds?
Do you think that's a bit of nerves? Do you think he's sort of waiting for the 10 seconds?
Potentially,
call,
like I said before.
So that, yeah, precisely, so that
That's
he
a lovely
knows
shot.
there's no distractions.
It's not a bad tactic to have, to be fair.
No. There you go, one for you. You can. You're never going to do that. That's never going to be your tactic.
No. Usually the refs call 10 seconds while I'm still thinking.
And that was with the minute shot clock. Liam Dunster is hanging in there. John McAllister had the chance to get himself one frame from victory. A lax positional shot stopped him from getting there.
Frame.
And now Liam trails by just 3. It's John's break next, though, and well, he got the first break dish of the match with his last one. If he can do that again, and Liam will not be happy. Let's have a look at some more open scores. John Richardson there is 6-5 with Paul Handek. And Sam Grisdale 5-3 down to Simon Ward, but that's not too... 6, that is the very definition of curse of the commentator, isn't it? Dan Davey against Joe Sison, that is heating up. 4-3 to the amateur. Ryan Clark, who's had a brilliant day so far in the professional event,
Frame 10.
6-2 up against Daniel
John
Wells.
McAllister the break, leading 6 frames to 3.
And Jordan Shepherd looks like he's going to knock out the amateur number 1 Adam Basu. Sheppy will be pleased to get through that match. Arguably his second round might be easier, sort of thing. That's just classic, isn't it? John has missed a chance to win the last frame, and he's come and hit the break, and nothing's gone down.
No, and it wasn't a bad break at all.
No, it's quite a good one. Look at them. John will be sat there thinking this is 6-4, won't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no...
10 seconds.
It should be doing, yeah.
Extension call.
It's just pool works in mysterious ways.
Certainly does. It certainly does. That's a nice opener from Liam. Confidently done. Gets him on the yellows. The yellow just above the black. That's a slightly awkward one, isn't it? Because it's covered to all the pockets in the bottom half of the table and the left centre.
It's not... yeah, you're right, but it's also not the world's worst ball to leave
10
last
seconds.
Yeah.
if you're playing it to the right centre.
Or even to the, I guess, top left if you landed behind it. But the fact that he's playing this one next suggests that he's not coming back down the table.
He's getting rid of it now, yeah.
This is the conclusion of today's professional
10
event.
seconds.
Mark Farnsworth has the chance to make history tomorrow.
Yeah.
If he'd be the first person to win 3 Opens in a row, I believe. Is that? Can you see him doing it? Have you seen much of him?
I
over
haven't
the weekend?
actually. No, I haven't actually. I think was it Ryan Clark that knocked him out of this event?
Yeah, 8-4, I think.
Yeah, and I've not actually seen too much of him, but I mean, you can never write a player of Mark's class off. I'm sure that's something he's probably looking for as well, to be the first to do that.
Do you think he's that sort of person? He likes to be a history maker. He likes to get his name in the record books. Of course, these two will be desperate to
10
stop him
seconds.
tomorrow as well. Along with, well, by the morning, 63 other people.
He's made light work of this finish. Not sure whether he's too straight on this, however.
He could
If he is,
always
he can
take the other one first, yeah.
Take the other one.
It's, yeah, there's a huge pocket in the
10
left
seconds.
centre as well.
I think he's just toying with us, waiting for that 10-second call.
Yep, you're absolutely right. That is what he's doing. Just stunned back an inch. And leaves himself a nice angle to come on and off the top rail. Back up for the black. touch of nerves creeping in for John now, perhaps. You're 6-2 up, you have the chance to go 7-2, and then, well, Liam could break just the next one. It could be 6-5.
Yeah, potentially. I think John would be kicking himself as well. He's because the chances he's missed have not. I mean, they're not easy, but they're not like the most difficult. And for players of this standard, they should be taking them.
Yeah, you fully expected him to get that clearance in the previous frame. But he didn't, and now Liam Dunster trails by just 2. With his break next up. Now I would be really interested to see how he breaks, because he switched to the front ball and it really didn't work for him.
No, I was surprised he switched. Obviously, I didn't know he'd played the front ball up until this quarter, but the way that his cut break has been working today, I was surprised he changed from it.
Yeah, I guess. I mean, I don't know. Different players do different things. Is there a point where you go, I haven't made anything for the last 2 or 3, I'm going to change it?
I think that varies player by player. I wish I had, but I'm generally not a player that does change too much. I might change match by match, but I'm not one to change mid-match. Because I think every table is different, as much as
Liam Dunster the break.
Technically not. Every one of them has a slight difference, whether it be a little finger mark, chalk mark, or something. Something can be different on every table. That's why no 2 breaks are ever the same.
Yeah.
But he is going front ball.
He is sticking with the front ball. Didn't work last time. Didn't catch it very well last time. Caught that one better. And he's made a ball. That bottom right-hand quarter of the table looks a bit messy. They're all sort of covering each other.
Yeah. I think you're looking yellows if you can get the one he's closest to first.
Extension called.
Yeah, I agree. If you can take that yellow into the bottom right, if you could take the left hand of those 4 that are together into the centre next, that would open them up quite nicely.
I've looked at that. Either that one or the lowest one.
Yeah.
To then come on and off the cushion and cannon that ball. They'd all open up again. Is he playing the red-yellow plant?
Wow, this is a big shot at this stage. He is. He's nailed it. How's it come out? That is... Ooh.
Again, it's not a Liam Dunster shot.
Nope.
I'm surprised.
It's a real surprise. He's okay, actually. He's got the top of those 3 yellows into the left centre.
Yeah, he should still be fine. It's risks that Liam doesn't normally take.
I thought that red was going to cause a real problem for a second, but if it moves over a bit further, it might have done.
Oh.
Wow. That really is a collector's item, a missed pot from Liam Dunster. John McAllister getting a very unexpected visit from the table. Let's have another look at this. It's just overcut it. Not the nicest table for John to come to, but I'm sure he'll just be happy to be there, won't he?
Extension call.
100%. Like I said, when we're talking about the frames that he's thrown away, he guarantees sat there thinking it's probably 6-5 here.
Yeah.
So to come back with a chance, albeit not initially, but a chance to get yourself on the hill.
What can he do from here, though? There's no obvious shot. The only thing I can see that he can really pot is the red on the right-hand rail. That's a very difficult shot to get the cue ball back out from. You've got to play that with a lot of pace. He's got a problem
10
red.
seconds.
Is he cutting this to the bottom left? He is, what a shot. What a shot that is from John McAllister. That is a great pot. He's not out of the woods.
No, he's been very unlucky there. To play the cannon to develop one of his 3 safe reds.
Yep. It didn't quite develop either, has it? I don't think that will go anywhere yet. It'll go to the left centre, I suppose, if he can get... It might go somewhere after this shot. What's he trying here?
I am
have
stumped.
absolutely no idea.
Was he trying to cover the right bottom corner because the black's covering the left bottom corner?
Maybe.
I have no idea.
Let's chalk that one up to experience, because looking at John, I'm not convinced he knows what he did there.
He doesn't look happy.
10 seconds.
I'm not sure I would after I played that shot. Well, either way, whichever way you swing it, John McAllister has handed this frame to Liam Dunster on a silver platter. It's going to be 6-5, surely.